Good morning,
Good
everyone.
morning, everyone.
I hope I'm
I hope
audible.
I'm audible.
So before we
So
start,
before we start,
I think you have
I
a
think you have
e-hook.
e-hook.
so I would like to
so
test
I would like to test the
audio of
audio of the
meeting.
meeting.
Am I audible to
Am I
everyone?
audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I hope I'm
I
audible
hope
now.
I'm audible now.
As some of you have,
As some of you have.
Yes, miss, but
Yes,
your
miss,
voice got
but your
echo.
voice got echo.
okay, so just give me a
Okay,
minute.
so just give me a minute.
I hope there is no
I
echo.
hope there is no echo.
Just give me a minute.
Just give me a minute.
So I hope now the echo is not there. I hope the echo is not there right now.
Yes, ma'am, it's better now.
Okay, thank you so much. So very good morning and assalamu alaikum to everyone that is present here for this conference. It is a wonderful day and I am very happy to be hosting you today and tomorrow. So I am Juveria, your host for the day. And if there are any queries or if you would like to convey any information, kindly put it up in the chat box to me and I will address it at best for at the time that we have. So we are starting our conference, and it is such a lovely moment to see all of you joining in from around the world. I'm sure for many of us it is still very early, and for many it's already a start of the day. And it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the day one of the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education, shortly known as the ICMDRSE-2022, which is organized by the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP. This conference offers researchers, delegates, and scholars an incredible chance to interact with each other and share their experience and knowledge of technology and application. I would like to give a thank you to my team, to my colleagues for sharing their screen as well as for staying in on the meeting to help collaborate with all of you. Now, moving on, before we start to get into the technical sessions and the keynote address of the day, I would like to talk to you about IFERP, the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, and they are the main organizers for this conference. And just to talk a few words about our organizer and what they do. And with that, we will be starting the day. So I would like to request my colleague to please move the slide so that we can begin to talk about IFERP. All right. So this is actually a video that is going to be played about IFERP. But before that, let me talk to you about what is IFERP and what is the core crux of IFERP. The Institute for Engineering Research and Publications, IFERP, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations meant for research, development, and promotion in the field of engineering and technology. We are a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of the knowledge of engineering and technology. IFERP is a professional association and a forum where innovations and research interests could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interests. Our forums and associates constitute of professional leaders and organizations, connecting each other with mission to work as wizards for science for defending the earth. IFERP provides a world-class platform for scientists, researchers, academicians, business figures by organizing conferences and publishing research articles. IFERP conferences bring together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology. Let me play a video here that will talk to you about IFERP, and it has a lot more graphics and a lot more pictorial representation of IFERP does. So over to you, Karthik, to play the video. I take it, so Karthik is having
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICAS-ETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organisations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Thank you so much, Karthik, for playing the video. Now next, I would like to talk about our incredible IFERP application or app that has been launched and is now available for all the curious scientific researchers. It is presented as a delightful platform for academic and research breakthroughs. You can get this right now or download it from the Google Play Store for the upcoming conference updates. This app gives you a portable device as well as a very, very accessible way where you can get updates about the conferences that IFERP organizes. And there are many conferences they are done. We like to keep up with the modern changing world, and hence we have launched this application. Now, we would like to play a video about this app, which will give you a much clearer view and why you need to download it. Thank you, Karthik, for playing the video. As you can see, our app has been launched and it is available on the Google Play Store for you to download and use it as you see fit. On that note, as we have talked about IFERP and about the incredible application, we are moving on to talk about why we have gathered to this conference. Any event, any gathering that we go to has a purpose, and that purpose needs to be explained to everyone so that we are all on the same page. About the conference, one of the primary motives for the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education is held in Malaysia on the 26th and the 27th May of 2022, is to spur unique discoveries in terms of countering conventional challenges faced in everyday engineering activities and technologies. Technology is progressing at a very fast pace, which currently is weighing heavily on the Earth's bounty of natural resources and causing serious damage to the environment. The price for this large-scale and mass expansion in all forms of daily life is being paid for in the form of climate change. Today, dangerous pollution levels and global environmental degradation endangers the very existence of life on our planet. Now more than ever, there is an urgent need for professionals from all sectors of engineering and science to come together and work together to find sustainable solutions to sustain economic growth without harming the environment in any way whatsoever. As you can see, whatever actions we do, they have consequences. And today we are gathered here so that we can discuss upon our actions and we can discuss upon the consequences and we can discuss upon the actions that we can do to repair the consequences. With that, it is my pleasure and honor to welcome all our honorable dignitaries of the day for the conference. To all the dignitaries, let me start by thanking you all for spending your valuable time and putting in your efforts to spend with our conference. It is truly our pleasure and honor to have you with us. With that, first, I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speakers, Professor Michaelis Stoyanoglu, Professor in Hospitality and Tourism Development of International Programs, Jeonju University, South Korea, Dr. Banu Pratap Singh, Vice Chancellor, Maharishi University of Information Technology, MUIT, Lucknow, India. Next, I would like to welcome our special guest, a Professor, Dr. Rainer Alfred, Head of Research Unit, Knowledge Technology, Advanced Mission Intelligence, University Malaysia, Sabah, Malaysia. And Mr. Sid Kumar, MD and founder of Technorite Group. Next, I would like to welcome our session chairs, CSIR Dr. King Kok Nook, the Associate Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Swinburne University of Technology, Sarawak Campus, Kuching, Malaysia. Mr. Patel Chintan Ashwin Kumar, Assistant Professor, Electronics and Communication Engineering, Gandhinagar Institute of Technology, India. Thank you for joining us even during this pandemic situation as we are recovering from it and for imparting your expertise with us. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the world who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. It is not easy to participate with the changing time zones and with the changing time factors, but thank you so much for that. I would also like to welcome all our attendees that are joining us from around the world as well. With that, I would like to announce that we will be moving on to the proceedings book release. On behalf of all dignitaries and participants, we are happy to release our 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education Proceedings book. As you know, the conference proceedings book will serve as a very valuable contribution to all of you and would be a very, very valued and honored script that you would always use. So as you can see, this is the conference proceedings book release, and it is being displayed here. All right, So you would all be receiving your conference proceedings copy as well. With that note, welcome. I would like to welcome our keynote addresses as well as our speakers for the day, and I would like to welcome our chief guests also. I welcome Mr. Sid Kumar, who is the managing director and founder of Technorite Group, to deliver his welcome address. Before he takes his spotlight to deliver his speech, let me say a few words about Mr. Sid Kumar Chaja. He is an entrepreneur, an investor, a philanthropist, founder, and managing director of Technorite Group. He has 8 years of experience in organizing scientific conferences. He has completed his education in engineering from SRM University, Chennai, one of the most reputed colleges in Chennai, and an MBA from St. Peter's University of Chennai, also another reputed association and university. He is interested in doing several socio-academic activities for the welfare of the society, and under his guidance, IFERP has become one of the fastest growing organizations in Asia. His organization has received the Best Scientific Conference Production House of 2018 from APB, with success knowing no limit for Mr. Sid. He attributes his fame to his teamwork and the entrepreneur spirit that drives him to enable and how he can transform risk to opportunity and how he's able to handle the ever-changing environment in education and technology. Mr. Kumar, it is an honor to have you with us, and over to you, sir, to deliver your speech.
Thank you, Juveria, for your warm welcome. Very good morning to distinguished guests, eminent scholars, delegates, committee members, participants, and students. On behalf of IFERP, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you all to the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research, Studies, and Education. Moreover, I would like to welcome our Professor Michael Tonaglu, Professor in Hospitality and Tourism, Development of International Program, Jeonjo University, South Korea. Dr. S. Nagarajan, Principal and Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering, Surendra Institute of Engineering and Management, India. Dr. Bhanu Pratap Singh, Vice Chancellor, Maharishi University of Information Technology, India. Dr. Noor Zaman Zanzi, Director and Associate Professor, Center for Smart Society 5.0, Cluster Head, Cyber Security, Taylor University, Malaysia. Along with our speakers, I welcome the guest lecturer of this conference, Professor Dr. Rainer Alfred, Head of Research Unit, Knowledge Technology, Advanced Machine Intelligence, University Malaysia, Subah, Malaysia. Dr. Jihane Benmasud, Professor and Journal Reviewer, Guest Editor, Department of Tourism and Management, Cadi Ayad University, Morocco. Next, I would like to welcome our session chair, Dr. Satish Kumar Selva Perumal, Associate Professor and Academic Leader, School of Engineering, Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation, Malaysia. Dr. King Kwok, Associate Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Swinburne University of Technology, Malaysia. Dr. Joginder Singh, Senior Lecturer and Editor, School of Business, Asia Pacific Universities, Technology and Innovation, Malaysia. Dr. Lokesh C., Associate Professor, Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, Vidyavardhak College of Engineering, India. Along with our session chairs, I welcome all organizing committee members, national and international advisory committee members, scientific committee members, distinguished guests, eminent scholars, delegate participants, and students of this fruitful ICMDRSE 2022, who present both breadth and excellence in industry experience, in university research, and in government policy making, and reflect their broad interest, excitement, and concern across society in how applied science, engineering, technology, business and management studies, education, and technology will influence our shared futures. This is a room full of experts of engineering, science, and technology. So, in case you are wondering, I am not one of them. I would like, however, to open the day with a few observations about why this work matters so much and how I hope we can all make a difference. As a managing director of technology groups, I talked to many CEOs in many industries and heard the same things over and over. They say, I have hundreds of people that I am laying off because their jobs have disappeared and I do not need their skills. And I have hundreds of jobs opening that I cannot fill because I can't find people with the right training and skills. At the same time, in a recent study, 72% of people say that they feel worried or very worried about a future where robots and computers can do many human jobs. And 76% believe that is such a future economic inequality. And I am sure you all have heard similar comments. So it's clear to everyone that deep change is happening, and most people it's not clear how to respond. I think that most of us would agree that every past technology wave ultimately produced more jobs than it's destroyed, and that every past technology wave also delivered important gains such as higher living standard, longer lives, and less disease, better communication, rising productivity, and economical growth, and nearly every advantage that comes with modern life. However, this time many people fear that the change may be so fast and so vast, and it is impact so uneven and disruptive that it may threaten not only individual livelihood but the stability of society itself. Fortunately, this outcome is not inevitable, and the future in our own hand. In fact, it is the past deliberated coordinations, actions smoothed that way during this kind of transition. This time is we want that advanced technology to benefit everyone. We must proactively and thoughtfully reinvented the future of work. Reinventing the future of work needs to be whole society effort, and finding long-term solution which required ideas and initiative from every quarter. Automation will transform our work, our lives, our society. Technologies embody the value of those who makes them. Those of us advancing new technology must help make certain that they do not wind up damaging the society we intended them to serve. Getting this right may be among the most important and inspiring challenges of our time, and it should be a priority for everyone who hopes to enjoying benefit of a society that healthy and stable because it's offer opportunities for all. I am convinced that those of us leading and benefiting from the technology's revolution must help lead the way to a future in which technology works for everyone. I believe IFERP can continue to be leader in this work, and I hope many of you will seize the opportunity to join us. I would like to cite words Jimmy Wells. If it isn't on Google, it doesn't exist. Those can serve a best description of the reality transformed by technology. Technology changes. We live in a world where physical world existing in parallelly with cyberspace and digital representation of ourselves. Today we have more virtual friends than real, forming together large online communities. We live in a world where data is oil. In our world, it's easier to get free Wi-Fi than free water. Today we don't use technology, but we live technology. Internet is no longer global network we connect to. Instead, it's interconnected world we live in. For our generation, the easiest and fastest way to change the world is to build a new technology. So while concluding, I would like to welcome all the conference participants and who are awaiting to share their knowledge and experience and to explore better way of education for our future leaders. I take this opportunity to welcome each one of you and express our gratitude in your agreeing to participate in this conference. To put a conference of this together is not a small task to that end. I would like to welcome and express my sincere gratitude to all of our coordinator, committee members, and session chairs. I welcome all once again on behalf of entire IFERP group of this 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be part of this wonderful scientific conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful speech. You talked a lot and you've given a lot of gratitude to all of our organizers and our participants and delegates who have joined us today. And it is such a warm feeling when you have such a huge personality who comes and welcomes you to the conference himself. And we are so thankful to Mr. Sudhkumar Charja for his time and for giving us his wonderful speech. And on behalf of everyone, I think I speak when I say that it is a very, very warm welcome that you've given all of us. So moving on, next, I would like to welcome Professor Mikhail Tonoglu. He is the professor in the Hospitality and Tourism Development of International Programs of Jeonju University, South Korea. He would be delivering the keynote speech of the day today. So I would like to call Professor Mikhail Tonoglu to deliver his keynote address. I have been given to understand that he is having certain technical issues so that he would be, since his network is not that strong. So if he is not available, we would be moving on to the next. So Professor Mikhail Tonoglu. All right, I think we can afford to give him the time to sort out his technical issues and to sort out his time. In the meanwhile, we do have other keynote speakers that are more happy to talk to you about it. So next, I would like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Reinhard Alfred, who is our special guest, and he is the head of research unit knowledge of technology, advanced mission intelligence, University Malaysia Sabah, Malaysia. Sir, I would like to invite you to deliver your guest lecture onto the spotlight, please. So, Dr. Rainer Alfred. You know, technology unites us, but at the same time, the same technology does, create a few hurdles for us at sometimes, which is very hard to connect. Even though we are connected on such a huge platform with such a reliable technology, it does have its very own glitches that come forward with it. So I see Associate Professor Dr. Rainer Alfred has joined us. So, Professor, if you have joined us, it is over to you to deliver your keynote address. So, Dr. Rainer Alfred. Sometimes it is amazing to see how, technology affects us. I'm sure we can give him the few minutes to sort out his technical glitches, if any. All right, so Dr. Rainer Alfred is sorting out his issues that he has. In the meanwhile, I would like to talk to you on what is the agenda after the keynote address. So let me give all of you a heads up. So as the keynote address is finished, we will be having a group virtual photo session that will be happening. So to all the people here, you can go ahead, touch yourself up and prepare yourself for the photo session that is to happen. And with that, we will be completing the inauguration ceremony and we will be moving into the technical sessions and where we will be having the presenters and everybody presenting on their topics and according to the paper that they have. Now, I will be giving the instructions out once again also during the technical sessions, but since we do have maximum participation now, I would like to talk to you that the maximum time for presentation during the technical sessions for a participant is 8 minutes of time. As we do have many other participants, kindly be mindful of your time. You will be given 8 minutes to present your work and you will be getting 2 minutes of time to answer any questions that our session chair or any of the participants is posing to you. We would like to request you to please put your PPT on the slideshow mode that is available in the Microsoft PPT while you're presenting it so that we can view it better and to sort out your audio issues beforehand as you are joining in. And as we do have the participants list with us, I would like to announce that we would be announcing the first participant and the following participant's name as well so that you can prepare and be ready with your presentation. Any participant, if you are not responding or if you're unable to respond, please put it up in the chat box. We would call your name twice to confirm whether you're there in the session or not before proceeding to the next participant. So let me repeat the instructions again. Your presentation time is a maximum of 8 minutes for your total presentation. Kindly do not exceed the time. If you are to exceed the time, our session chair or the host, me, can step in and ask you to stop your presentation to conclude it. And you will be receiving 2 minutes of time to answer any questions that are posed by our session chair and as well as by the participants. And you would have to present your work on the presentation mode, the slideshow mode that is available on the PPT. And please sort out your audio issues beforehand and your network issues as well. And the final touch is that please be mindful of the time that you have and your name will be called twice before we move on to the next participant. Please be aware of your time slots and please keep up with it. So I have been informed that Professor Rainer Alfred is having certain technical issues in sharing his PPT. I mean, it happens to all of us, right? So let's give him a few minutes. Let's wait as he affords the few minutes. I mean, a conference is about the keynote address, right? And we cannot proceed without the keynote address. So let us wait a few minutes as he sorts out the technical issues. In the meanwhile, I think the participants and the presenters who are present there, you can follow my instructions and have your presentations and everything sorted so that we are not delayed during the technical sessions that is happening. So in the meanwhile, let me say what is rest there on the agenda. So after the technical session 1, we will be taking a lunch break, which would be for a prescribed period of about half an hour. All right. So I have been informed that the professor requires a little bit more time to sort out his issues. In the meanwhile, we have another address. So I would like to invite to the spotlight Mr. Patel Chintan Ashwin Kumar to give us a speech. So Mr. Patel Chintan Ashwin Kumar, can we have your speech here, please? Yes, over
Am
to you,
I
sir.
audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much for the invitation as in conference chair, session chair. So this is the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research
I'm
Studies.
sorry, sir, but we are unable to see your video.
Okay.
Now you're visible. And we've lost
so
you again. All right.
It's not happening. Okay. So thank you so much for the invitation as a session chair. This is the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education. Today is the first day, and I want to congratulate to all the participants who have joined us, the organizers, especially the IFERP. I think I have some issues with my video. Am I visible?
No. No, sir, you're not yet visible.
Wait a minute. Now is it there? Actually, I joined from the mobile device and
Yeah, it is available now.
okay. So basically, I'm working with an engineering institute. Now it has become the university, and I have designed an antenna for my research. I want to congratulate all the participants for being here, the organizers, especially IFERP, for organizing the most beautiful events. IFERP are known for the organizing such wonderful events. I have been session chair for many international and national conference. I've been associated with more than 26 journals as an advisory board member. I have been associated with many other technical chair sessions. All the participants, I wish that you could present your best. As we proceed ahead, I will be evaluating your presentation based on your research work. I wish that all of you would have a great research work ahead, and I will see all research work. I will evaluate all research work that you are going to present. Science and technology nowadays, as our previous speaker told, is the biggest spectacular run away from it. I think this oil, the data, and the research will impact the mankind in a very large manlyhood. So for this, we need to proceed with our presentations. I just want to thank all of you for being here, being the part of this international conference. And again, I would like to thank and express my deep gratitude to the organizers and the speaker too. So we shall begin, and all the best to all the participants.
Thank you so much for that wonderful welcome and the speech that you had. It was very nice to have a session chair wishing the participants in order to say that you would be evaluating them and to say a very good few words about IFERP as well.
Thank you so much.
So as we are waiting for our keynote speakers, so I am yet to receive information on the keynote speakers that we have. I'm sure many of you are waiting to hear their keynote addresses. All right, I have been informed by our team that we will be proceeding with the technical session that we have. I'm so sorry, there was a network lag from my side. So as I had been saying, we will be proceeding with the technical session. And I would like to inform that before we move on to the technical session, it is my humble request to all the participants and the listeners who are present to please turn on your cameras so that we could have a photo session now. Please understand that we are not forcing anyone and it is of your own wish that we would like you to turn on your camera so that we can take a group photo. So yes, I see many wonderful smiling faces. It's very nice to see all of you. And thank you for complying with us and for turning on your cameras. All right. So yes, as I say 1, 2, and 3. So on the third, so we will take a screenshot of the virtual room and we'll have a photo. So all right, so everyone have your smiles ready. So 1, 2, and 3. So smile. All right. So just let's take one more. Okay. So yes, so thank you so much. It was a very wonderful photo and it has turned out really well. Thank you to all who have turned on your cameras and who have smiled for the picture. So with that note, we are moving into the technical session of the day. And as a keynote are sorting out their issues and joining in later, so we'll be having the keynote addresses later. With that, I would like to invite all the participants for the technical session 1 that is here going to start as of now. And I would like to welcome our session chair for this particular session, who is TSIR Dr. King Kofu and Mr. Patel Chintan Ashwin Kumar for the technical session. So I am aware that Mr. Chintan Patel is available here for the call. So our other session chair, Dr. King Kofu, are you available here? If you are, please drop a message in the chat box. So let me give a few minutes to the participants to prepare yourself before we start off. I am so sorry. So my net was cut off and there was a huge lag of that. So thank you so much for patiently bearing with us on it. All right, as we were talking about, so you'll be starting the technical session. So I can see that Dr. King Coke has joined us, and so Mr. Chintan.
Yes,
All right. So yes, sir. So we just wanted to check for the session before we start off.
we can start.
Yeah. So before we start off with the session, we have a small video presentation from our committee members who have sent it exclusively for the conference. And my colleague Karthik is going to be sharing it on the screen for all of you to view it.
Good day. My name is Dr. Abu Bakar Muhammad Sheikh from the University of Selangor, Malaysia. I would like to thank to the organizer of the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Study and Education, which will be held from 26 to 27 May 2022 in Malaysia. I am a member of the Scientific Studies Committee. Therefore, I invite you to register to attend this seminar, either as a paper presenter or a seminar participant. I am ready to advise on education, especially in the subfield of education management, pedagogy, teaching of the Malay language, life skill, and early childhood education. Thank you very much.
A very warm welcome to all participants of this conference. I'm Dr. Joginder Singh from Asia Pacific University in Malaysia. Firstly, allow me to warmly thank the organizers of this conference for giving me the privilege of welcoming all participants to the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research, Studies and Education, ICMDRSE-2022. I would like to thank the organizers for organizing and bringing all the participants to present their papers and learn from the other presenters. This is a platform to foster learning and networking. The presentations are expected to cover a wide spectrum of topics across several fields that are focused on the conference theme, namely fostering and bringing together multidisciplinary research studies on a single indivisible platform. I'm sure that each one of you will identify subjects of your interest and will benefit from many fruitful and enriching presentations and discussions. I'm particularly happy to be part of this conference. I congratulate you for your participation and wish you all the success. Thank you for your attention. I wish the conference a success.
So, as you can see, we had Dr. Haj Abu Bakr Bin and Dr. Juginder Singh. Next is Dr. Ramesh Ate.
Yeah, myself, Dr. Ramesh Atte, Department of Data Science and Intelligence Systems, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Dharwad, India. First of all, a warm welcome to globally participants and the delegates in 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research, Studies and Education. And it is scheduled in May 26th and 27th, 2022 in Malaysia. A warm welcome to eminent scientists and researchers for their different field of talk and presentations, which must be enrich the sessions and good knowledge and experiences to the participants as well as organizing team members. In this connection, I would like to wish this conference a grand success. Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Achala Palagidara.
Hello, greetings to all. It's a great pleasure and honor for being invited as an International Advisory Committee member for the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education. It will be held on 26th and 27th May 2022, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I would also like to welcome all the researchers, professors, keynote speakers who come forward and trying to disseminate the knowledge, experience they have gathered over the years with the students community. I must also thank and congratulate the organizing committee for their immense work to organize the conference in this nature. I must thank you all again and congratulate for the event a great success. Thank you.
Next, we have a message from Dr. Ajit Padiana.
Hi, I'm Dr. Chit. I'm a member of this International Advisory Committee of this fantastic conference on multidisciplinary research studies and education, which is going to be held soon in Malaysia. The platform is actually for all the sort of researchers and scholars, practitioners and academicians, students and scientists to discuss interdisciplinary research and training in engineering and technology. The conference is also intended for researchers, decision makers, educators, senior managers, practitioners and others to serve as comprehensive platform to present and discuss the latest discoveries, interest, drifts, as well as the practical difficulties and resolutions in sectors such as engineering and technology. I request all of you to take part in this conference and utilize the opportunity to discuss and contribute to the growth of the ecosystem. Thank you. All the best.
Next, I would like to ask Dr. Lavanya.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education.
So Karthik, the video is not audible.
ICMDRSE 2022, and this will be held in Malaysia on 26th and 27th of May
Karthik, the
2022.
audio is not audible.
Technology is advancing at a breakneck speed, putting a strain on the earth's natural resources and wreaking havoc on the environment. And climate change is paying a price for this large scale and widespread expansion in all aspects of business life. Today, high pollution levels and worldwide environmental degradation put life on our planet in a jeopardy. Professionals from various fields of engineering and research are needed now more than ever to join together and collaborate to create long-term solutions that will allow this economy to grow without damaging the environment. That's why ICMDRSE 2022 has established a platform for you all for sharing your research, innovation, and best practices with the expectation of constructive comments and interaction with the domain experts. Looking you forward to meet you in 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education. Thank you.
Yes, Karthik, go ahead and sharing the video. So next we have Dr. Noor Nadia Binti Samri.
Hi, I am Nunada Zamri, a lecturer from Faculty of Informatics and Computing, University Sultan Zainal Abidin. I have completed my PhD in Mathematical Sciences at University Malaysia Terengganu, where my major research lies in the area of fuzzy expert systems, fuzzy decision making, social statistics, and data analytics. Currently, I am a visiting postdoctoral researcher at Manchester Cancer Research Centre, University of Manchester, where I work with Prof. David Wage in the field of cancer genomics and data science. My work focuses on applying machine learning, deep learning, and statistical techniques to make novel discoveries across a wide range of cancer types. My target is to analyze data from whole genome sequencing experiments to identify genomic features that drive tumor evolution with my focus on lung cancer. Here, I have been allocated in Sherlock Lung group with other teams from the National Cancer Institute US Department of Health and Human Services, where the study focuses on lung cancer in never smokers. The objective of the Sherlock Lung study is to identify mutational signatures and relate them to past exogenous and endogenous processes by analyzing the cancer genome of 2,000 ethnically diverse lung cancer in never smokers cases identified through previous research efforts. Then, to develop an integrated molecular, histological, and radiological classifications of lung cancer in never smokers. From this postdoctoral training, I hope that I can develop and master a wide range of machine learning, deep learning, and data science skills and techniques across different omic types. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
So next is Dr. Shaurabh Sharma.
good morning, and warm regards to all. Thank you to everyone who joined here. My name is Dr. Saurabh Sharma, Assistant Professor in the Department of Computer Science and Applications with having 8 years of experience. My area of specialization is IoT, computer networks, and operating system. It is my esteemed pleasure to gratify all the delegates and participants to the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education, going to be organized on 26th to 27th of May 2022 at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I welcome all the prominent speakers who are capable enough to share their intellectual knowledge. The main objective of this conference is to provide a platform for scholars, researchers, and faculty to share their vast knowledge gained through experience. This conference will provide a nice exposure of the key points of research studies and education field. I congratulate all the organizers, committee members, and whole team for the keen interest and efforts of organizing and providing such the platform. I wish this conference a magnificent success. Thank you.
So next, we have Dr. Sheila Shanmuganathan.
It is my pleasure to welcome all the participants for the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education on 26th and 27th May 2022, Malaysia. I welcome all the eminent speakers and guests from all over the country from different walks of life. You have come here to share their knowledge and vast experience with the student community. The theme of this conference revolves around bringing engineering, technology, and management research areas synchronously on an indivisible platform. The main intention of conference is to integrate interdisciplinary inquiry to deliver the best application. I'm happy to note that this conference will provide a good deliberation in the recent scientific and technological innovation to make our nation a developed country. On this occasion, I congratulate the organizer, committee members, session chairs, and keynote speakers in their effort in organizing and participating in this international conference. With this, I wish the conference a grand success. Thank you.
Next is a message from Dr. Subrata Saha.
Welcome to all participants in the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education, that is ICMDRSE-2022. I hope this conference will provide a meaningful platform to share the views, ideas, and recent development and expected space to work together for better future. Thank you.
Next is Dr. Tan Seok E.
Warm and happy greetings to all. I am Dr. Tan Seok E, or you may call me Dr. Esther. I am from University Kebangsaan, Malaysia. It is my pleasure to welcome all the participants from the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education 2022 on 26 to 27 May 2022, Malaysia. I welcome all the eminent speakers and guests from all over the country from different walks of life. You have come here to share their knowledge and vast experience with the students community. The theme of this conference revolves around bringing engineering, technology, and management research areas synchronically on an indivisible platform. The main intentions of conference is to integrate interdisciplinary inquiry to deliver the best applications. I am happy to note that this conference will provide good deliberations in the recent scientific and technological innovations to make our nations a developed country. On these occasions, I congratulate the organizer, committee members, session chairs, and keynote speakers for their efforts in organizing and participating in this international conference. I wish the conference a grand success and good luck. Thank you, everyone.
So I apologize again. I apologize for the network lag from my side. So yes, we can go ahead with the video presentations that were happening. So next is Dr. Tian Andran.
Hello everyone, I'm Tian Anh Trần. I'm researcher at the Vietnam Maritime University in Vietnam. I'm organizing committee member for the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research, Study and Education on May in Malaysia. I have something to talk about this conference. This conference will be good platform for everyone, for researcher, professor, to share the knowledge, to share experience in this platform and contribute something like that. So I push for something to invite the participant to participate with this conference and share the knowledge from that. We all the best in this conference and success. Thank you very much.
So next is Dr. Salad Abu Bakr Bebas.
Hello, dear all. Today, I'm so glad to be here, and it's my honor to be an international advisory committee of the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research, Studies, and Education on the 26th, 27th on May 2022 at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I would like to shortly introduce myself. I'm a lecturer right now in Statistics Department at College of Administration and Economics at Salahuddin University. I gained bachelor's degree in 2007 in Statistics Department at Salahuddin University, and I was third of the student among 132 students. After that, I gained a master's scholarship in applied statistics at the University of Central Florida at the United States of America with the GPA 3.425 out of 4 on May 2014. After finishing, I came back to home to serve my country as much I could. I have been working in several universities as a researcher, data analysis director in different situations. I've been teaching several classes such as statistics, applied statistics, logistic regression, modeling, SPSS, academic debate, and so on. Now,
Next is Dr. K. Tamil Maran.
Estimated honorable conference committees, chairpersons, and keynote speaker, respectable scientific committee members, respectable national advisory committee and international advisory committee. I'm happy to serve as international scientific committee advisory committee member in this wonderful fifth international research conference from Malaysia, and happy to welcome the participant, and also I am waiting for learn more knowledge and from different countries and different researchers. Yes.
Next is Dr. Umesh Segal.
Good evening and warm regards to all. Thank to you everyone who are joined. My name is Dr. Umesh Saigal and Associate Professor in Sanpa Park Singh University in the Department of Computer Science and Application, and I am having 22 years of teaching experience, and my area of specialization is cybersecurity, wireless sensor networks, green computing and the IoT. It is my esteemed pleasure to all the delegates and participants of 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education going to be organized on 26th and 27th of May at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I welcome all the speakers who are capable enough to share their knowledge. The main objective of this conference is to provide a platform from scholars, researchers and faculty to share their vast knowledge gained through experience. This conference will provide a very nice exposure of the keywords of the research studies and also for the faculty members and the education field. I congratulate all the organizer, committee members, speakers and whole team of the interest and efforts of organizing and providing such platforms. I wish this conference with a very huge success. Thank you and best of luck.
Next is Dr. Wong Wei Kit.
Hi, my name is Wong, and I'm currently serving as a senior lecturer in Curtin University. And on behalf of the committee, I'd like to welcome you to our 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education, which will be held on 26 to 27 of May 2002, and this time around in Malaysia. We welcome all the eminent speakers and the participants in this conference from all walks of life. This time around, the theme of the conference will be an intersection between engineering, technology, and management. So we are expecting to see many wonderful presentations around. I'm happy that this conference will include many respectable and a lot of high impact research, and I hope that everybody will be able to gain something from this wonderful research. So that's all. Thank you.
Next is Mrs. Gayatri Sankat.
Hi, I hope all are you fine with your research. I am Gayatri Sankat, member International Advisory Committee, on behalf of ICMDRSE conference, I am welcoming all of you for the forthcoming hybrid conference which is held in Malaysia. On behalf of, I am welcoming you, all of you, for this, that is gracious conference. I hope all of you participate well, and we are also welcoming you. And next one is, we are also hoping for the that is good presentators as the valuable presentations. Thanking you very much.
Next is Mr. Raghuram Raman.
Hi, greetings to everyone. I am Raman Raghuraman from AIMS University. I welcome all of you for the 5th International Conference on Multi-Disciplinary Research Studies and Education, ICMDRSE-2022, to be held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia on 26th and 27th of May 2022. This conference encourages the participation with multidisciplinary approach. I welcome all the participants to make this conference fruitful. Thank you.
Next is Professor Zainab.
Hello everyone. I'm Professor Dr. Zainab Ngaini from University Malaysia Sarawak, UNIMAS. As one of the committee members, I wish to express my gratitude and appreciation to all paper presenters and participants for all your support and participation in the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education. As you all know, this conference will be held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia on the 26th to 27th May 2022. With the goal of bringing engineering, technology, and management research areas synchronically on individual platform, I'm confident that this conference will be a great success as it provides a platform for exchanging ideas and new knowledge. It is also an appropriate opportunity for researchers to share their creative ideas in various disciplines within Malaysia as well as abroad. It is hoped that this conference will play an important role to encourage and embrace cooperative and collaborative interdisciplinary work among the researchers and deliver the best application. Finally, I hope this conference will be a great success and create more opportunity for meaningful collaboration among participants. To all participants, all the best in this conference, ICMDRSE-2022. Thank you very much.
Next is Dr. Saiful Nizam bin Jamian.
Sincere greeting to all. I am Saiful Nizam bin Jamian from University Tunisia, Malaysia. On behalf of the co-organizing community, I would like to welcome all the participants for the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education on 26th and 27th May 2022 in Malaysia. I welcome all the speakers and guests from all over the country come here to this conference. The main goal of this conference is to provide a common platform for knowledge interchange and sharing in terms of current research and development between researchers, academicians, industries, practitioners in multidisciplinary area. I hope all delegates will participate actively in the conference. My gratitude and best wish to the entire team who have made the conference a success. Thank you.
Next is Dr. Noris Akmar Mazilan.
Welcome to all speakers and presenters to the 5th International Welcome to all speakers and presenters to the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education. In short, it's called ICMDRSE. I am Technical Specialist Dr. Nusadatul Akamazlan, the Managing Director of Think Plus Consulting and Think Plus Academy, and also the Secretary General to Sustainable Business Network Association Malaysia. I have been appointed as committee member to the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education, which is organized by the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, where the official website is at www.icmdrse.com. I would like to call upon all the recipients of the Malaysia GPM Sustainability Awards, professors, lecturers, researchers, and corporate trainers to present papers to the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education. The 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education will be held on 26 and 27 May 2022 in Kuala Lumpur. Kindly register your interest to the speaker and presenter, and also to organize this event. Register yourself to the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education and send your details.
Honorable key speakers, presenters, and participants. My name is Zohaib Hassan Sain from Pakistan. I'm honored to be invited as an International Advisory Committee member. I welcome all the participants for the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education on 26 to 27th May 2022 at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. As you all know, engineering and technology are changing at a fast pace nowadays. ICMDRSE 2022 is a suitable platform for experts, academicians, technicians, scholars, industries all across the globe to present and share their research and findings on the most current progressions of energy, engineering, and technology. This conference aims to provide young academics, students, and researchers in the early phase of their research careers with the most up-to-date information. Of course, it is also a golden opportunity for experts in their corresponding domains in the engineering and technology to exchange knowledge. ICMDRSE 2022 is organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, established in year 2000 and located in Chennai, India. Today, IFERP is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional association in the field of engineering, science, and technology, with more than 14,000 professional members and 18,000 student members, operating under the Technorate Research and Development Association. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karthik, for sharing your screen and for sharing all those wonderful messages from our committee members. I'm sure every one of you could see that the number of committee members we have and how much time and energy has been invested into this conference. On that note, we will be moving on to the technical sessions. So once again, I would like to invite Dr. King Kosok and Mr. Patel Chintan Ashwin Kumar to preside over the session as we will be starting it. So session chair, from your go ahead, can we start the session?
So, good morning. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Yes.
So I will chair the whole session, is it? Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Is there any rule and regulation?
So yes, we have a set of guidelines that has to be followed by the participants. I would like to repeat it once more. So the presentation time for participants is 8 minutes, with 2 minutes for answering any questions that the session chairs or the participants have. If any of the participants is exceeding the time limit of 8 minutes, the session chair or the host, myself, have the authority to ask them to conclude their session. And the second guideline is to present the presentations on the slideshow mode that is available on the PPT. And the third is that any participant will be called twice. So just to confirm whether they are available or not, if you are available here in the meeting, kindly please respond saying that you are here in the meeting so that we do know that you are present. And any participant who does not respond after being called twice would be skipped over to the next participant.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will start the session, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Welcome everyone. Welcome for this fifth international conference on the most multidisciplinary research studies and educations. So the short form of it will be ICMDRSE. So for technical session number 1, we have 15 speakers. So without further delay, I would like to invite our first speaker for the session. He is Sales G. Arif Jr. And the title that he's going to present will be Neural Network Best Time series for forecasting of HIV epidemics, the impact of antiretroviral therapies in the Philippines. So please start your presentation, Mr. Sales G. Arif Jr. Yeah, are you ready? Sales G. Arif Jr.
Participants, we would appreciate a response from you. You are on mute, Mr. Sales. Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible.
Hello, I'm Nabuhay from the Philippines. My paper is entitled Neural Network-Based Time Series Forecasting of HIV Epidemics, the Impact of Antiretroviral Therapies in the Philippines. This is the abstract of my study. According to HIV/AIDS and Art Registry of the Philippines, or HARP, the Philippines has the fastest growing HIV/AIDS epidemic in the Asia-Pacific region, according to the study of Dangquangco. Report shows that the cases of new HIV infection in the Philippines has grown at a disturbing rate. In fact, as of February 2022, there were a total of 96,266 HIV cases since it hit the Philippines last January 1984. And there were 5,483 total deaths due to HIV infection. According to the Joint United Nations Program on HIV/AIDS, the Philippines' progress towards reaching HIV 90-90-90 goals is slow, with 76% of people living with HIV aware of their status, while 57% know their status and are on treatment. With an increase from 3,757 cases in March 2009, the date when ART began in the Philippines, the HIV caseload in the country is nearing 100,000 mark, a nearly 26-fold increase in new HIV incidents. Forecasting the rate of HIV spread and modeling of its course have a critical impact on health systems and policymakers. Number 1, according to Fard et al., policymaking relies on discernments formed by prediction models to propose new public health responses and strategies. Number 2, Ali et al. In his study also mentioned that forecasting HIV epidemics will help the medical practitioners to know the future trends of the spread and to know the best possible treatments, preventive measures, and protections. Several popular strategies have been implemented for the prediction of HIV spread, as shown in the table, implemented in different regions and with the corresponding pros and cons. So why choose artificial neural network? With several artificial intelligence strategies available, the ANN has shown superiority over earlier forecasting models in terms of accuracy and precision, according to the study of Pard et al. It is the most popular and widely used network paradigm in many applications such as forecasting, according to Zhang et al. The application of the ANN model in predicting HIV epidemics is shown in this table. One good example is the study of Nuni and Nuni, who produced several papers using ANN to HIV ART coverage in several countries such as Kenya, Egypt, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Malawi. However, it can be noticed in the table that there is no recent study on predicting HIV cases in the Philippines using this algorithm. Further, there is no ANN implementations in Philippine setting, which studies the impact of ART program. Therefore, the general objectives of the study is to develop an ANN model used to forecast the number of monthly cases in the Philippines during the implementation of the ART program. Specific objectives are as follows. So how does ANN work? The HIV/AIDS epidemic in the Philippines started in 1984 with 2 cases. However, the ART coverage began in March 2009 according to Kibila. Therefore, the dataset from March 2009 to February 2022, equivalent to 156 months, were used for forecasting to determine the impact of ART coverage in the Philippines. Confirmed HIV-positive persons were reported to the Philippine Department of Health, Epidemiology Bureau, and recorded to HARP the official record of the total number of laboratory-confirmed diagnoses. Here is the methodological flowchart in predicting HIV/AIDS cases using ANN algorithm. Now, the following are the mathematical expressions in implementing ANN, which are programmed in MATLAB environment. Here, the set of inputs are multiplied with weights and are expressed in equations 1 to 4. The threshold function is required for comparing the difference between input and output layer. It can be written in equations 5 and 6. A nonlinear autoregressive tool is applied in the study to forecast the series time value of YT. Mathematically, it can be expressed by equations 7 to 9. So this study uses 4 metrics of regression, as shown in equations 10 to 13, to evaluate the performance of the ANN forecasting model as follows. Now, here are the findings of this study. Findings 1, on validity of ART dataset as a good fit for the ANN model in forecasting. The dataset covering the ART implementation in the Philippines has been found applicable to the forecasting of HIV cases. From the regression plot of the model on the left figure, the R value of the trained model is 0.99937, while the tested model is 1.0, which indicates a very high accuracy of prediction. On the other hand, the autocorrelation plot of the model on the right figure shows that the values are closer to 0, indicating a greater degree of positive correlation. Findings 2 on the predicted future values of monthly and cumulative cases by the end of 2030. From the table, it is predicted that the monthly case on December 2030 will reduce to 317. That's a 69.92% decrease from the February 2022 data. Also, the predicted cumulative cases is 256,983, nearly a 3-fold increase from the actual case in February 2022. So based on figure 6, the predicted values show random albeit cycles with upward and downward drifts. On the other hand, figure 7 shows a linear upward trend in cumulative cases, meaning the number of HIV cases in the Philippines will keep rising. Findings 3 on the Philippines' progress in the adoption of SDG 3 of Project 2030. So based on the prediction, the new HIV incidence will reach 317 by December 2030, from 174 in December 2010, an 82.18% increase. Further, 2030 forecast shows that the case may rise to 11,674 from 1,591 in 2010. That's a 633.75% increase. Therefore, the Philippines is still far from the goals of ending the HIV epidemic. Findings 4 on comparisons between observed and predicted values of HIV epidemic. Figure 8 shows that the values of the observed and predicted cases are a little fluctuated in some cases. Also, in figure 9 shows that they are somewhat close and similar. Thus, the overall result may be considered significant. Findings 5 on the performance measures of ANN as a forecasting model. The RMSE is 5.61, MAE is 164.78, and NAPE is 46.9, which produce very low values, which means the method used is effective. On the other hand, the ART datasets obtain a person's R-squared equivalent to 0.5803, which indicate a nearly perfect fit and therefore a highly reliable model for this particular forecast. The following conclusions are obtained from the findings presented as follows. And here are some of the references cited in this study. Thank you for listening. I am Salis Arabi Jr. saying, keep safe, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Sales Arif Jr. Yeah, thank you for your interesting presentation. So, can I open the floor for Q&A? Is there any questions from the floor?
Yes, sir. I have a question, sir.
Yeah, please.
Mr. Sales, it's really interesting research that you conducted. I'm impressed with the how you utilize machine learning. If I'm not mistaken, ANN is part of the deep learning. Now, the question is, how do you have a specific architecture in terms of input, hidden and out layer that and then that you conducted? And also, I'm also intrigued with the types of activation function that you use in this model. Thank you, Mr. Sales.
Regarding the threshold function, I actually use two. The first one is I use the tangent sigmoid function between the input and the hidden layer. And I also use the linear transfer function between the hidden and output layer. So this will be used for reasonable adjustment for neural network where actually speed is significant in this study. And regarding the input hidden layer, I actually used the 1-10-1 as the ratio, 1 for the input, 10 for the hidden layers, and 1 for the output layer, so that we will be able to arrive at a desirable model.
So that means it's actually regressions or classification?
Regression.
Regression, okay. So
yes.
That means, okay, I got it. Thank you, Mr. Sales. Thank you, Mr. Dr. Kwok.
Yeah, thank you. Is any other question from the floor? If no, then I have a question for you, Mr. Sales. And then can I know what is the algorithm that you use in the neural network? Algorithm. Is it the backpropagation algorithm or the meta-heuristic algorithm?
This is exactly an MLP. So this is a multi-layer feed-forward neural network structure.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Is there any other question from the floor? Is there none? Thank you very much, Mr. Sales. So
thank you very much.
Proceed. Thank you. Thank you very much. Then we proceed with the second presenter for today. The second presenter for this session is Miss Mary Joy D. Venus, and the topic that she's going to present is forecasting PM2.5 and PM10 air quality index using artificial neural network. So the floor is yours, Miss Mary.
If my screen is visible.
Yeah, can you share screen? Yeah, thank you. We can have it. We are having it. Yeah, can you start?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. I'm Mary Joy D. Venus, a Doctor of Information Technology student from Technological Institute of the Philippines, Quezon City. My co-authors are Dr. Bobby D. Gerardo, President of Northern Iloilo State University and Professor of IT TIPQC, and Dr. Ruji P. Medina, the Dean of TIPQC Graduate Program. Our study is about forecasting particulate matter 2.5 and particulate matter air quality index using artificial neural network. This is the abstract of our study. Air pollution. Air pollution is a risk of human health. It is also fundamental altering our climate with profound impacts on the health of the planet. The fine particle pollution caused 32,019 deaths in the Philippines in 2019, or 28.5 per 100,000 people. The Filipino people are exposed in an average of 19 microgram cubic meter a year, which is 1.9 times in the World Health Organization's guidelines. In the Philippines, the importance of having a clean air to the government is an evidence by the Republic Act number 8749, otherwise known as Philippine Clean Air Act. It is a comprehensive air quality management policy and program which aims to achieve and maintain a healthy air for all Filipinos. Through the Clean Air Act, Air Quality Indices, AQI, was formulated in compliance with the implementing rules and regulations of the law. The Environment Monitoring Bureau, ENB, of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, DNR, provides real-time and historic data on air pollutant concentration and air quality index calculation. But the data collection displayed on the ENB website is merely a report of annual monitoring data for ambient air quality. There is no known air quality forecasting model in the Philippines that utilize neural network. Why artificial neural network? In a review article of Masuod and Ahmad in 2021, ANN is one of the most accurate techniques for air quality forecasting. ANN has been successfully implemented in air pollution predicting and forecasting application and resort to data-driven approaches as an alternative to traditional approaches. ANN structure model can generalize and tolerate error, allowing it to be adaptable and quick at problem solving. It can model highly nonlinear relationship and can be trained to generalize accurate and when presented with new data. The application of the neural network in forecasting the air quality index is shown in the table. To date, the proposed study is the only ANN-based air quality index forecasting developed in the country to forecast air quality as concerned about the pollution's harm public health and welfare. So the motivation of this study is to enhance the traditional air quality monitoring and reporting of the DENR-ENB and forecast the air quality index accurately and efficiently. Thus, this paper has developed an AQI forecasting using an ANN model for particulate matter concentration in atmospheric air. This figure represents the system architecture of an air quality index forecasting using ANN. The data used in this study is the recorded real-time data on the hourly basis of PM10 and PM2.5 pollutants from the Mehan Garden Station in Manila. The required data capture is a minimum of 45 minutes with the data to make a representative hour. The year cover is in forecasting AQI is from January 2020 to February 2022. In the pre-processing, data are classified based on the parameter of pollutants and predict air quality index based on the concentration, date, and time recorded. To convert the pollutant concentration value, micrograms per normal cubic meter to AQI, here is the simple equation that can be used to AQI values. AQI indicates the quality of air and its health effect. Here are the tables to illustrate the AQI range and category of PM10 and PM2.5 air pollutant concentration. Different ranges of AQI values correspond to varying levels of air pollution. The higher the AQI value, the worse the air quality. This study utilized a feed-forward neural network with a 3-layer perceptron model. The input variables, PM25, PM10, time, and date are contained in the first input layer. Different numbers of neuron and hidden layers were selected to optimize the ANN performance. The third layer of the forecasting model is the output layer, which primarily consists of pollutants and AQI. All data were partitioned in 70% for training and 30% for testing. Python software was used to conduct data analysis TensorFlow works on TensorFlow to work on the open source artificial library and builds model using data flow graphs. The model need advantage of ReLU to reduce computational complexity and Adam to update weights for greater precision. Scikit-learn metrics are utilized to implement several losses scores and functions to measure the regression model. The study used the following regression metric to measure the performance of the ANN model. The best fitted model has the lowest MSE, MAE, and MAPE values. The greater R2 values indicates a stronger correlations for the model. The autocorrelation plot is also used for checking randomness in a data set and error. The input, as a result, the input and output values were normalized into the range of -1 to 1 in the pre-processing phase. The figure shows the air pollutant concentration value of PM2.5 and PM10 with the corresponding date were presented using the learning algorithm of the model. The air noticed that the some concentration values depending on the collection data have increased to the range of good, fair, and unhealthy air quality categories. The network performance begin with a high value during the initial epoch, but as a result of training, the weights are modified to minimize the function, causing it to decrease. The table presented some data that the ANN model expected and predicted AQL values are closely related. In the regression analysis was used to understand the relationship of different independent variables with pollutant concentration from the air quality monitoring station. This figure represents the value of how the model fits to forecast the air quality index of the pollutant PM10 and PM2.5. With the ANN models, early stepping method of with the ANN model, early stepping method, overfitting in training has been eliminated, ensuring the training and testing results are exactly equivalent. In the context of model validation, validation checking, this autocorrelation plot is presented to test the randomness of data and relationship between each value of errors. In the equation, it can be noticed that the value are closer to 0, indicating greater degree of positive correlation. The table shows that MSE, MAE, and MAPE have very low values, which means the ANN model is accurate and efficient. On the other hand, the obtained coefficient of determination is nearer to 1 from expected and predicted value. Therefore, it is highly reliable model for this particular forecasting air quality index. For the conclusion and recommendation, based on the initial assessment of ANN application of air quality, the outcomes of this study give a strong indication of the applicability of AQI forecasting of air pollutant concentration. The model can be simulated in other cities after the required setup, optimization, and validation to become very useful. It is suggested to fine-tune the model using concentration of the pollutant to other air quality monitoring station, which has real-time monitoring. And lastly, the researchers believe that this study can be used as an input of two of the challenges that the DNR and EMB are addressing right now: assessment of air quality and its health impact on the regional level, and assessment and addressing the needs in air pollution research. And that's end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. Larima, Kasi.
Thank you, Miss Mary. Now the floor is open for Q&A.
Yes, sir. Can I ask, sir?
Yeah.
Okay,
Please.
thank you.
Thank you.
It's actually nice presentations as well. It's actually similar to the previous presenter. I'm just curious with regards to the, did you optimize the model? Did you conduct any model optimization? Like you determine the lowest value of validation, loss, and accuracy. Did you cover that one in your research?
Thank you, Sir Agus, for the question. Yes, sir. I already used the optimization Adam instead of stochastic gradient.
Yeah. What about the? I haven't got the information regarding the. Probably I'm curious about the value of loss. Did you validate your model as well? Like the accuracy of the prediction, the loss of the calculation.
Yes, sir. For the data consists of 14,329, and we divided it into training and testing. So 70% for training and 30% for the testing. The validations happen on the testing data. Yeah, Sir Agus.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Okay, thanks, Miss Mary. So thanks for your presentation. So moving on, we are going to have our third presenter today. Our third presenter today will be Miss Annalisa and Matteo, and the title of her presentation will be Quality Management Approach for a Sustainable and Competitive Production and Enterprise Development Services. Yeah. So the floor is yours, Miss Annalisa.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Due to unstable internet connectivity in our area, I opted to record my presentation for today. So let me share my screen. I will just...
Can you share your screen, Miss Anna?
Good day, everyone. I'm Annalisa Mandrica Mateo. I'm one of the faculty members of the College of Arts and Sciences of the Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology. It is a great privilege for me to present my paper entitled Quality Management Approach for a Sustainable and Competitive Production and Enterprise Development Services to this conference, the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education.
In the Philippines, state universities and colleges are allowed to participate in commercial activities to generate income as specified in the Republic Act 8292. This study evaluated the state colleges' current system in terms of production and enterprise development or PED services, which could provide a platform for its entrepreneurial activities and income-generating projects. This innovative approach aimed to assess the PED's current system and check further if there are existing standards explicitly followed for PED services, and determine how the institution complies with it to improve its existing system. This study aims to contribute to the institution and meet the industry's fast-changing demands by applying innovation to its existing management approach on its production and enterprise development services. Particularly, this study aimed to investigate the existing status of production and enterprise development services of the college and check if the system has a particular standard in place and propose quality standards to enhance the existing system. The study adopted a descriptive evaluative research design which primarily aimed to describe the current system of the PED services. It used a descriptive evaluation of whether there are common similarities with what is currently being practiced in the PED services compared to the standards used from government agencies and private industries. The respondents were from a state college in Naga City, Philippines. The respondents were the college officials and employees involved in the research, extension, production, and enterprise development services of the college. The study employed a researcher-made documentary survey with a yes or no inventory checklist. The study also employed a researcher-made semi-structured questionnaire for key informants interview. A documentary survey was administered using a documentary survey checklist. KII was employed using a semi-structured guide questionnaire. The Researcher conducted a one-on-one in-depth interview with the PED coordinator, the REPA director, and the college officials. Secondary data from different sources, such as government agencies and industries, including other SUCs, were used to establish data on the existing government or industry standards in terms of production and enterprise development services. The study used descriptive statistics with in-depth analysis using qualitative techniques. The data gathered from the current system of PED were compared with the established government and industry standards. Consent and approval of the respondents were obtained. Respondents were informed of the purpose of the study before the actual conduct of the survey. The current PED system was presented using the 5 categories: strategy, structure, processes, rewards, and people, adapted from the STAR model approach for a strategic organization. In the absence of an existing standard explicitly for PED services, this study considered adopting some of the government and industry standards that are related to its practices, culled from various literature and best practices. On strategy, the expected standard is strategic direction. This includes formulation of the vision, mission, goals and objectives, and trust of the institution. On the current PED system, the results showed that there was no specific strategic plan explicitly for PED during the conduct of the study. Another expected standard under strategy is an approved manual and approved implementing guidelines, which include a compilation of procedures involving accounting, budget, procurement, and internal control. It also includes safety procedures, policies, and regulations to have a safe working environment. It likewise includes quality practices and measurement. It further includes guidelines to encourage or motivate the participation and cooperation of the people involved in production activities. Based on the study, the current system of PED services follows the College Code and uses its provisions as its implementing guidelines in lieu of production manual. The study implied the need to establish the strategic direction for PED services and come up with an approved PED manual. On structure, the expected standard is a functional organizational setup. It also pertains to the right number of heads manning the IGPs and production projects, grouped based on their specific skills and knowledge. Based on the result of the study, the organizational structure of PED includes the institutional coordinator, who directly reports to the REPA director. Should the function of PED broadens, there is a need to strengthen its organizational setup. On structure, another expected standard is the availability of adequate resources. An enterprise must be supported by strong social and physical infrastructure, which include, among others, labor productivity, laboratories, and business incubators. For financial resources, the SUC shall earmark a fixed 10% budget allocation for the establishment of a project or income-generating activity and establish linkages with local or national agencies for possible funding of production undertakings. On the current PED system, the management supports the needs of PED by providing laboratories, facilities, and equipment depending on the approved production proposal, and also have a 10% budget allocation for production as per CMO 20 series of 2011. PED also has an existing collaboration with other agencies such as DOST. On processes, the expected standard is business planning. Enterprises need business planning, marketing, and branding. 6 major strategies that should be considered in making a business plan are market strategy, production or service strategy, research and development strategy, organization and management strategy, financial strategy, and information technology strategy. In the current system, PED extends assistance to students and faculty who seek support in terms of coordination with management to get financial support for procurement of needed materials and for the use of facilities and equipment. PED services still has to establish details for this standard to align it with the needs of the college. On processes, another expected standard is a production process. Based on the literature, the production process includes workflow planning and control, production equipment operations, production materials, tools and equipment, work orders, and documentation. The result of the study revealed that the function of PED includes assistance to project heads during the initial stages of production and the incubation period of the proposed business. The details of the processes for production are still to be established and documented. On rewards, the expected standard is profit sharing and incentive scheme or equivalent teaching load. Distribution of incentives would include percentage incentives for the project manager, project laborer, and simple tokens for the involved offices, and a certain percentage for the support to the administration. The faculty members involved into entrepreneurial activity may be issued an appointment or designation and will receive its corresponding equivalent teaching load as well. On the current PED system, based on the result of the study, there is no monetary incentive scheme yet. For the non-monetary incentive, the PED institutional coordinator enjoys a teaching D load. This study implied the need to establish the profit sharing and incentive scheme, particularly when PED services begins to venture into commercialization. On people, the expected standard is a manpower expertise with business orientation. This standard refers to manpower expertise assigned in managing the projects which should be matched with their specialization. This standard also refers to the faculty, staff, the students, and the administrator's business orientation. In the current PED system, the faculty and students can be tapped to augment the human resources with entrepreneurial capabilities which may support the PED programs. This study implied that PED services should tap the people with entrepreneurial inclination, including the student, faculty, and personnel, particularly the PED services will be venturing into commercialization. For the conclusion and recommendation, the study revealed that the college has the resources and the academic programs supporting the PED services, promoting innovation, technology, entrepreneurship, and commercialization. The study revealed that from the literature gathered and then from the practices of the institution, PED can use the following standards under different categories adapted from the STAR model approach for a strategic organization. On strategy, strategic direction for PED, and approved PED manual. On structure, functional organizational setup, and availability of adequate resources. On processes, business planning and production process. On rewards, profit sharing and incentive scheme or equivalent teaching load, and on people, manpower, expertise, and business orientation. To further support entrepreneurship and innovation, a research study can be done to evaluate the capability of the institution to operate the business center and to maximize the use of shared facilities such as fabrication and manufacturing laboratory, garments technology, and food laboratory. Further study may also be conducted to widen the scope of this research for standards for SUC's production and enterprise development services. So here are the references.
Thank you, Miss Anna. Thank you.
So that ends my presentation. Once again, I would like to thank the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication for organizing this event and for allowing me to present my paper at this conference, the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research, Studies, and Education. God bless and more power.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Anna. So,
sir, I'm so sorry I exceeded for 2 minutes, I think.
It's all right. It's all right. Can I know, is there any question for Q&A? Is there, now the floor is open for Q&A. Can I know, is there any questions for the floor? Yeah. If there is none, then I have one. In order to improve the quality, let me see here. In order to improve the quality management for a sustainable, competitive, and production, I think you have come up with 5 components that you need to go into. One is using the strategy, through the strategy. Another one is through the structure. Another one is through the processes, rewards, and people. Among all the components, which one do you think it is the most important to ensure the quality management, to ensure a quality management and also the sustainable and competitive production?
So thank you so much, sir, for that question. Actually, in our case, the most important is the strategic direction for now, because currently we're still really developing the function of that particular unit. So for now, we need a direction. We need to strategize. We need to know what is the vision of this unit or this function.
Okay, thank you, Miss Anna.
Thank you so much.
Moving on, we are going to have our 4th presenter for this technical section number 1. And our presenter is Ichel F. Balus. And the title that Ichel is going to present to us will be computing students academic performance analysis before and amidst pandemic using data analytics. So now the floor is yours. You can start your presentation. Ichel.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Let me know if my screen is already visible.
Yeah, we can see your screen now. Miss Ichel.
Okay, thank you. So once again, good morning, everyone. I am Ichel F. Balwis, a student from the University of the Cordilleras, Philippines. And I am privileged to present my study entitled Computing Students' Academic Performance Analysis Before and Amidst Pandemic Using Data Analytics. Higher education institutions, particularly in the Philippines, continuously struggle to ensure that their students receive the best quality education possible. However, this was challenged due to the surge of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mode of learning shifted from face-to-face to distance or flexible learning. Computing students are among those greatly affected by this transition in the mode of learning. In fact, according to the Commission on Higher Education Philippines, this transition could affect also their academic performance since the ITE programs are originally designed for face-to-face learning, since this includes hands-on activities that most cannot be delivered virtually, especially if the students don't have the necessary resources and equipment. With that, there is really a need to explore on the possible effect of distance learning on the academic performance of computing students. There are various studies on the analysis of the academic performance of the students, but only a few focuses on computing students. Also, analysis and comparison of the academic performance of computing students before and amidst the pandemic to determine the pandemic impact on the academic performance of the computing students were not covered. Aside from that, the quality assurance agencies for state colleges and universities, particularly in the Philippines, like the AACUP, requires compliance with periodic analysis of students' academic performance to gain meaningful insights. It is in the light of this background or context that this study is being initiated. Specifically, this study aims to determine and visualize the academic performance of the computing students in professional courses before and amidst the pandemic. Second, determine if there is a significant difference in the academic performance of the computing students in professional courses before and amidst the pandemic. And third, analyze the perceived factors by the computing students and faculty members that affects the overall academic performance, retention rate, and dropout rate amidst the pandemic. To address the objectives, this figure shows the data analytics process employed. The first step is understanding the problem. Next is data collection. Third is data cleaning. Fourth is data exploration and analysis, wherein the RStudio tool and the NVivo data analysis tools were used. And then the last is the interpretation of the results. Analysis of the gathered data reveals the following findings. As shown in figure 2, overall, the academic performance is satisfactory both before and amidst the pandemic. The satisfactory rating can be interpreted that overall, the BSIT students or the computing students were able to meet or satisfy the requirements of the professional course enrolled both before the pandemic and amidst the pandemic. It is interesting to note in the result that the overall performance amidst the pandemic is at least 1 point higher than the overall performance before the pandemic. Due to some difficulties in the flexible learning arrangement amidst the pandemic, this result is not expected. However, the possible factor that affects this result is the implementation of the policy on the extent of leniency to the students amidst the pandemic, where the grading system was amended for it to become more student-friendly. This is consistent with the guidance provided by the IAPRO UNICEF on assessing and monitoring learning during the COVID-19 crisis, which emphasizes keeping the stakes of assessment low, which means whenever possible, high-stake assessment should be postponed during crisis. With this, students were given as much as possible consideration so that their academic performance will not suffer due to pandemic crisis. As shown in Figure 3, in terms of retention rate across the professional courses, there is a significant decline of 7% of students who were able to complete the enrolled professional courses within the semester. It is clear and evident in the result that the retention rate amidst the pandemic is significantly lower than the retention rate before the pandemic. Due to some difficulties in the flexible learning arrangement amidst the pandemic, this result is expected. The result is consistent with the key findings in the report released by the U.S. College Board entitled College Enrollment and Retention in the Era of COVID-19, which revealed that as a result of pandemic, there is a decline of approximately 5% in the retention rate at community colleges. This result affirms that COVID-19 has a significant effect on education, especially on the retention rate of the students. As shown in Figure 4, overall, in terms of dropout rate across the professional courses, there is a significant increase of 7% of students who did not complete the enrolled course within the semester. It is also evident in the result that the dropout rate amidst the pandemic is significantly higher than the dropout rate before the pandemic. Due to some difficulties in the flexible learning arrangement amidst the pandemic, this result is expected. This result affirms the fact presented in the article Educational Challenges and Opportunities of the Coronavirus Pandemic that an increased student dropout rate is among those challenges amidst the COVID-19 crisis in the field of education. Figure 5 shows or revealed no significant difference in the academic performance before and amidst the pandemic as evident in the p-value result. The result is the opposite of what is being expected, and this findings is consistent with the comparative analysis conducted by Gada Rifaat and El Said on the academic performance of higher education students in developing country, which reveals that there was no significant difference in the students' grades before and amidst the pandemic. Further, the study revealed that an unexpected and swift transition to online distance learning during the pandemic did not result in poor experience as anticipated. On the other hand, as revealed, that there is a significant difference in the retention and dropout rate as evident in the p-value result. Due to the shift in the mode of learning, the result is expected. It is noticeable in the result that the retention rate is significantly lower and the dropout rate is significantly higher amidst the pandemic. This result is consistent with the view of Eddie Michael Onyema that the shift to flexible learning due to COVID-19 pandemic may result into increase in the dropout rate and a decrease in retention rate due to students' lack of interest and resources to continue their education. Figure 6 and Figure 7 revealed or as shown in Figure 6 and Figure 7, the theme with highest frequency is the resources. So this can be interpreted that majority or almost all of the computing students and faculty members who responded in the interview perceived that the availability of the resources affects their academic performance, retention rate, and dropout rate among the computing students. Further sub-themes under resources show that majority perceive that internet connectivity and equipment or gadget affects their overall academic performance. This result is expected due to the fact that teaching learning process in the field of computing requires hands-on and actual applications where computing students or internet connectivity and equipment or gadget, at least a laptop or computing unit. However, due to some limitations, not all computing students have equal access to these resources. Lack of these resources opt or even force the computing students to drop the enrolled course. This agrees with the revealed result of the study of acknowledgements that regardless of demographic or academic background, technology inadequacy creates an academic struggle for students and threatens their academic success. On the other hand, the family factor is the lowest frequency among the themes. It can be said that factors such as family problems and family status slightly affected the retention and dropout rate among computing students as perceived. Lastly, for the conclusion, implementation of data analytics on the gathered data revealed an unexpected fact that there is no significant difference on the academic performance of the computing students and their enrolled professional courses before and amidst the pandemic. In fact, it was noticeable in the result that the academic performance amidst the pandemic is slightly better than that before the pandemic. Therefore, despite the difficulties, the academic success among computing students was still achieved amidst the pandemic. However, in terms of retention and dropout rate, rate, the comparative analysis revealed that there is a significant difference in the retention rate amidst the pandemic, for it is significantly lower than before the pandemic, and the dropout rate is significantly higher than before the pandemic. Thus, the pandemic significantly impacts the point of view of the students on whether to pursue or not their studies. Identified themes revealed that resources, self-factor, learning environment, and financial factors are the top factors that affect computing students' academic performance, retention, and dropout rate. Therefore, an appropriate and prompt intervention in consideration of these revealed factors is vital. That ends my presentation. Thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Ichel. Yeah, now the floor is open for Q&A. Can I know, is there any question from the floor? Okay, if there is none, I have a question, Ms. Ichel. Can you share with us briefly, how do you conduct the study? What are the methodology that you use to determine the academic performance, the retention rate, and the dropout rate for the students? What are the methodology?
As shown in the presentation, I followed the data analytics, the basic data analytic process, wherein it started with the identification of the problem, and then the data collection, the data cleaning, and then by the way, the data was collected from the Camarines or Polytechnic colleges, wherein the final grades of the computing students were collected. And then those final grades from 3 semesters during pandemic and 3 semesters amidst the pandemic were run in the R Studio for data analysis. This was the data analysis done was more on descriptive analysis, analytics, and then also a part is inferential to compare or to have a comparative analysis on the academic performance of the computing students. And then also for the perceived factors, thematic analysis was conducted using the NVivo thematic analysis tool.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ichel. Thank you very much for your presentation. So our first presenter for technical session number 1 is Ali Hazar, Mr. Ali Hazar. And then the title of his presentation will be a review of enhancement of traditional wideband networks by using enhanced WiMAX technology. So now the floor is yours, Mr. Ali. Can you start your presentation? Thank you. Mr. Ali, are you around? Hello, Mr. Ali? Are you around? So if Mr. Ali is not around, then we move on to our 6th presenter for this technical session number 1.
Yeah,
so
Mr. Ali is not available, so you can move on to the next, this one.
Yeah, correct. Our next presenter, our 6th presenter for this morning session will be Miss Christina Mary M. Juanjo Balderrama, and the title of her presentation will be Life Experience of Campus Directors as Managers in the Philippine State University. Now the floor is yours, Miss Christina. You can start your presentation.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. My research is titled The Lived Experiences of Campus Directors as Managers in a Philippine State University. So managing an educational institution in today's competitive world is a complex task. This is true whether it is in the basic education, tertiary, or graduate studies. The 21st century had introduced various challenges in the lives of the educational managers, especially during this post-pandemic. Multifaceted managerial roles and tasks, multi-generational workforce, millennial students, interculturalism, finances, some of which the educational managers had to face. Beyond these challenges, the educational manager had to establish a strong sense of self. This was considered to be one of the key into transforming an effective organization, an important aspect that the researcher opted to know in the Philippine State University, specifically in Romblon. Of the study, Romblon is an archipelagic province in the Philippines located in the Mimaropa region. Its main islands include Tablas, the largest, which covers 9 municipalities, Sibuyan with its 3 municipalities, as well as the smaller island municipalities of Corcuera, Banton, Concepcion, San Jose, and Romblon, which is the provincial capital. It is in the islands of Tablas, Romblon, and Sibuyan where Romblon State University campuses were situated. To manage this, campus directors were designated to handle each campus. So for the objective of the study, so it is through the lived experiences of the campus directors as managers that will provide a full understanding from any perspective the true value and challenge in managing a school. In a smaller scale, a campus. One cannot simply generalize the managerial functions of the school manager and its effectiveness unless carefully understood from their unexplored lived experiences. So for the methodology, the research design, so a qualitative descriptive research design was employed to uncover the lived experiences of the campus directors. For the sampling, the respondents of the study were the 7 campus directors of Romblon State University. The interview was conducted with the 7 campus directors and is considered as the primary data for the study. The interview protocol includes the general question, what are your experiences in managing this institution? For the procedure, the actual interview was done by the researcher on a one-on-one basis after each campus director agreed through the letters of invitation and consent as my respondent. An ethical process for conducting an interview protocol was observed during the entire interview, particularly the interviewee's consent. Interviewees were assured of confidentiality for their answers, and their actual names were replaced with codes. For the data analysis, qualitative content analysis was conducted using the keywords in context. So for the results, a total of 84 codes were extracted on the lived experiences of campus directors as managers. From the codes, so 7 categories were identified, namely experiences before assumption, coping with management, student management, employee management, linkages, administrative duties, and perception of career and being a manager. Further, from the 7 categories, so 3 themes were extracted. So these are the themes. So for theme 1, experiences on becoming a campus director. Out of the 7 respondents, 3 of them did not plan to become a campus director. 1 expressed a strong desire and willingness to manage a campus. Lastly, 2 of them were neutral when it came to accepting the position, while 1 simply expressed his dismay on the impermanency of the position. So planned or unplanned to become a campus director, most of them shared the same psychological adjustment that they had to deal with. Participants demonstrated an entry into the educational administration that was stressful, emotionally charged, and subject to many influences of a sociological, organizational, and a contextual nature. Others devised their ways to cope with management through a steady support system. Okay, for theme 2, so challenges in becoming a manager. Majority of the respondents disclosed that in performing their administrative tasks, they ensured that transparency and communication was observed. The importance of consulting the body was given emphasis in order to maintain a smooth process of service delivery. Further, campus directors in most part shared how they managed their employees by constantly letting them feel respected, recognized, understood, guided, supported, and valued. They project a persona of a manager who is humble, yet still set a certain boundary as an educational manager of the respective campus. So according to Dr. Todd Whittaker, a professor of educational leadership at Indiana State University, the one thing that differentiates great educators from others is the insistence that every day we treat every person with respect and dignity. They model the behavior that they expect in others. On the other side of the employee management lay the truth that one cannot please everyone. What most of the campus directors' situation to endure is that their employers were their current peers. Some of the former peers are likely to test one's authority and leadership. Literature points out that this phase is one of the considerations that the manager has to make careful adjustments. However, it was prevalent that the campus director stepped on the role while remaining humble. Surprisingly, campus directors also experienced being torn between the young and the older generation of employees in the organization. Organizations nowadays are very unique because of this workforce diversity. A study on managing multi-generational workforce revealed that there are coexisting more generations than ever before at the workplace, and this has room to an inevitable multi-generational clashes. However, the employers need to acknowledge that only the problems and pressure of mixed generations, but also to see the opportunities which come with a diversified workforce. So campus directors also show that their ways of teaching and managing linkages with the external stakeholders, such as the local government unit, the parents, and then the community. So indeed, the community and the university are two important social institutions. Both have organic linkages, as the school cannot be seen as an independent institution isolated from the society in which it is located. As the old African proverb says, it takes a village to raise a child. The universities that take the lead in this will benefit from what the partnerships will bring them and will be ahead in a whole new field of endeavor. For theme 3, self-perception of being a manager. So each campus directors showed that they have their own self-perception regarding their career as a manager and self. This clearly showed that these perceptions help shape the way they manage their institutions. Generally, they consider their people to be at their topmost priority when it comes to management. It is clear that the context of leadership is changing, and with the capacity to build relationships, to collaborate, and to lead change effectively will be crucial to long-term success across domains of expertise and different organizational contexts. So therefore, for leaders to be able to transform their organizations to become more effective, they first need to understand themselves. The process of becoming a better leader is fundamentally grounded in personal transformation and self-discovery. So for the conclusion, it can be concluded that in their lived experiences, transition from individual contributor to manager is a profound psychological adjustment, a transformation. Becoming a manager is a big change, and with change comes challenges. And personal experiences shape the campus director's self-concept of self, career, and management. The totality of their experiences showed that managing a campus or school is completely different from the world of any single tasking and regular teacher. It means one's work extends beyond the prescribed working hours. It means being ready to serve selflessly. Furthermore, in becoming campus director, one has to be ready, not theoretically, but must have a holistic understanding of the expectations of having the position. Learning the theories in management is indeed insufficient to any inexperienced aspirant. It is through experience that makes an educational manager become a well-rounded leader. So for the recommendations, from the lived experiences of the campus directors, it can be recommended that skills and knowledge gained through preparation can be supplemented by ongoing training and mentoring. Training, specifically leadership training programs, should include critical reflection activities, such as comparing previous experience with the new experiences, self-evaluating and challenging old worldviews. Moreover, The campus director should develop time management and conceptual skills to address their hectic administrative tasks. It requires them to provide time to focus on ideas and be able to see the big picture of what the organization wanted to attain. Further, to respond effectively to the transformation challenges that managers in higher education and elsewhere are faced with, new skills and leadership practices will have to be acquired. This will require the ability for continuous personal transformation and lifelong learning. According to Antona Capolo, defines learning as the liberation of knowledge through learning and self-questioning. Therefore, for learning to take place, self-awareness is required so you can only change that which you are aware of oneself. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Miss Christina. So now the floor is open for Q&A. So any questions from the floor, from the participants to Miss Christina? If there is none, then I have one question. In order to develop the three themes, is experience, challenges, and self-perception of the managers and the directors, you have discovered 84 codes and 7 categories. So what are the codes? What are the meaning of the codes here? And what are the categories? Can you briefly explain?
Yes, sir. Pardon, sir.
Can you briefly explain what is the meaning of codes here and what are the meanings of categories in order to develop the three teams to become a manager and also the directors?
The codes were the extracted, the meaningful units. So after extracting the meaningful units, I was able to extract.
Very brief description, just briefly describe.
Those were the words that I were able to identify during the interview, sir. Okay. So from the statements that they have mentioned, I identified the meaningful units. So from the meaningful units, I identified the condensed meaning units. From the condensed meaning units, I identified the categories. And then the categories such as the human skill, the management ideas that they have encountered during the assumption as a manager in the campus. So these were the words.
Okay. We get it. Thank you very much, Ms. Christina. Thank you for your presentation. And our next presenter, who is the presenter number 7 presenter for this morning, is Ms. Cheryl Fertavero. And the title of her presentation will be Influence of Religiosity on Ethical Decision-Making Among Filipino Auditors in Public Practice. So the floor is yours, Ms. Cheryl. So you can start your presentation.
Can you see my presentation?
Yeah. We can see it. Yeah, okay. You can start your presentation, Ms. Cheryl.
Okay, thank you.
Professor Cheryl.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can you start, Professor Cheryl?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you start your presentation?
Yes po. Why po?
Yeah, you're playing the video, right?
Yes.
We didn't hear any sound.
Okay. There is no sound, sir?
Yeah, no sound.
Okay, let me unshare this first. Oh my gosh. What happened? Can I share again, sir?
Yeah, please.
Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to present to you my research paper titled Influence of Religiosity on Ethical Decision-Making Among Filipino Auditors in Public Practice. Auditors are often faced with situations involving financial integrity. Their ethical considerations in making decisions are frequently challenged. In this study, the definition of Worthington et al. About religiosity is adopted. They define religiosity as the extent to which one embraces religious values, beliefs, and their use in everyday life. Chadwick found a similarity between psychosis and religious experience and attempted to define religiosity from the perspective of psychosis literature. This is actually the framework that I adopted in this study. I used these ethical decision-making models by Rest and Johari et al. Empirical research confirming a relationship between religiosity and ethical outcomes remains elusive, inconsistent, and described as something of a roller coaster ride. I found three most related studies that use REST models. However, these studies were done in various contexts. Thus, this gap justifies the conduct of this investigation. Let me present to you the objectives and hypotheses of this study using this conceptual framework. First, this study determined the level of religiosity of the respondents in terms of preoccupation, conviction, emotional involvement, and guidance. Second objective is to determine the ethical decision-making of the respondents across its sequential components. Third, to determine whether religiosity and its dimensions influence the sequential components of ethical decision-making. I have hypothesized the existence of a significant relationship between the variables and their components. And the last, to determine if the sequential relationships among the components as proposed in the literature are validated in the context of Filipino auditors. My hypothesis here is that there exists a significant sequential relationship among these components. So here is the methodology. The study participants were the 98 Filipino certified public accountants in public practice in the Philippines and abroad. A purposive and convenient techniques for choosing the samples for the study was used. Respondents were predominantly female from Big Four companies, Roman Catholic, and associate to senior associate positions. The mean age was 28.37 years, and the mean length of audit experience was 5.33 years. This is a correlational research, and this is how I did this. So this is the design and the procedure. Religiosity was measured using the 20-item dimensions of religiosity scale developed by Joseph and De Duca. Then, two audit scenarios were used to measure the ethical decision-making process. The first scenario was concerned with the ethical dilemma of the underreporting of time spent on an audit task. The second scenario was concerned with the ethical dilemma of the non-compliance issue. The ethical decision-making process involves 4 sequential stages. The measurements use a 5-point Likert scale. So these are the results and discussion. Results show that the respondents have high level of religiosity in general and across its dimensions. The findings reflects the 2015 Global Attitude Survey, which reported that nearly 9 in 10 Filipinos consider religion very important in their lives. In general, the respondents demonstrated a high sense of ethical sensitivity, ethical judgment, ethical intention, and ethical behavior in addressing the 2 ethically problematic audit scenarios. This study revealed that the ethical decision-making could vary across situations depending on what is at stake. For example, the scenario concerning the ethical dilemma related to underreporting of time spent on an audit task was perceived by most auditors as low ethical. According to Johari et al., underreporting has been abused rampantly by auditors to meet budgets to the extent of becoming normalcy. In the same way, the non-compliance issue was perceived by the respondents as relatively highly ethical because it is a crucial auditing concern that must be addressed to ensure that management's assertions comply with generally accepted accounting and auditing principles. In the first scenario, results of the Pearson correlation indicated that the emotional involvement of the respondents with their religious belief, the guidance these beliefs provide in their lives, and religiosity as a whole were positively associated with their ethical behavior. In the second scenario, the respondents' emotional involvement with religious belief and their ethical behavior were positively correlated. The influence of religiosity comes in the most critical stage, the ethical behavior. So in this study, these are supported by the two dimensions of religiosity, the guidance, and the emotional involvement. Auditors that are highly guided by the religious beliefs and whose emotional feelings are firmly attached to these beliefs are more likely to behave ethically when confronted with morally problematic situations in the workplace. For both scenarios 1 and 2, ethical sensitivity was positively correlated with ethical judgment. Ethical judgment and ethical intention were positively correlated, and likewise, ethical intention and ethical behavior were also positively correlated. Therefore, the hypothesis that there is a significant sequential relationship among ethical sensitivity, ethical judgment, ethical intention, and ethical behavior was supported by the study both at the 0.05 level of significance. The sequential relationship can best be illustrated by this slide. This study confirmed the significant sequential relationship among the components of ethical decision-making in the context of Filipino auditors in public practice. This finding implies that Filipino auditors have been considering these sequential processes in making ethical decisions. So in conclusion, this current study extends the previous work on religiosity by using a model with dimensions drawn from psychosis literature. The study gives insights also on the integration of religious beliefs with the correspondents' lives and how this influences their decision-making abilities. In general, the findings of the study add to the existing business ethics literature. The findings also support the argument that ethical decision-making is contingent upon the nature of the ethical issue, in that auditors' ethical decisions are not the same, but vary based on the intensity of the ethical issue inherent in the case. Finally, the current study provides empirical support to the theorized interrelationship among the sequential components of REST ethical decision-making model. So I would recommend the following. Findings of the study may be used by auditing companies in considering one's religiosity in recruitment and convert it into a company's competitive advantage to help redeem the public confidence towards the profession. Other relevant constructs that can influence ethical decision-making could be further studied from the lens of other ethical decision-making frameworks. That's all, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Associate Professor Cheryl. So now the floor is open for Q&A. Is there any questions from the floor and all the participants?
Am I audible? I have one suggestion for all the participants.
Yeah, can I have your questions?
I have one suggestion for all the participants.
Okay.
Make sure that you are not reading your slides. Your presentation, we have your research work with us. You are not reading slides. Just make sure that you elaborate your research. Instead of reading slides, you should elaborate, you should explain what you have did. That's all from my side. This is a suggestion from everyone.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Associate Professor Cheryl, and there's no doubt that the religious life will shape the attitude of a human body and action and the decision making. And now your research is concentrating on auditing companies. Can I know what is how are you going to relate the religious decision making to other professionals, for example, the engineers and medical doctors? Do you have any opinion on that?
Yes, sir. I think, sir, every profession experiences different ethical dilemmas.
Okay.
not only in the accountancy profession, but I think all of us or all professions experience different ethical dilemmas. So to relate this study to other professions, I suggest that related studies should be conducted also to test the influence of religiosity on the ethical decision-making process of these other professions, but to change the scenarios which is applicable to their specific profession.
Okay, thank you, Associate Professor Sheryl.
Thank you.
So our eighth presenter for this morning, it will be Dr. Limo P. Paviko, and the title that he is going to present to share with us will be the relationship of entrepreneurship practices in the workplace and also the company competitive advantage. So, is Dr. Sel Limo? Are you,
yes, sir.
Are you ready for the presentation?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Good morning to each and everyone.
Good morning.
Okay, so again, a pleasant morning, everyone. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah. You can start your
presentation. Is my audio
presentation.
clear? Is my
Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Am I clear? Am I?
No, you are clear. You are clear.
Okay.
Can you switch on your camera? Can you switch on your camera?
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, a pleasant morning to each and everyone. So my paper is entitled of Entrepreneurship Practices in the Workplace and the Company's Competitive Advantage. So I'm your presenter, researcher, Dr. Limbel Pabico of Tarlac, Philippines. Since time immemorial, entrepreneurs among historians and economists because of their relevance to economic development. William and Say defined entrepreneur as someone who is a risk-taker. Kirsner of Austrian school considered entrepreneur as an alert middleman who spots opportunities. Schumpeter, the renowned political economist, them as an innovator who brings change. However, said that entrepreneur as someone who undertakes risk, while Scholl and Cawson have written that entrepreneurs are creative and proactively reallocate resources. With all of these positive notes, it is not surprising that Edward de Bono, the renowned philosopher, author, and inventor, once said that entrepreneurship is the most important human resources of all. Without entrepreneurship, there would be no progress and would be forever repeating the same patterns. With the significance of entrepreneur, Philippines Commission on Higher Education issued the CHED Memorandum number 18, series of 2017, revision of the Bachelor of Science in Entrepreneurship curriculum, a program which prepares students to become new thought leaders, reflective decision makers, innovators, change makers, and entrepreneurs. And with that, we take pride at Tarlac State University as the first academic institution in the region to offer the BS Entrepreneurship Program. Since then, we have been nationally recognized as one entrepreneurship educators. Moreover, professors are as educators. They are also practicing entrepreneurs, and we do enjoy the level 4 phase 2 accredited status. However, the entrepreneurship in 2016 said that 29 BS entrepreneurship graduates after 5 years only start. It is actually backed up by the GEM report of 2015 that 17% of Filipino entrepreneurs started their business with entrepreneurship education from universities and colleges. In my study in 2018, it revealed that only 10% of TSU BS in entrepreneurship graduates pursued their entrepreneurial activities. So the big question where did the 75% entrepreneurship graduates? To answer this particular question is they became entrepreneurs. According to Pinchot, entrepreneurs are possessing the personal entrepreneurial competencies or the however, instead of pursuing their entrepreneurial enterprise, they are employed in the organization. This is now what the paper is focusing on. Specifically, it sought to answer the following question. First, how are the entrepreneurship practices of BS entrepreneurs in the workplace described in terms of innovativeness, opportunity recognition or exploitation, risk-taking, and net. Number two, how do the entrepreneurship relate to the company's competitive advantage along areas of cost, differentiation, and response? For the null hypothesis, it stated that there's no relationship between entrepreneurship practices and the company advantage in terms of cost, differentiation, and response. The data were collected from graduates or entrepreneurs who are working in manufacturing in the province, comprising 60% of the whole population of alumni from academic years 2012 to 2016. Okay, the entrepreneurs were surveyed using 2 sets of valid questionnaires. The tool to measure the practices, particularly entrepreneurship, was adopted from Nissin et al. Of 2018, and the competitive advantage construct were from my previous studies by Ismail of 2008. For my conclusion and recommendation, entrepreneurship has always been renowned for its positive relationship to economic condition of a particular country. However, most graduates of BS entrepreneurship program who are business ended up as this new concept of entrepreneur. So these very studies try to determine the entrepreneur practices of BS entrepreneurship graduates and how these practices related to the company's competitive advantage in terms of these cost, differentiation, and response. Entrepreneurship practices are manifested at a moderate level. The entrepreneurs who are equipped with competencies of entrepreneurs are given many perks to practicing entrepreneurial activities to the full extent due to the management control. Moreover, entrepreneurial policies are not in place to support such. The study revealed a significant correlation noted between proactiveness variable as entrepreneurship practices to cost competitive advantage. This explains that the performance of the company in terms of cost is seen as a vital factor through which proactiveness causes competitive advantage to the company's performance. Innovativeness and opportunity recognition were registered to be significantly correlated with in terms of differentiation and response respectively. This further means that an improved innovation and opportunity recognition an improved level of company's advantage. The analysis may serve as a template or guide for the university and other institutions or companies. Collaborate for a better and comprehensive program that would further enhance capability of becoming competitive entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs. And for future study, we extend and explore this issue into a large number of respondents in more than one institution. That's for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Limur. And then now the floor is open for Q&A. So is there any questions from the participants? Yeah, Dr. Limur. Is there any questions from the floor? If there's none, I have one here. So at the moment, I think in the midst of pandemic, many graduates, very hard for them to find a job, no matter what the expertise are. So For me, for us, I think entrepreneurship, if we have the opportunity, of course, is the best option. So can I know what are the business that the young graduates can venture into at the moment, and then it can be transformed into entrepreneurship in future? Can you propose what are the business that what are the business that the young graduates can venture into at the moment in the midst of pandemic?
Dilemma for universities here in the Philippines, particularly those which entrepreneurship. Okay, they've got only control during the time that they were already been graduated. The university pursue or their entrepreneurial activities. So as much as possible, it's good that we've come out with a very good curriculum set by the Commission on Higher Education here in the Philippines, that their curriculum is in a hierarchical concept or phase. They are required to have registered their own business as a part of their requirement prior to graduation. So it's good that we've come out with such. However, if they're going to continue it right after their graduation, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lelimut. So moving on, we are going to have our 9th presenter for this technical session. We are going to have Leoncio Peralta Olabia, and the presentation from Leoncio will be internationalizations of education in the post-pandemic, a model for sustainable education. So now the floor is yours, Leoncio. Now you can start your presentation.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay, I'm sorry about this. I'm trying to connect to the PowerPoint.
Sorry to inform that, Mr. Leoncio, now it's afternoon in Malaysia. No, the conference is carried out in Malaysia. Now
sorry. My apologies.
It's all right.
Can I unshare for a while and then I go back?
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry about this. What's going on here? Oh, I'm quite panicking. Share, okay, thank you. I'm going, sorry, slideshow. Okay, is it?
Yeah, we can see your presentation, Dr. Leoncio.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good day, everyone. This theoretical paper is titled Internationalization of Education in the Post-Pandemic, a Model for Sustainable Education. As society slowly transitions to the post-pandemic, internationalization as a form of educational resilience is exemplified through uptake in knowledge, skills, research and development, and multicultural understanding, fostering bigger and more profound relationships with global communities in the spirit of interconnectedness and international recognition. Localization of internationalized learning rallies for identity expressions that can easily be eradicated with repeated encroachment upon indigenous groups with vulnerable sensibilities. On the other hand, a locally adopted education extends its arms to international borders, giving rise to a model of sustainable education in post-pandemic society, where hybridity, inclusivity, decolonization, and blended education are relevant and emancipatory themes embraced through localization of international and internationalization of localized education. This study is grounded on the objective of constructing a sustainable education in the post-pandemic. As such, this is the model. The model illustrates a sustainable education in the post-pandemic, grounded with the idea that education traverses from international to local and from local to international dimensions. As a model for sustainability, education from international to local absorbs learning in the context of local experience, such that learning becomes part of the ordinary human practice, both reflexive and pragmatic. With local Within local to international dimension, education uproots itself from cultural communities with extended arms that will form higher connections, enriching learning capacities and allowing for newer developments to manifest. In effect, localization of internationalized education becomes a confluence of cultural and educational understanding, embracing multiple consciousness, locating narratives within immediate context. Doing so requires strict adherence, compassion, and optimized resource allocation, not to mention political will, as people's sentiments can readily switch to differing levels under given circumstances. With strong conviction to recurve international paradigms to suit local and specific imperatives, education becomes the voice of emancipation. In post-pandemic education, where new normal learning will have been internalized, the same old narrative of prioritization of education rings with blended learning initiatives in place, or so it seems. With technology-based learning already within grasp by digital natives, while digital immigrants are still lost in digital uptake, technological affordance offers a wide spectrum of opportunities. Given the wide opportunities according to the 21st century learners and teachers with schools transitioning to post-pandemic, blended approach presents holistic learning, which embraces face-to-face, flexible, and technology-driven learning, where the end goal is to achieve optimality. Transitioning to post-pandemic internationalization requires the following commitment: to embrace quality education that rallies for inclusivity in all of its forms, an open policy that powers individuals regardless of socioeconomic background and unique gender expressions is a sign of progressive education. Survival of education amidst internationalization is an issue of colonial baggage dating back to centuries of foreign rule among many developing countries. Even after these countries have acquired independence, residual forms of Westernization placing emphasis on Western theories, paradigms, and processes have continually been felt by struggling individuals trying to emancipate themselves from imperialistic forms. As such, decolonization of education implies skepticism in globalized learning, where hyper-globalist players are in delirium for anything international. When such hysteria is lessened, when local officials begin to realize the importance of identity formation and search for authentic expressions, embracing locality in internationalization contextualizes solutions that become relevant to the local culture. Finally, the colonization process allows the authentic self to take active ownership and responsibility for self-expressions to manifest in education. Blended learning initiatives call for flexibility with the use of technology and face-to-face interaction. The decision on its uptake lies within the students, the teacher, and the institution implementing flexibility. In post-pandemic setting, blended learning provides learning continuity with broader use of technology in both campus and online modes. Blended learning in the 21st century offers wide learning opportunities, hastening internationalization with borderless education weaving through. This mode creates greater learning autonomy and control by students on content understanding. Having said, teachers' facilitative role may gradually fade into oblivion, especially when learners take full responsibility of their learning. In the dynamic process of acquisition and sharing, blended learning expands learning horizons in exponential terms. Okay, for my conclusion, sustainable education interspersed with internationalization is to be viewed in multi-directional perspectives, owing to the idea that sustainability encompasses many aspects of educational agenda, including hybridity, inclusivity, decolonization, and blended learning approach. Grounded on the narratives of localizing what is international and vice versa, education in post-pandemic revitalizes old structures of learning and welcomes new opportunities to ensure that quality education is sustained. In the end, human capacity to sustain an intellectual attribute, education, is inevitably a worthwhile and relevant endeavor amidst digitization of education in the 21st century. With hard lessons learned from school lockdowns during the pandemic, 21st century education trudges on to globalized learning with competitive capacities translated to recognizable patterns of enhanced intercultural representation, robust scholarship through research practices embracing systemic intersectionality, where internationalization of learning narratives essentially goes back to the living traditions of grassroots learning that makes sense in everyday realities of the global South communities. With that, I'd like to thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Leoncio. Now the floor is open for Q&A. Any questions from the floor? So I think, Dr. Leoncio, I think you have discussed in detail what is hybridity, inclusivity, decolonization, blended learning. And how about local to international and international to local in order to achieve a sustainable education? Can you explain on that?
Okay, my idea here is to indigenize or to localize, to globalize what is international, a kind of education that is going to be relevant to the needs of the local communities. In that way, internationalization becomes a living tradition that is pragmatic and helpful to the needs and situations of the local communities. Vice versa, when communities are already attuned to their own local conditions, they can extend their arms to the local communities, forming connections within the global partners so that there's going to be a confluence between the localization and the internationalization. Hence, hybridity will actually prevail in the end. That is the basic analysis that I'm trying to convey in the model.
Thank you, Dr. Leoncio, for your very interesting presentation. Thank you very much. So
thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Our 10th presenter today for this morning will be Mr. Henry D. Rufino. The title of his presentation will be Relationship of Operating Segments, IFRS 8, and Profitability of Universal Banks in Philippines. So without any further delay, we would like to invite Mr. Henry to present your paper.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, can you
Allow
share
me to
your slides?
Yeah, my slides. All right, so I guess everything is all set. Ladies and men, good afternoon to all. My name is Henry Rufino, a certified public accountant from Tarlac State University, Philippines. I am pleased to present my paper entitled Relationship of Operating Segments, IFRS 8, and Profitability of Universal Banks in the Philippines. This study is focused on International Financial Reporting Standard 8, the accounting standard for operating segments, which mainly deals with the required disclosures of the operating segments that qualify to become a reportable segment. Accordingly, segment information reported internally to the Chief Operating Decision Maker, or CODM, for decision-making purposes must be disclosed also in the general purpose financial statements for general use and external reporting purposes. Business decisions primarily rely on the effectiveness and efficiency of the resources, and so to the allocated resources to each business unit or segment that are used in generating revenues and incurring expenses, and in assessing its performances or profitability. With this, presented are the research objectives of the study. It described the operating segments of the universal banks through its segmental disclosures on general information, on information about profit or loss, assets and liabilities of each reportable segment, on measurement, on reconciliations, and on entity-wide disclosures. It also determined the reportable segment or an operating segment that exceeds the quantifiable thresholds on revenue, profit or loss, and assets, including the overall test. The profitability measures of the universal banks in which the users of financial information are mostly interested with. We have a return on investment through its earnings per share and return on assets or ROA. Various studies were conducted about relationship of disclosures of segmental information on the profitability of a company. But this study explored the relationship of the reportable segments to EPS and ROA of the universal banks. Therefore, we established 8 hypotheses that reportable segments are related to EPS and ROA of the universal banks. It is interesting to study universal banks in the Philippines, as some of our operating business units or segments of universal banks that offer diversified products or services in different geographical location, and technology plays a vital role in their operations even before the pandemic. This research employed a correlational research approach. Empirical data were collected from the accounting information reported by 12 universal banks in the Philippines on their published annual report or audited financial statements from 2016 to 2019. The study is limited to the 12 universal banks which adopted PFRS, or the counterpart of IFRS 8. Panel data regression analysis under SPSS was utilized. For our results and discussions, overall, the universal banks have an average of 4 operating segments that ranges from 2 to 6 operating segments. On reportable segments, majority or 9 to 11 of the universal banks reported at least 50% of the reported operating segments are reportable segments in all 4 quantitative thresholds. In terms of amounts, all 12 universal banks reported at least 84.32% in all 4 quantitative thresholds and are observed on their qualified reportable segments. On profitability, EPS average at 5.49, while ROA average at 1.21%. For our hypothesis, findings of the study revealed that reportable segment revenue, profit or loss, assets, and overall tests are not significantly related to earnings per share. Though it is expected that segment revenue, profit or loss, and overall tests are directly proportional to earnings per share, the findings indicate that there is no sufficient evidence to establish relationship with earnings per share. The result may also be attributed to the average outstanding shares of the universal banks, which is an element inversely related in computing the earnings per share. Similarly, the findings of the study also revealed that reportable segment, profit or loss, assets, and overall tests are not significantly related to ROA, though it is expected that segment assets are inversely proportional to ROA and that segment profit or loss and overall tests are directly proportional to ROA. The findings indicate that there is no sufficient evidence to establish relationship to ROA. On the other hand, findings of the study revealed that only reportable segment revenue is significantly related to return on assets. It indicates that for every unit increase in reportable segments revenue, there is a 0.015 increase in return on assets. This suggests that reportable segment revenue is positively proportional to return on assets. The findings may be attributed to the facts that net interest income or margin and revenues from sales are major determinants influencing the return on assets. For our conclusions and recommendations, all reported operating segments are grouped according to the nature of products or services offered, their primary business structure. Of the operating segments, at least 75% are reportable segments based on the quantitative thresholds. Of the reportable segments, at least 84% of the segmental revenue, profit or loss, and assets amounts are observed or reported to these reportable segments. The less disclosed segmental information are information pertaining to reconciliations, geographical segment reporting, among others, as presented. The most disclosed segmental information are information about interest revenue and interest expense, depreciation and amortization, material non-cash items such as credit and impairment losses, among others, as presented. Only reportable segment revenue is significantly related to return on assets of the universal banks. None of the reportable segment revenue, profit or loss, assets, and external revenue as a result of overall tests is significantly related to earnings per share of the universal banks. As a result, the management and investors may pay attention to universal bank's revenue generating activities to see the capability of the company to earn and grow in the future. It may also imply that resources allocated in the identified reportable segments, particularly under the segment revenue threshold, must be given attention in making business decisions. Furthermore, investors and other interested users of the financial statements should be skeptical in assessing or evaluating the financial position and performances of the company not only as one single reporting entity, but also on its operating segments to give a better picture of the entity's business units. That ends my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Now the floor is open for Q&A. Any questions for Mr. Henry? Look like there's none, but Mr. Henry, actually I'm not from banking sector. Then I would like to learn from you. You mentioned about the overall threshold, the drop, profit or loss and revenue of the threshold. And how are you going to evaluate it? You are going to use the parameter of B, SE, T, and SIG. Can I know what does this parameter stand for? What do these parameters stand for? B, SE, T, and SIG as you present in the results.
Yes, we actually consider the significance level at 0.05. So based on the first table, since all the significance results are above 0.05, so we cannot conclude that there is a significance relationship among the variables. However, on the second column, which is the relationship on the return on assets, we found out that only segment revenue has a significance level below 0.05. Therefore, we could conclude that it has a significant relationship on the return on assets. And both or all the statistical treatments run, it showed that the methods are actually valid.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Henry. So thank you, Mr. Henry. So our next presenter will be Henny Kusumayani, and the title of Mr. Henny presentation will be Saving Employee Engagement Through Work-Life Balance and Job Satisfaction. So the floor is yours, Henny.
Yes, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank to the chairman and all participants. I want to play my pre-recorded presentation.
Okay.
Having employee engagement, draw work-life balance, and job satisfaction. Introduction. PT Semen Tunggal Pakasa Tbk Bogor, the largest cement company in Indonesia, employs 2,700 individuals. The sustainability and performance of company is strongly influenced by employee involvement in addition to employee engagement. The company offers employee rights and benefits to influence job satisfaction. In this perspective, the obligation to carry out the tasks assigned to employees is not understood as exploitation. The balance between work and employee in personal or family life in a condition in which an employee can balance their time between the work and the fulfillment of personal, recreational, and family life. Although PT Semen Tunggal Pakasa Tbk has a proven performance in supplying cement in Indonesia, the company must overcome its weaknesses to enhance performance gap. For example, employee demonstration have addressed unfulfilled employee rights and spotlighted the company's weak involvement. Unaddressed demands by management include excess work hours and or overtime, determination of retirement age, health services, reimbursement of the price for employees entering retirement, and K3 policies. This is employee turnover data of PT Semen Tunggal Pakasa Tbk Bogor 2016 until 2020. Hypothesis development. H1. There is a positive and significant relationship between work-life balance and job satisfaction at PT Semen Tunggal Pakasa Tbk Bogor. H2. There is a positive and significant relationship between job satisfaction and employee engagement at PT Semen Tunggal Pakasa Tbk Bogor. H3. There is a positive and significant relationship between work-life balance and employee engagement at PT Semen Tunggal Pakasa Tbk Bogor. H4. There is a positive and significant relationship between work-life balance and employee engagement, though job satisfaction at PT Semen Tunggal Pakasa Tbk Bogor. There is the relations between work-life balance, job satisfaction, H1, H4. Research methods. The object of this research are employees of PT Semen Tunggal Pakasa Tbk Bogor, Indonesia. The study uses a quantitative approach and multivariate analysis. The research population consisted of all employees, about 2,700 of PT Semen Tunggal Pakasa Tbk Bogor. A total of 337 employees were selected as the sample based on Morgan table. Data were collected using questionnaires and literature study. The data were analyzed using the structural equation modeling same data analysis method via research software. The result of research. 1. Positive and significant effects of work-life balance on job satisfaction. The effect of work-life balance on job satisfaction is a T-count value of 7.86. This is the greater than the table. Therefore, H null is rejected. 2. Positive and significant effect of job satisfaction on employee engagement. The effect of job satisfaction on employee engagement has a T-count value of 2.38, which is greater than the table. Therefore, it rejects H null. 3. Negative effect of work-life balance on employee engagement. As stated in the previous section, the study failed to reject it to the null hypothesis of the relationship between work-life balance and employee engagement. 4. Positive and significant effects of work-life balance on employee engagement mediated by job satisfaction. The previous section found that the effect of work-life balance on employee engagement mediated by job satisfaction produces a positive significant effect because the count value 2.35 is greater than the table. There is a significant effect of work-life balance on employee engagement, though job satisfaction is a significant level of 5%. Theoretical and practical implication of research. The finding of this study significantly influenced the development of theory and practice. In the theory, the finding confirmed the importance of job satisfaction in increasing employee engagement. In other words, the result confirmed most research results in this field. Practically, this research highlights the nature of relationship between work-life balance, job satisfaction, and employee engagement. The study brings practical insight to practitioners by finding the significant effect of work-life balance on job satisfaction on employee engagement, and work-life balance on employee engagement mediated by job satisfaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Henny. So, thank you, Ms. Henny. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Our next presenter will be Lynn M. Besa. The title of Lynn is going to present is Language Use in Distance Education, Basis for Policy Formulation. So without further delay, we would like to invite our first speaker this morning, today, for the technical session for one, to present to do a presentation.
Udah ya.
Pak Ika nggak ada tanya jawab.
Enggak kan, si itunya udah nutup tadi.
Yeah, Lynn, can you start your presentation? Lynn, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I do hear you. Okay.
Yeah, can you start your presentation? Thank you very much.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone from the Philippines. Do you see my presentation now?
Yeah, we can see it. Thank you very much.
Okay. So thank you very much. Good day, everyone. So allow me to start by saying that it is evident that language in instruction performs a vital role in facilitating learning. The impact of language policy and language practice affirm that language used in the classroom has a significant role in the learner's learning outcome. Therefore, an institution needs to have a strong foundation in managing language use to formulate a language policy for the entire institution. Ladies and gentlemen, communication skills are not only 21st century skills, but are one of the defined attributes, especially in the tertiary level. University students are expected to be good communicators, not only in the classroom, but also in the industry. Rizal Technological University is a university consisting of 2 units catering students from different colleges with diverse backgrounds, various goals and needs, in which one of them is the need to be effective communicators in preparation for the for the industry experience. However, reality reveals that even the graduates, and that's sad to say, are having hard time responding in the target language during the employment interview. Hence, the study I conducted initially in 2013 disclosed that there is actually no language policy in our very own institution, which could serve as guide in strengthening the target language in the institution. As such, this study, which we titled Language Use in Distance Education, Basis for Policy Formulation, is an institutional research which aims to assess and evaluate the language practices in the university before and during the distance education, that's during the pandemic. Findings will be used as basis for language policy formulation and recommendation other than to help the teaching force improve the communication skills of the students. Moreover, the data gathered will contribute as source data in the area of language policy in the university level in the Philippines. So this study aims to answer the following questions. Number 1, what are the language practices in the university before and then during the distance learning instruction, as I have mentioned a while ago, during the pandemic? Second, what are the ramifications of the language practices to the research participants in terms of their reception of the language use, and second, their perception of English as the sole medium of instruction in technical and English-related courses? And number 3, what language policy can be figured out depending on the ramifications of the language practices in the institution? The study utilized a descriptive method to describe the phenomenon and its characteristics. Specifically, the survey method was used to gather necessary information on the language practices of the participants before and during distance learning instruction. An interview was conducted to determine the reason. So that it was a random interview to determine the reasons and the factors that affect the language practices of the participants. So the respondents of the study were actually the first to fourth year college students from different colleges of the Rizal Technological University in both campuses, because we have 2 campuses. These participants were enrolled in courses that require English language as the medium of instruction during the school year 2020 up to 2022. And it could be gleaned that 85.82% of the respondents are between 17 to 21 years old, while in terms of gender, majority of them are female. Data shows that almost half of the respondents are from the National Capital Region, that's the center of the Philippines, because the school is geographically located at the heart of the Metro Manila. The table also shows that half of the respondents are bilingual. Hence, in a typical day, majority prefer to use Filipino, which is our national language, specifically Tagalog, in their communication. In terms of the data gathering, so in consideration of the current situation, we, the researchers, asked the respondents to answer survey and the interview questionnaire through Google Forms. Then the data gathered were tallied, coded, analyzed, and interpreted to to achieve the study's goal. In terms of the findings, the data reveals that in terms of the language used before the pandemic, communicating with the teacher in and out of the classroom is through Taglish. So when we say Taglish, that's the combination of two codes, that is Tagalog and English, with the students. Inside the class, the use of Taglish, but outside the class, they use Filipino. And in communicating with peers inside the university, they use Taglish, while outside, they use Filipino. So in terms of the policies before the pandemic, the overall mean is sometimes for the use of English only policy, use of Filipino and use of Taglish, while the use of other languages is seldom used. During the pandemic, the same result was observed. The respondents used Taglish inside and outside the institution or their language practice. Similarly, in terms of the policies, the same result was observed. The English-only policy or the EOP use of Filipino, English, and Taglish were sometimes implemented. So to show you the summary, this particular table shows that language use before and after did not actually change. A same result is observable in almost all of the areas. While in this particular table, it shows that language policies before and during distance learning, the result is almost the same, actually the same. To answer the second problem, what are the ramifications of the language practices? So this particular table shows that the participants' positive reception of the use of English in the class is moderately agree. This table reveals that the participants' negative reception of the use of English in the class is also moderately agree. When the respondents were asked of their perception of English as the sole medium of instruction, they were asked, so do you think English should be the sole medium of communication in the technical and English-related courses? It was a surprise that they responded, yes, it was actually rank 1. During the interview, they cited that learning English and speaking it helped them in many ways. It enhances their ability to communicate well in English, and because it is an international language, it will help them in their future endeavors. Language policy is generally a byproduct of a thorough language planning. In formulating language policy, initial fact-finding is the first stage in language planning process. So in this study, it could be gleaned that based on the language preference and the results of the findings, the participants recognize the value and the role of English. Thus, you could see in the result that they prefer the use of English. So English here is a candidate for a language policy in our institution. So what's our conclusion? The study unveils that the respondents whose ages ranging for 17 to 41 years old, because we have adult learners, those who come back to school, are dominantly originating in the National Capital Region, while others come from regions 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, whose language spoken vary from English, Filipino, Taglish, regional dialects, and foreign language. It could be noticed that the research participants use Filipino in a typical day. Findings reveal that majority of them use Taglish in their communication before and during the pandemic. In terms of the language policies, the respondents sometimes comply with the English-only policy in technical and English-related courses. Sometimes they use Filipino and Taglish in communication and English-related courses. On the other hand, they seldom use other languages, such as regional languages, in the said courses if they have classmates on that particular course. When the research participants were asked of the ramifications of the language practices, they moderately agree on the use of English. In contrast, they highly agree that English should be used in different everyday activities activities in connection when they were asked on their perception of the sole use of English in these courses. More than half of them said yes. Lastly, as part of the language policy of the university, the use of English language as a sole medium of instruction, communication in the classroom generally, and this particular courses should be implemented in order to address the needs on internationalization and globalization of the higher education institutions in the Philippines. However, and this is what we would like to recommend in the paper, that before we fully implement the policy, the university should first prepare the speech community, and that's the school environment, through several language initiates to fully achieve its goal. So that's all for our presentation. I am Lynn Besa with my co-researcher, Mr. Richard Percon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ling. Thanks for your interesting presentation. So out of curiosity, I noticed that in the presentation, the language used for distance education before and during the pandemic are different, right?
Well, sir, the same. That's what we would like to, the same, sir. That's what we would like to account. We found out that the language before the pandemic and the language during the pandemic were the same. There were no changes.
No
So what the language they used before and during, the same.
Yeah, the same. And
Yes,
I
sir.
think the study that you have conducted is for undergraduate students postgraduate, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. For postgraduate, I think you will estimate you may expect to get the same result as well, I think.
I suppose, but that's a different story. Actually, that's another thing we would like to work on, because this is a series of studies, sir. This is a series of study in terms of language policy in the institution, because we really need to do several steps in order for us to really come up with a policy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very
Dr.
much.
Lee. Can I know, is there any other question from the floor? If there is none, then we proceed with our 13th presenter for technical session number 1. Our 13th presenter for session number 1 is Mr. Job Tabamo Baralas, and the title of his presentation will be Urban Design Competitions in Asia and its Impact from Students' Perspective. Mr. Bob, the floor is yours, and you can start your presentation.
Hi, can you see my screen clearly? Is my screen
We can see your screen. Yes, Job. Yeah, we can see your screen.
So I could start now. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Job Tabamo Barales, a master's student of Kim Ung-Kut University of Technology, Tanburi, Bangkok, Thailand. And I'm going to present to everyone urban design competitions in Asia and its impact from students' perspective. So before I start, I would like to, the reason why I have this study is because I've been joining a lot of student urban design competitions in Asia. So last 2019, my team, we joined Designing Resilience in Asia, and we got honorable mention that this happened in Thailand, Taiwan, and the case study was in Chennai, India. So the principal problem statement for my research is that crafting an urban design entry takes a lot of capital or investment that includes time, effort, and economic capabilities. The cost to be incurred in the production of a competition entry is too huge to get wasted just only to be an idea or for, to be presented. So primarily, these entries may be holistically shaped or turned into useful for the targeted communities or case studies. So my hypothesis is urban design competitions as an effective tool for urban design and planning professionals may also be beneficial for students who would like to provide solutions or get involved with by improving the modality of engagement with stakeholders, turning it into action or implementation. So the rationale, so the researcher aims to assess the experiences of the students, primarily those who joined and presented their work. So through proposal, presentations, and implementations. And if these urban design competitions is a good avenue to solicit ideas for implementing competitions, and how could we make it sustainable or improve for the next generation. So the principal objective is exploring the idea of learning by doing methodology, so that students may able to maximize urban design competitions by not just as a platform for presentations of ideas, but also be applied or modified with the guidance of different stakeholders. So I'm showing you my conceptual framework. So concepts unfold with time, and over time they assume different meanings. The idea of the competition is no exception. This paper discusses the evolution of contest designs in general, attempting to derive a theoretical framework from analyzing competition in the urban design. Starting from the classical notion of dissymposium, it proceeds to some of the latest approaches. The approaches introduce various aspects of industry dynamics and growth in terms of tackling publication and implementation. It provides a methodology to arrive at the best interest of the community from the industry by analyzing all the elements of the necessary conditions, structure, conduct, and performance. It is argued that sustained growth and dynamics of the collaborative community paradigm are led by interest and monetary-driven barriers actors. Growth arises out of changing primary conditions, and dynamics arises out of sharing new strategies created. Hence, prime movers of the competition is among stakeholders to control and harmonize externalities. So for my theoretical framework, I use collaborative community paradigm. So it's a principle of education for sustainable development, or simply ESD, which concentrates on the sustain of repeatable staging for exchange among learners and its educator, stakeholders of the planning team, the local community, external constituents of the consulting side of experts, and foreign dignitaries or scholars from various levels. So the proposed method approaches several dimensions, including the education of learners, professors, specialists, and local, and establishment of a network for cooperation and collaboration. So the scope and limitation of this paper. So like what I mentioned earlier, before I introduced my problem, so I joined Designing Resilience in Asia, which is hosted by the NUS, National University of Singapore. So, and then the student design competition of UN Habitat, which I used the 2018 in Wuhan, and the ASA International Design Competition based in Bangkok, Thailand. So the results of this study will be based on these three responses, and handpicked concept and implementation urban design competitions of the researcher. So concept, urban design competition. So it's designing resilience in Asia and ASA International Design Competition. In terms of implementation, we use the UN Habitat student design competition that happened in Wuhan, China. So the research design is like I use qualitative and quantitative. So I use the wants to know the knowledge and attitude of the organizer and participants of urban design competitions towards the structure and implementation of plans and its applications to the community. The most appropriate is these two research methods. So the primary research tool used is reviewing existing documents, materials, survey, interviews, and observation. So here's the summary of the findings and analysis. So there identified 5 types of urban competitions that are currently available in Asia, which are idea, implementation, open, mandatory, and alternative. So majority of the competitions in Asia are crafted as idea and open. There should be more implemented types if given with the availability of fundings. Third is the organizational factors significantly include the following. So structure and its definition, case study location, competition drivers for the advisors and students, methods of promotion, seeking proposals, structure determination of jury and prizes, media exposure and public relations, and lastly, final requirements and impacts. And the last one, majority of the experts or representatives are normally just sitting as the set as jurors, but the students find it like they should at least give feedback and at the same time notes for the students. So I'm showing you the outcome of the survey. So out of 114 students from different competitions, 89 are female and 25 are male, and 19 to 22 is the age bracket. So here's a table showing the distribution of elements from different urban design competition segment, and they value more the selected case study in terms of selecting which is the important part for the upon joining or selecting a competition for that. The next table is that which is the preference of the students. So there are like 43 respondents. They said that they want implementation done. And next one is like the open type of urban design competition. And which this table shows the weakness of the competition, which is the timeline. So for my research, they mentioned that some timeline it's very short for them to really grasp the especially for the post. And for the post competition, here are like the things that they think that they value. So they want to highlight the post site visit and presentation to the stakeholder. So conclusion and recommendations. So majority of the students said that they gained knowledge from these urban design competitions or symposiums, such as collaborating and discussion with the diverse group from the region. Presentation and design proposal target three scales, like the architecture, specific, and urban sizing. Students were able to use their own skill sets to enhance their roles as learners, and as soon as to be professional by conducting interviews and site visits. They also had a positive attitude towards the post-conference symposium activity that could lead to an impact towards the community or in the implementation of the winning entry. So the students are also capacitated in the sense that they could apply what they've learned from the symposium to improve themselves, their peers, and their university. The symposium enhanced their confidence and gave them the wonder of discovery, as some this was their first field work and networking. The advantages of entering this kind of competition included facilitating academic assistance to the next batch and getting connected to the other participants abroad, especially for knowledge sharing and networking. Lastly, they were able to apply their practice in community projects and activities. So these educational impacts competitions was the most apparent. Some of the students gained more confidence in public speaking, and they believe that the platform could provide them a venue for more engagements, especially with the post-competition. As various types of competitions available in Asia, many of them have the same purpose, but different approach on these topics, from resilience to disruptive urban solution. For students, the main focus for the team is to check first what the case study and the timeline given by the organizers, and ask the point for the students community with their peers abroad with potential encounter with the community. Lastly, they felt a sense of interest that they could do something in the post-competition for research or other activities rather than just getting a recognition award or a prize. So that's all, and thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Bob. Is there any question from the floor? Thanks for your sharing, Bob. Actually, nowadays, university are looking for competitions. If the university won the competition, then it will bring up the name of that particular university. So as an educator, we are also interested to know what are the skills, what are the attributes after you join the competitions, the skills and attributes that you gain after you join the competitions. Can you share with us?
Yes. So like what I said, the students would be able to enhance their public speaking skills and researching skills in terms of going to the community, talking to the locals, knowing the problem, and as well as being analytic, being critical with the current scenarios that they face, like because with these competitions, they are required to go site visits, like to firsthand experience what are they could see or feel from the specific case study given. So yeah, that are some of the skills that they could get from joining such urban design competitions. And I would say the networking skills is like a big chunk because urban design community is not that big, and a lot of these competitions, the experts normally give a lecture, and at the end of the competition, they don't normally like give in-depth reviews. So that's what highlighted from my research.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob. Thank you for your competitive, complete, how to say that. Thank you for your solid and concrete answer. Okay, thank you very much, Bob. And then moving on, we are going to have our 14th presenter for this morning session, for technical session number 1. Our next presenter is Mr. Derek Suba Figora, and the title that he's going to present to us is Work from Home Experience and Work-Life Balance of Accounting Business Process Outsourcing Employees. So without any further delay, we'd like to invite Mr. Derek Suba to present his paper.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mr. Derek.
Okay, sir. I will now share my screen.
Yeah, you can start your presentation. We can see your slides.
Okay. Thank you, sir. The sudden shift in the work arrangement during the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak required a huge adjustment on the part of on-site office workers. The business process outsourcing industry, employing more than 1 million Filipinos, was one of the major industry sector affected. Premise to this, a very timely and relevant study was conducted. I am Derek Suba Figueroa from the Philippines, and allow me to present my research entitled Work from Home Experience and Work-Life Balance of Accounting Business Process Outsourcing Employees. The study described the demographic profile of the employees as to sex, civil status, and generation. Their work from home experiences, which includes the constructs, motivational factors, inefficiency factors, and required qualities for work from home as adopted from Raisani et al. 2020 were also described. The dimensions of work-life balance, which includes work interference with personal life interference with work, and work-personal life enhancement adopted from Heyman 2005 were covered in the study. The profile variables were used to group the respondents and test if there is any significant difference on their responses. Finally, the relationship between work from home experience and work-life balance was identified and evaluated. The study used descriptive comparative correlational as research design. The accounting business process outsourcing employees by companies in Clark Freeport and Special Economic Zone in Clark Pampanga are the respondents of the study. For the demographic profile, 72% of the respondents were female,
while 28% are male. This is considered normal since the female dominates the accountancy profession in the Philippines. As to civil status, 86% of the respondents were unmarried or still single. Finally, as to generation, 63% belongs to Generation Y, or we known as the millennials, while the remaining 37% of the respondents are Generation Z, which started to enter the professional workforce for around 5 years now. As to work from home experience, the employee's mean score for motivational factors, which are the advantages of work from home, is quite high at 4.08. This means that the identified advantages of work from home were actually experienced and appreciated by the employees. On the other hand, the employees rated with neutrality the inefficiency factors or the disadvantages of work from home. It can be interpreted that they are indifferent on these disadvantages. Among the major advantages noted with agreement and appreciation of the employees were related to time and money saved in commuting to office, choosing workplace or workspace, avoidance of formal dress codes and appearance-related requirements, and that they can work independently. Among the disadvantages noted with agreement were focused on the fact that there is a limited face-to-face interactions with colleagues and managers. Surprisingly, it is very interesting to note that the employees disagreed that work from home results to misunderstanding on the part of family members. For the required qualities to work from home, the ABPO employee believes that there is a need for strong personal responsibility for work, digital literacy for office and software tools, engagement and commitment to the organization, time management, and good communication skills, respectively. For the work-life balance, all dimensions of work-life balance contributes to a good balance between work and personal life of the employees. This is evidenced by a good rating to all of the 3 dimensions of work-life balance. To further scrutinize the work-from-home experience and work-life balance of the employees, they were grouped according to their profile variables: sex, civil status, and generation. In the constructs of work-from-home experience, male and female employees have significant difference in their experience as to inefficiency factors. It was found out that female employees generally experience less inefficiencies as opposed to their male counterparts. Consequently, male employees at some extent experience more inefficiencies than female employees during work from home. However, there were no significant differences noted on the work from home experience of the employees when they were grouped according to civil status and generation. As far as work-life balance is concerned, there were significant differences in the employees' responses for male and female employees. Female employees scored higher in their work-life balance as compared to their male counterparts. The significant difference means that female employees had better work-life balance overall than male employees during the pandemic. Female employees rated their work-life balance better than their male counterparts overall under the 3 said dimensions. On the other hand, there were no significant differences noted on the employee responses when they were grouped according to their civil status and generation. When the constructs of work from home were evaluated, statistical test shows that there is a moderate positive relationship between motivational factors of work from home and work-life balance. This means that both constructs move in the same direction. It can be interpreted that if the motivational factors will be experienced more, the better will be the work-life balance of the employees and vice versa. On the other hand, the construct inefficiency factors of work from home experience and work-life balance establish a strong negative correlation. This means that if the employees encountered more inefficiencies while working from home, this will result to a poor work-life balance and vice versa. To conclude the study, the following recommendations were provided. The accounting business process outsourcing companies may consider continuously offering work from home arrangement to employees opting to avail it rather than putting all the employees back to physical offices under the new normal or the now normal after the pandemic, since working from home is more beneficial to them. ABPO companies may offer a mixture of work arrangements such as 3-day work from home and 2-day work from office, or any similar schemes or work arrangement combinations. The government regulators and lawmakers, they may consider offering special incentives to ABPO companies that will allow work from home arrangement to their employees and to maintain the competitiveness of the Philippines in the world, like the #1 BPO rich country, which is India. And for the future researchers and academicians, a study on the relationship of work from home experience on the productivity is encouraged, together with work-life balance relationship with employee retention. Again, I am Derek Suba Figueroa, a certified public accountant by profession and an educator in practice. And I am the proponent of this study entitled Work from Home Experience and Work-Life Balance of Accounting Business Process Outsourcing Employees. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Derek. Now the floor is open for Q&A. Can I know, is there any question from the floor? Yeah, if there is none, just to share with you, Mr. Derek, for the past 2 years as an educator, we also, most of the time, we are working from home, and then we teach the students through online, through the virtual lectures. So since we can teach the student through online systems, and then have you considered, have you think about there is a possibility that the employer may get some other people to replace us since we are not in the office all the time. Is there any possibility? Is there any risk for that or not?
Actually, sir, the fact that we are working from home, the very reason, actually in the Philippines, the very reason why we are offering the work from home arrangement is because of the rapid increase in the number of COVID-19 incidents in the Philippines. So technically speaking, as to these accounting BPOs, there are studies already conducted relating to their company internal, that the productivity usually is not being affected, although these professionals are working from home. So there is the level of productivity both on-site and work from home are almost the same, or sometimes even better. And because these BPO companies are also already saving so much on their operation expenses or operating expenses, they are benefiting from it actually. They wanted to continue offering work from home. However, most of our almost all, I am not 100% sure, but almost all our ABPO or accounting BPO are under a special law here in the Philippines that gives them special incentives. That's why they are being regulated by the government. And for now, the Philippine government wants these agents, these ABPO agents, to return or go back to the office, since they have something in control with it, especially when it comes to fiscal incentives like on taxation. That's why this study aims to justify and to help these companies to justify their side that it's okay for us, it's okay for them to offer or continuously offer work from home to their employees, since productivity is not being affected. And also, competition-wise, when we're talking of different countries, for India, let's say, for example, they are still continuously offering work from home for their employees. And I think it will be a disadvantage on the Philippine government if they will continue to insist this go back to work scheme for BPO, sir.
Okay, thank you, Derek, for your explanation. Okay, moving on, we come to our last presenter today. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Derek. Our last presenter today last presenter for this session number 1 is Mr. Taufik Adityawaman, and the title that he's going to present will be Failure Analysis of X-Pool 16 inches small and Insight of Machine Learning and Experimental Results. So, Mr. Taufik, the floor is yours, then you can start your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Kwok. Let me share my presentation. Okay, is it show in the screen the slide?
Yeah, we can see your screen. We can see your slides. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Taufik.
Okay, I would like to share and present about the risk analysis of pipeline spool. MOL means main oil line. So this is an insight of machine learning and experimental result in one of oil and gas company in Indonesia. So the outline of presentation is introduction, objective, methodology, result and discussion, and conclusion. So come to introduction. Why the pipeline actually this is critical and one of efficient tool to transport the oil and gas from wells to off-taker in offshore to onshore in shoreline. So of course, the steel pipeline has risk failure due to material degradation. Of course, is the indisputable. I mean, this is the fact. The pipeline, steel pipeline, as a consequence, is susceptible to corrosion in internal wall. So by having that corrosion, so it means lower the allowable wall thickness of the pipeline. So how we measure that risk and allowable wall thickness? So we do the root cause analysis as one of prominent tool to unveil the primary background of failed material. So how we get the data from the pipeline itself. So we do the inline inspection, we call the ILI, that saw the promising result to learn in depth the actual condition of pipeline. Then the conservative data, of course, by having inline inspection is year by year since the exploration of oil and gas. So there's a lot of data that now is being useful for predictive the future failure or anticipate the future failure. So the machine learning assess the risk and free from human subjectivity and bias. So that's basically the outline and how this machine learning will introduce. Of course, the objective of this study of this assessment. So we conduct the root cause analysis from the specific material, steel material, API pipe L grade X42 as a mean to transport the oil. The RCA also for this X-pool 16-inch main oil line. Assessment of the anomaly in the former spool of the pipeline. So we did that. So inline inspection to evaluate condition of unprotected pipeline. And later the machine learning is to handle data processing, probability of failure prediction, and also suggest proper maintenance recommendation as a result. The methodology from the material itself, the material is chosen is API pipe L X52 DSL2. So with the profile and also the properties as shown in the screen. So diameter water depth of the pipeline is 44.2 meters, and incoming 15 meters. So there is inclination in terms of water depth of the condition geographic. So there's the corrosion coating, design pressure, pigging record, and chemical inhibitor use and integrity status. We call red mean that it at risk. So what the methodology we use, have been used for this experimental. So there's 2 points from experimental point of view. We did the chemical composition test, we did the visual examination, we did the hardness and tensile test for steel material, we did metallographic examination, we did the SEM and EDX characterization. That's mean the scanning electron microscope and also the energy dispersive X-ray. And from that experimental, we come up with actual root cause analysis. And in the other side, so by analyzing the inline inspection data collection, we did the data pre-processing, we did the data normalization, and used the algorithm selection for supervised machine learning, linear regression, random forest, and the other method of support vector machine. That's the 3 of machine learning method that we use. So selecting that process, we do the model testing 20% and come up with prediction of probability of failure and prediction of probability of failure, compare with the actual root cause analysis and come up with recommendation. That's a methodology been used in this study. So what the result and the discussion? In terms of chemical composition result, so the DEN from the specimen we selected, 18% inward and reduced the inner diameter as a convex sequences. The presence of green internal coated surface exfoliated. There's no shallow pit or channeling appear. It confirmed that the leakage originated on the opposite area. And schematic analysis. So by having this dented, the local dented, so of course the localized turbulence appear in the flowing. Turbulence is higher. Flow velocity might be detrimental to the internal pipe surface when combined with the fine sand, because this is the mixture normally in the pipeline. Sand particles and severe wall thinning leading to the leakage, of course. The microstructural heterogeneity, based on the table, this table, that spool has the hardness of 80, and the API we have now measured that. So corrosion resistance remain at a lower level. So based on the tensile test result. And then based on the metallography, trace of remaining corrosion product is observable. Typical microstructure of carbon steel is ferritic and perlite. Very cemented increase in the pitting corrosion resistance, and metallography result align with carbon dioxide harm, the perlitic carbon steel. This is the how to zoom in the dented, then the microstructure. So ferric ferro and oxygen dominate the number of other compounds. So it confirmed the result of scanning microscopic. The growth of damage correlate to the dam, of course, restrict the flow of fluid inwardly, causes surrounding the area to fail. So ferro, silica, and chlor propose the microbial activity. Okay. This is the machine learning method comparison. So which linear regression has the accuracy of 70%, and random forest has accuracy of 92%, and this the other method is about 70%. So wall thinning in the statistic graphic, so there's the wall thinning between the peak depth and probability of failure, 0.88. So from this graphic, random factor method is given the highest accuracy of the data analysis. So means that random forest is suitable for model probability of occurrence. So in the other side, this linear regression is inadequate to translate the non-linearity between the features and probability of failure prediction. So the conclusion of this study, the first is the primary root cause of pipeline due to internal corrosion. The science is associated debris lowering the flow rate. The dam on the pipeline causes inward flow restriction that contributes to turbulence around the dented area. Wall thinning determines the probability of failures, and random forest work best to predict the probability of failure and suggest recommendation. So that is my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Taufik. Thank you very much for your presentation, especially on the iteration of the piping systems. Okay, and we can see that Mr. Taufik had done the simulation of the thinning of the wall of the piping system using the machine learning algorithm that include the linear regression, support beton machine, and then the RF. So, Mr. Tauhid, can I know what are the data that you input into the machine learning systems?
So
can you share with us?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kwok. So the data that I submitted also in the paper is based on the inline inspection that has been done until this. Hang on, I opened that data. That's basically that inline inspection data is drive the data that has been done. The last inline inspection is June 2021. So I mean back to that year by year. So we did the regular inline inspection. So this data is collected and become an input for random forest in machine learning analysis.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taufik. Keno, is there any question for the floor, from the participants? If there is none, I would like to say this is the end of our session, technical session number 1. And then our next session, I think it is going to start very, very soon. And we need to refer to the organizer. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentations, and thank you very much for your for the presenters. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the session chair for presiding over the sessions, and thank you to all the presenters for giving your wonderful presentations and for answering the questions that the session chairs and the participants also had. A round of applause for all of you. On that note, we are ending the technical session 1 of the conference. So we will take a lunch break now for half an hour. So the time right now, according to Malaysian time, is 1:48. So we will take a half an hour break and we will convene back again for the technical session 2. So we will again convene by Malaysian time of 2:15 to 2:20 would be sufficient time for all of you to finish lunch and convene back again. So please convene back here between the time of 2:15 to 2:20 after lunch so that we can start the technical session 2. And we have a keynote speaker for the session 2 where we will be doing the session number and followed by the technical session that we are having. So kindly please convene back again.
to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICAS-ETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organisations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
All right, I believe everyone is back from the prescribed lunchtime, and we will conclude the lunch break with this. And we will be starting the technical session 2 of the day. Can I have a thumbs up from all the people that are over here so that we know that we are good to go? You can put a thumbs up in the chat box so that we know all of you who are available over here before we start the technical session 2. A quick thumbs up on the chat box, please. Yes, I am receiving a lot of responses. Can I get some more thumbs up before we start the technical session 2? All right. All right. Good afternoon to all the listeners and participants who are logging in. Okay, thank you to all who have given up a thumbs up as well as a verbal confirmation on the chat box. Thank you so much. And welcome back. We are conducting the 5th International Conference. So we are convening the technical session 2 of the 5th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research Studies and Education 2022 that's being held at Malaysia. So this is the first day, the second part of the day 1, and day 2 will be held tomorrow. So as a very good beginning to our technical session 2, we have a keynote address that is going to be delivered. It is my pleasure, and I am your host once again, Juveria. So it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Banu Pratap Singh, Vice Chancellor, Maharishi University of Information Technology, MUIT, Lucknow, India, to deliver his keynote speech. Sir, it is a pleasure to have you with us, and the floor is all yours. You can go ahead with your keynote address.
Thank you, ma'am. I am audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible and visible also.
Thanks once again. It's my pleasure to be a part of this gathering. Can I share my screen?
Yes, sir. You can go ahead and share your screen.
Screen share नहीं हो रहा.
Professor, if you could open Zoom.
I am sharing. Kindly,
Yeah.
1 minute. कहाँ से करें? Yeah, ma'am, it is visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you once again. It's my pleasure to be a part of this gathering. As we are talking about the multidisciplinary research, studies, and education. Nowadays, if we talk about the multidisciplinary research, studies, and educations, it is demand of the system or future. As multidisciplinary research communities with different capabilities and strength need to work together harmoniously in pursuit of knowledge, pooling of resources to address complex research problem in a complementary way. It is a synergistic collaboration between two and more disciplines. It requires innovation, creativity, flexibility, evolving new understanding and knowledge. As interdisciplinary concerned integration literally means to make whole. In the context of interdisciplinary integration is a process by which ideas, data, information, method, tools, concept, theories from two or more disciplines are synthesized, connected, or blended. So the disciplines that were pursued independently are integrated together. Two views of interdisciplinary: generalist interdisciplinary understand interdisciplinary loosely to mean any form of dialogue or interaction between two or more disciplines. Interdisciplinary, on the other hand, believe that integration should be a goal of interdisciplinary work because integration addresses the challenge of complexity. Whereas multidisciplinary different science of disciplines are used to find an explanation for the research problem. This cooperative and coordinated research required the unified effort of experts from different disciplines who pool their knowledge, find a solution to a problem. In other hand, this discipline involved the search for truth using many specialized branches of learning that aim to achieve a common goal using knowledge from other disciplines. This approach helps to test the hypothesis, combining many ideas, views, field academic methods. Multidisciplinary studies address current and real problems with a prioritized focus on solving them. However, in broader sense, they are concerned to be close cousins of each other and more or less synonymously used. They are also somewhat similar to each other as depicted in the next slide. As we talk about the comparative characteristic between all the interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and in education system, it play an important role. Multi and interdisciplinary approach involve either different discipline in same field or integration of varying fields. The characteristics show that trans and interdisciplinary are more similar to each other than the multidisciplinary. In multidisciplinary approach, the different disciplines play a parallel role and may not lose their identity during the integration, but in transdisciplinary approach, the integration of field may result in evolution of new field. So as mentioned earlier, they are quite similar to each other unless used in every strict sense, and all the three approaches work in integration with a common objective toward the finding solution to a problem. As we are talking about the necessity rather than the explicitity, multidisciplinary approach is becoming an essential and significant necessity to solve futuristic research-based problem rather than being confined or limited to certain areas or problems. This is because it presents a holistic approach by way of integration, sharing of knowledge, and objective that help to tackle complex problems. Since the integration of various disciplines, a 360-degree view of problem from expert in different areas, so it enables progress at a fast rate, speeding up the progresses. It also provides advantages to explore new area with involvement of experts from different disciplines having varied skills and knowledge. Multidisciplinary approach of work help to learn life skill and value working in team with people having different views, different background, etc. Team member also get an opportunity to get art of interpersonal communication and time management. So it is a demand of the current scenario with respect to multidisciplinary. If we talk about the dynamics of collaborative approach, all type of approach require collaboration, which is a dynamic approach for the research problem at hand. The research outcome is governed by the efficient interplay of team of researchers, research design and methods, data analysis, working toward a team, common research problem. These in turn are worked in coordination due to consistency along with the creativity, collaborativity, understanding between team members for the research design and method and data analysis. In a broader spectrum, if we see, these all bring about future opportunity for collaboration, rewards in form of holistic solution, networking, publications, and the help to develop leadership and institutional support and resources. If we talk about the nature of collaboration, there are different type of a collaboration we can go with this type of a multidisciplinary approach. In that part, if we see the nature of collaboration can also be a various type of according to the extent of involvement of different discipline to achieve the outcome of the research problem. It can be either to the information, consultation or seeking advice or complete involvement from start to finish. If we talk about the different type of examples are applicable or available with respect to multidisciplinary approach. For an example, if we discuss about the smart glasses, it is a combination of different type of a approach. These examples show the collaborative effort through multidisciplinary approach as invention of smart glasses with the involvement of experts from the different disciplines like ophthalmology, mechatronics, material science, and software engineering. Another example show the multidisciplinary approach for the production of ethanol with the involvement of several disciplines from the plant biology to ecology to geology, economics, political science, environmental science, and many more. So there are different type of number of examples are available. They are benefited with respect to the multidisciplinary approach. If we talk about the guiding principles for the success of multidisciplinary and collaborations, it involves teamwork with interaction between pupils from different areas of background. So following certain guiding principle for the successful future outcome of the collaboration. You can see in this slide, there are number of collaborative approach are required for the multidiscipline, or these are the guiding principle. There are number of guiding principle are you can show in these slides. So this is the requirement of the system with the multidisciplinary for the successful collaboration. Same, if we talk about the interplay of factors in the multidisciplinary approach, multidisciplinary teamwork involves various factors which interact with each other. One of the central factor is relationship between team members at various levels such as professional, personal, operational, environmental, and structural. If the team members share a coordinated relation at all these levels, the working becomes very smooth. Same, if we talk about the multidisciplinary approach in education system, it means apply the knowledge from varied fields to provide holistic education. It is a believed to a progressive method of education and very much prevalent in developing countries. It provides synergy, unique angle to understanding problem faced by marginalized students, thus helps to provide them quality education. Management is the one of the crucial aspect of such approach for the success of such type of a project. Same manner, if we see the ancient tradition of multidisciplinary approach, it is very effective. Multidisciplinary approach has been a part of education, holistic education in Indian science ancient times, as evident from the scriptures from the Nalanda and Takshila. In Indian scenario, in those times, students had to study all disciplines ranging from science to art to engineering along with vocational and skill and value education. It made the student an all around who would face all kind of situation in life and come out with flying colors. He would not feel unequipped due to lack of knowledge or unskilled or skill of certain discipline. So in Indian scenario, the multidisciplinary approach we are studying from the ancient periods. If we talk about the existing approach, gradually this ancient education system underwent reform, which brought in specialization, and the student studied selected combination of subjects such that they specialize in certain discipline. It resulted in growth of some single discipline institution. With respect to Indian scenario, as a new National Education Policy 2020 emphasize on the multidisciplinary approach. If we talk about the futuristic vision about the multidisciplinary approach as a part of National Education Policy with respect to Indian scenario, the policymaker have once again realized the importance of holistic education and formulated National Education Policy 2020 to review ancient education system. It provides freedom to the student to study the discipline of their choice, follow their passion, and polish their talents. This system also mandates skill and value education, which is much needed in the recent time when the world is becoming so fast-paced and students are facing cutthroat competition, which require them to mentally strong and have good moral values. It aims to develop intellectual, artistic, social, physical, emotional, ethical, and more facets of individual in an integrated manner. It applies not only to Indian education system, but can very well be adopted and applied globally to any country education system integrating with their own culture and beliefs. If we talk about the Indian scenario, multidisciplinary approach with respect to new education, National Education Policy 2020, there are division or three types of higher education: teaching incentive university, research incentive university, and degree awarding autonomous colleges. With this new education policy, where we talk about the research scenario, in that part, multidisciplinary approach play a vital role. Same manner, if we talk about the merit of the project, Indian government had also conceptualized the multidisciplinary approach for the improvement of technical education, which directly relates to the skill education. Once ready, it would be implemented in accordance with National Education Policy 2020, thus completing each other in more than one ways. Apart from that, there are a number of merit and demerit of multidisciplinary approach. Nothing comes with only good points. Multidisciplinary approach, either in research or education, comes with its own limitations, disadvantages, demerit, but one can find a balance between the good and bad point of beneficial outcome. Thank you, everyone. Gives me an opportunity to be a part of this August gathering. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Professor, for giving us that wonderful keynote address that you have given us. With that note, we would like to move on to the next keynote speaker, who's Mr. Nagarajan. Yes, so sir, you can go ahead with your presentation. And Professor, may I ask you to unshare your screen?
Yeah.
I'm not able to share my screen.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. So as Professor unshares his, then you can share yours.
Is my voice audible? Is it okay?
Yes, your voice is audible.
Fine.
All right. So he's unshared his screen. Why don't you try sharing your screen now?
Sure. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good afternoon to one and all present over here. This is Dr. S. Nagarajan, Principal and Professor of Surendra Institute of Engineering Management, West Bengal. Before we move on to today's topic, let me thank the organizer for giving me this wonderful opportunity to deliver a keynote speech on the given topic, an overview of sustainable pathway for global energy transition. I have given my contact number and my website address. If anybody interested to contact me for any research guidance, you can reach me out in the following details. The entire world is now talking about global warming. So this word is not new to all of us. And as the world is getting hotter, and we are facing a lot of problems like climate change, and greenhouse has emission to the environment, which leads to further temperature rise. And if you look at the main reason behind this, the global warming, generally people are saying the emission of greenhouse gases to the environment causes the temperature rise. But if you look at the specific reason, I would say more carbon dioxide emission leads to further temperature rise. That is the main root cause for this global warming. So today I am going to address that topic with respect to CO2 emission and how we can able to limit the CO2 emission and how best it can be neutralized so that we can leave the best environment for the future generation. So here I have given you the small details regarding CO2 emission. The out of 100% CO2 emission, 27% is from China, and the next leading contributor is USA. They are contributing 14.6% of total emission. And the third contributor is India. It is around 6.80. So if you look at the total carbon dioxide emission, out of 100, these three countries alone contributing 15% of the total CO2 emission. So it is the right time to discuss about CO2 emissions so that we can safeguard the Earth against this temperature rise. And what are the main causes and reason for this CO2 resistance? The two major industries contributing nearly 60 to 65% of the total carbon dioxide emission to the environment. The first industry is the energy industry. So from energy industry, we are getting 45 to 50% of the carbon emission into the atmosphere, and followed by transport sector. So our transport sector contributing 15%. So I have given the graph over here. There you can see the different sectors and the percentage of carbon dioxide emission from various sectors. The electricity, heat, energy industries, manufacturing, transport, residential. So now we are going to discuss how best this electricity and transport sector can able to reduce the CO2 emission into the environment. So my simple suggestion to further reduce the CO2 emission to the environment from these two sectors, if you look at the energy sector, most of the countries, they are generating or they are depending thermal power plant for generating electricity. And to generate electricity from thermal power plant, you have to burn the coal, and when you burn the coal, you have to release CO2 through thermal power plant. So that is the major reason. So we have to find out alternate resource for the generation of electricity. But right now, majority of the countries, they are depending on thermal power plant. So we have to replace the thermal power plant. The second contributor, transport sector. So we are using fossil fuel vehicles, petrol vehicle and diesel vehicle for their transport, day-to-day transport. So we are getting around 15% carbon dioxide from transport sector. So in order to avoid this further carbon dioxide emission to the environment, France has hosted the international conference in 2015. They have invited representatives from 196 countries, and in that conference, they have requested all the developing and developed nations to find out alternative source for the energy sector and as well as for the transport sector. So many countries have given assurance to replace conventional energy source by renewable energy source in terms of the energy sector, and they have also agreed to replace conventional vehicle, fossil fuel vehicle by e-vehicle before 2030. So India has already given that assurance to reduce the carbon dioxide emission by 30 to 35% when compared to current emission. They have agreed to reduce 30 to 35% before 2030. So in order to reduce carbon dioxide emission by 30 to 35%, we have to find out alternate resources, at least 40% of the alternate resources for the energy sector and EV vehicle, transport sector, so that we can comfortably achieve this target by 2030. And this is the NASA report. According to the NASA report, the global, if you look at the global temperature rise of last 100 degrees, that is from 1906 to 2005 was from 0.6 degrees Celsius to 0.9. It is from 1.1 to 1.6 Fahrenheit, and on average it is around 1.3 to 1.4 Fahrenheit. But if you look at the current temperature rise of last 50 years, it is exactly double when compared to the last 100 years, that is between 1906 to 2005. So it is, it is an alarming situation. The main reason behind this much temperature rise, we are using more fossil fuel for transport sector and energy sector, as well as because of urbanization. We are, cutting more trees, deforestation, industrialization, and more population, increase in population, also the main root cause for this temperature rise. Let us see how to minimize this carbon dioxide emission. As I mentioned earlier, most of the countries, they are depending 70 to 75% of the electricity from thermal power plant. But the main problem with thermal power plant, if you want to generate 1 unit of energy from thermal power plant, that is 1 kilowatt hour energy from thermal power plant, and you have to generate approximately 0.94 kg of carbon dioxide. Or for the calculation purpose, let us say like this: for the generation of 1 kilowatt of electricity, thermal power plant will release 1 kg of carbon dioxide. I have small mathematical calculation to discuss in detail about the total carbon dioxide emission from the thermal power plant. I have taken India's total electricity generation and consumption for the calculation purpose, so that you will get the clear insight about this CO2 emission from thermal power plant. The total electricity generation of India is 1,433 terawatt hour. This is based on 2016 to 17 data sheet. And if you look at the total gross consumption, I would say, each person is consuming around 1,122 kilowatt hour electricity, or I can say 1,122 units. Every year, we are consuming an average of 1,122 unit of electricity. And as I said earlier, every country is generating 70% of electricity through power plant. So out of 1,122 kilowatt hour electricity, and 70% is from thermal power plant. And when you generate electricity through thermal power plant, then the thermal plant will emit CO2. It is approximately 0.94 kg for 1 unit of electricity. So if you do the calculation, then I'm getting around 673 kg. So for each person is responsible for emission of 673 kg carbon dioxide to the atmosphere for every year. This is based on 2016 and 17 data sheet report. Somehow we have to, either neutralize this amount of carbon dioxide released by thermal power plant, or we have to absorb. We have to find out the alternate way to avoid the huge amount of CO2 emission to the environment. And if you take tree, each tree, this is the nature gift. Each tree can consume 20 kg carbon dioxide every year. That is, if you take a matured and good grown-up tree can consume 20 kg carbon dioxide every year. Instead, this will release a good amount of oxygen for the environment in order to balance the atmospheric CO2 O2 ratio. So if you look at the total carbon dioxide emission by the single person is 673 as per my calculation. So in order to consume 673 kg carbon dioxide, we need 33 trees, because each tree can consume 20 kg carbon dioxide. So in order to consume 673 kg carbon dioxide, we need 33 trees in our country. So I have searched the total tree population in India. And if you look at the total tree population in India, we have 35 billion trees. And if you look at the total population of the country, we have 1.267 billion, that is around 130 crore population. So it comes around 28 trees per person. So based on the 16-17 data, we have 28 trees per person, but in order to utilize the total carbon dioxide emission to the environment, we need 33 trees. So already we are in shortage of 5 trees. So we have to find out the alternate way to find out how to reduce the CO2 emission to the environment in order to protect the environment for the future generation. Already, ASD has taken a lot of initiative, and through various technical institute and schools, we are promoting, tree plantation program. So we have initiated one student, one tree concept, and many NGOs are doing tree plantation, because it is not a current issue. It's a long-term issue. So if you plant trees now, then at least another 5 to 10 years you will be having good grown-out tree, so that you can manage the situation in future. But we need immediate solution. The tree plantation will be for future, but we need immediate solution, because both thermal power plant and transport sectors are emitting more carbon dioxide to the environment. So we need to curtail that excess CO2 emission into the environment. My suggestion would be, so as far as possible, try to replace all thermal power plant by renewable energy. Either you can go for solar power plants, wind power plants. You can use ocean technology. You can use geothermal and other naturally available resources for the generation of electricity. And many countries have taken a lot of initiative to promote renewable energy for generation of electricity. Next, I will move on to the energy, transport sector. This is another important area we have to concentrate in order to reduce the CO2 emission. But most of the people, they are thinking that if we simply replace conventional vehicle by electrical vehicle, we can simply reduce CO2. But if you look at the ground reality, it is not so. But for the electric vehicle, we need electricity to charge the battery. But as of now, most of the country still they are using conventional power for charging the battery. So unless you replace conventional power by renewable energy, there is no point in replacing fossil fuel vehicle by EV vehicle. So we have to find out alternate resources to charge the battery. Then only you will get the full benefit from EV vehicle. And if you look at the history of EV vehicle, it is not the recent technology. So we are using EV vehicle from 1897. So in 1897, we have 28% of total vehicle we preferred over internal combustion. Electric vehicles were preferred over internal combustion engine. But because of a lot of practical difficulties, later stage, IC dominates EV. So as of now, most of the countries, they are depending on IC engines for transport sector. Now a lot of research is going on. I think within 2 to 3 years, most of the countries they will replace conventional vehicle by electric vehicle. The main advantage the going for electric vehicle in internal combustion engine, we have so many parts, but in electric vehicle we have limited parts. It has electric traction motor, DC to DC converter, charging unit, and battery unit. That is the major cost involved in electric vehicle. And we have different classification. We have battery operated electric vehicle. We have hybrid electric vehicle. We have plug-in hybrid electric vehicle and fuel cell electric vehicle. Let me give you a small intro about these 4 types, so that you will get a basic idea about electric vehicle. Nowadays people are afraid to go for electric vehicle because in every headlines we could see suddenly there is a burning of battery in EV vehicle, and we don't have proper technical person to explain the technology behind EV vehicle, and slowly we will come to know the real advantage of electric vehicle. So if you look at the battery operated electric vehicle, and the main source for powertrain, it depends on only battery, and the total cost of the vehicle depends on the capacity of the battery. Nowadays, this kind of vehicle advisable for the local transport, because if I increase the capacity of the battery, then I have to spend more money for battery, because people are not affordable for high cost. Even IC type of vehicles are available within 5 lakhs rupees, whereas if you go for the same capacity EV vehicle, it is cost around 10 lakhs. So we have to reduce the cost of the electric vehicle, so that we can promote EV vehicle to the large consumer. And next we have hybrid electric vehicle. In hybrid electric vehicle, we have both battery unit as well as internal combustion engine. When you operate a vehicle in low speed, and that time it will take power from battery. During high speed operation, it will take power from the internal combustion engine. And the third type on the plug-in hybrid electric vehicle. In plug-in hybrid vehicle, again, it is similar to hybrid electric vehicle. We are having both internal combustion engine and battery unit. But the main the difference between hybrid electric vehicle and plug-in hybrid electric vehicle. In hybrid electric vehicle, during low speed application, motor takes power from the battery, and during high speed application, it calls internal combustion engine for the driving the car. Whereas in plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, it always uses battery power. When you have low power, then it calls internal combustion engine to drive the vehicle. So mostly it runs with battery backup, and when the battery backup is low, when it comes down to the normal value, below the normal value, then it will take internal combustion engine as a driving source for the vehicle. And the recent another technology, a lot of research work is happening with respect to fuel cell electric vehicle. I think they are using hydrogen fuel cell for this vehicle. This type of vehicle carries hydrogen in special high pressure tanks. When it acquires from the air, sucked in from the environment, the electricity generated from the fuel cells goes to the electric motor, which drives the vehicle. The main drawback of the fuel cell electric vehicle, the sustainable and environmental friendly way of producing hydrogen is still lagging, and the refueling infrastructure lags. Already we are lagging behind charging of battery with respect to electric vehicle. Again, when it comes to hydrogen charging, still we are lagging behind charging infrastructure. Hopefully in future, we will get enough support from the government in order to promote charging station so that we can have a wider range of charging station for the electric vehicle. And the currently available commercial EV vehicles, I would like to introduce few electric vehicles available right now in the market. The Mahindra E2O Plus, it's a 4-seater hatchback model vehicle. You can operate this vehicle up to maximum of 85 kilometer with a single charge. And the next model is from Mahindra E-Verito. The cost of this vehicle is 10 lakh, and on average, every hatchback model cost around 10 lakh, and you can operate this vehicle up to maximum of 110 kilometer for single charge. Then after that, you need to recharge your battery. That is the main problem currently we are facing with electric vehicle. The next popular model launched by Nissan, that is Nissan Leaf. It is one of the successful model launched by Nissan. So they are using two different types of battery packs of capacity to 40 kilowatt hour and 30 kilowatt hour, and you can drive this vehicle up to 320 kilometer, and the cost of this vehicle is 20 lakhs. And this is another model by Tata Tiago. The cost of this vehicle is around 8 lakhs to 10 lakhs. You can drive this vehicle up to 135. Almost, all hatchback model cost around 8 to 10 lakhs, and you can drive the vehicle up to maximum of 135 kilometer to 150 kilometer for single charge. This is another model by Mahindra, KUB 100 EV. And what is the main problem we are facing with respect to e-mobility? So if you look at the limitations with respect to e-mobility, we have 5 different limitations. The first one is the purchase price of the car. If you look at the cost of the fossil fuel, you can easily purchase a hatchback model of something around 5 lakhs to 6 lakhs. But if you look at EV vehicle for the same capacity, you have to spend another 4 lakhs to 5 lakhs. So the cost of the vehicle becomes double. So it is very difficult to attract consumer because of its high price. So when the industry started producing in the bulk number, then the price may come down, but it will take time. So the first limitation when it comes to mobility sector, the price of the vehicle. Hopefully, we will get better price within 2 to 3 years. And the second and the biggest problem we are facing with respect to e-vehicle, the charging time. Because the current mindset of our people, they are not even ready to wait 5 minutes to fill their tank. Suddenly they will move on to the next petrol station to fill their tank. But if you look at EV vehicle, you have to wait at least 30 minutes to charge the battery. With fast charging technology, you have to wait 30 minutes. That is the real challenge we are facing. So charging the battery. In order to overcome this problem, they are thinking about swapping of battery. So in order to avoid this time delay for charging the battery, so once you reach the charging station, you can replace your the old battery by fully charged battery. But a lot of practical difficulty is there when you go for swapping the battery. So 2 different approaches there. we have to improve the technology so that we can further reduce the charging time. The another one is the swapping of battery. We have to find out the economical way to implement this method so that we can attract more consumer. Then infrastructure, yes, of course, we are still lagging with the infrastructure in terms of charging station, in terms of servicing station. We don't have a required number of servicing station like fossil vehicle, similarly like conventional fuel station, like charging station for EV vehicle. And a lot of investments are pumped from government sector. Hopefully, within 2 to 3 years, we can find more number of charging station as well as servicing station for EV vehicles for the benefit of the consumer. Then risk, that is the main problem. Burning of battery, even recently Tesla model car has faced this problem. So the fear factor is there. People are not ready to migrate from fossil fuel vehicle to EV vehicle because of burning battery issue. And even with respect to battery, also a lot of research is happening. Soon this problem will be addressed in proper way so that we can promote EV vehicle for the future generation. So this is the two suggestion to limit the CO2 emission to the environment. So we have to find out alternate way for the generation of electricity, and as far as possible, we have to replace fossil fuel vehicle by e-vehicle. And before concluding my speech, I wanted to emphasize on sustainable goals promoted by United Nations. Actually, in 2015, the Paris International Conference, all the developing and developed countries, around 196 countries, they have agreed to promote renewable energy for generation of electricity and replacing fossil fuel vehicle by electric vehicle in order to limit the CO2 emission into the atmosphere so that we can further avoid the temperature rise in the global. Not only that, the United Nations, they have set out 17 goals, sustainable goals. It's like a blueprint to achieving a better and more sustainable future for all of us. Addressing the challenges on the current world and the people, the problem facing in the daily basis. The Sustainable Development Goals, also known as, it's a global goal. They are adopted by all United Nations member states in 2050, and they have agreed to, end the poverty, protect and planet, and ensure that all the people enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. The 17 SDGs are integrated. That is, they recognize that the action in one area will affect outcomes in others, and that development must balance social, economic, and environmental sustainability. Through the pledge to leave no one behind, countries have committed to fast track progress for those furthest behind first. That is why the SDGs are designed to bring the world to several life-changing zeros, including zero poverty, zero hunger, zero AIDS, and discrimination against women and girls. Therefore, everyone is needed to contribute to achieve this target. So on this special occasion, my appeal to all the delegates and audience over here to support United Nations to achieve this sustainable goal for the better future for our next generation. So with that small conclusion, let me thank organizer for giving me this wonderful opportunity to speak about the sustainable pathway for the future generation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Can you just, yeah, thank you. So we've had wonderful speech from two wonderful keynote speakers. And with that note, let us start the technical session 2. I'm sure the participants are all ready. And before we start, so let me invite the session chairs, Dr. King Cook and Dr. Joginder Singh, to preside over the session. So session chairs, can I get a verbal confirmation from you before starting the session? So session chairs, Dr. King Cook and Dr. Joginder Singh. With your go ahead, could we start the presentation?
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, thank you for the MC. And then I'm Ko, and you can call me Calvin. So I will chair for 10 papers, and thereafter I will pass the baton to my counterpart, and he will chair for another 12 papers. Okay.
Sure,
so,
Doctor. And before we start off, let me just tell the participants about the guidelines that we have so that it saves the time that we have. So for the participants, there are a few guidelines that need to be followed. Namely, your presentation time limit is about 8 minutes, and you will have 2 minutes for question and answers from the session chair as well as from the participants as well, from your co-presenters. Note that if you were to exceed the 8-minute timeline, then myself or the session chair have the authority to inform you to conclude your session. So kindly do not exceed the 8-minute timeline. Keep your presentations under that. And the second is, please kindly put your presentation on the slideshow mode that is available on the PPT and present them so that we can view it better. And the last is, if any participant is being called, so you will be called twice. And if you're not responding, then you'll be moving on to the next participant. I hope the guidelines are clear. And over to you, Dr. Cook, and you can start the session.
Yeah, thank you very much. So our first presenter for session number 2 in this afternoon is Ms. Lin M. Besa, and the title of her presentation is Language of Pandemic, an Impression of Filipino Character. So Ms. Lin, you can start your presentation.
Good day, everyone. So welcome back to me and welcome back to the second session. May I introduce with you my research partners who are also present in Zoom this day, Nino P. Maliban and Jason P. Romero, who will assist in the presentation of our paper.
Our research title
Yeah, Ms. Lin, can you upload your slides or you play the video?
Yes, sir. It's uploading already.
Okay, okay.
Our research title is Language of Pandemic, an Impression of Filipino Character. This research made possible by Associate Professor Lin M. Besa, Assistant Professor Nino P. Maliban, yours truly, and Instructor Jason A. Romero. We are from the College of Education, Rizal Technological University, Philippines. Coronavirus disease 19 undoubtedly changed people's lives and even created a new normal society, restricted by different health protocols. The same of what we have experienced, no? We know that your country also experienced quarantine and strict implementations of health protocols, particularly against coronavirus disease. And these particular events during the pandemic is the reason why this research was made. The researchers would like to know the emergence of the language of pandemic, to uncover themes and meanings, the language use and style, and characteristics of the netizens based on the language utilized in online media platforms that will lead to the disclosure of Filipino characters. The data are from netizens, social media posts during the height of severe community quarantine implementation in the Philippines. social media here in the Philippines is not only being used in order for the users to post or to express his emotion in a certain scenario, but also social media here in the Philippines is being used in order for us to express our perceptions, sometimes our grievances and dismay to the implementations of programs of the government. During the pandemic, the Filipino people expressed warmly their perceptions regarding of the government's action, particularly to the coronavirus and to what is happening inside their community or even inside to their house during the pandemic. Coronavirus disease 19 dramatically impacted people's lives and even produced a new normal society bounded by numerous health procedures. Because of these implementations, because of these rules and regulations, Filipino people reacted, and they cannot express it by walking and talking it outside their house. And because of that, the social media become the repository of all grievances, opinions, impressions, expressions of the Filipino people towards on how the government implements its programs about coronavirus and towards to what is happening surrounded during the pandemic. Okay, this study essentially a comprehensive review of qualitative research and employs content and rhetorical analysis. When Filipino people are using the social media, sometimes they are sharing and proliferates memes and caricatures, just like the example that I am showing to you. It is literally saying the coronavirus claims another life. He went home wearing the wrong mask and his wife killed him. This particular post is in satirical in nature. No, this is not true. But this is becoming the source of humor in which you know the reason why his wife killed him, because the man is wearing a panty for his mask. Okay? The statement of the problem. This research would like to know what were the trending topics in internet media during the pandemic period. How did netizens praise their posts? What Filipino character is shown in the web-based media based on the language used? Through the intensive research of the researchers, we discovered that trending topics in the internet here in the Philippines is about politics, about political issues, about famous personalities who are giving their reactions towards what is happening in the pandemic, and a lot of things about coronavirus disease. In this study, it is evident that netizens' posts are classified as follows: medium of communication, 1 English, 2 Filipino, 3 code switch, 4 regional language, 5 emerging language. In the example that I am showing to you is the picture of our president, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, and he is being surrounded by words, might be his own statement and the reactions of the Filipino people to his actuations regarding on how the government is doing its job to prevent the coronavirus. There are some statement like resign na me, mama, which is an example of code switch. COVID what, which is might be an emerging language. Send help. Yaw ko na, which is a regional language. My God, which is an English language but being spelled in colloquial way. Paano ba to? And even the uttered word of the president, sampalin ko yung coronavirus na yan, or I will be slapping that coronavirus. No? Particularly, these memes was used by the Filipino people in order for them to share their thoughts and reactions of how the government handles the pandemic. Okay. We have the formal, casual talk, street language, cursing language, even the formal terms, enhanced community quarantine, general community quarantine, modified enhanced community quarantine were used in order for the Filipino people to express themselves. And then, through rhyming from ECQ, GCQ, MECQ, the question is ano ang susunod? What will happen next is Edi Pascu or Pasko, which is Christmas. One of the most important events here in the Philippines. So through the formal terms, the Filipino people can formulate another colloquial or street language. Language styles, there is direct statement, rhetorical and direct expressions, quotations, and hashtags. Just like what happened in a certain event in which the Filipino people massively reacted in the social media when one of the generals of the Philippine National Police celebrated his birthday even during the quarantine. In the memes that you are showing, even one of the characters in Marvel, which is Thanos, was used by the Filipino netizens. There is a question, did you celebrate your birthday? Thanos said, might be it represents the general or it represents the high-ranking general who celebrated his birthday. He said, yes. What did it cost? Violating the social distancing protocol. So in this particular presentation of meme, you are seeing how Filipino reacts through social media. Point of view, tone, and the purpose, these are very important in order for the netizens to express themselves. And through the expressions of memes, through the proliferations and sharing of the memes, the character of the Filipino is being shown. Just like what we have found out, some characters like being disrespectful and feeling intellectual is being shown through the shared memes and caricatures of the Filipino in their respective social media accounts. Findings, the Filipino character shown based on the language utilized are critical, judgmental, disrespectful, entitled, self-righteous, reactive, observant, feeling intellectual, opinionated, and comparing. And might be because we are a democratic country and we are vibrantly and actively using our freedom of speech, Filipino vocally and candidly expressed what is inside their mind through their social media. Even we are being quarantined inside our house, inside our community, Filipino people did not stop to express their point of views regarding of what is happening in our community, in our society, or even on how the government handles the pandemic. Conclusion, language is not only a mode of expression, but a reflection of character. the language used in communication projects the speaker's or writer's personality. On the one hand, their use of language revealed their personalities unveiled during the enhanced community quarantine implementation. And remember that coronavirus is not only a health issue. This is also an economic, a political, a psychological, and even an emotional issues. These are our references. Maraming salamat po sa pakikinig. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Lin and Associate Professor Nino. Yeah. And can I know? No. Is there any question from the floor? Is there any questions? If there is none, then I have one question for you. Can I know what are the methodology used for you to carry out this study? Is there any method?
Yes, sir. What we did in the study is a qualitative discourse analysis. So we did text analysis of the posts during the duration of the community quarantine implemented, especially in the Metro Manila.
Oh, okay. Okay, is there any other questions from the floor? If there's none, then we move on to second presenter for this afternoon. Thank you very much, Associate Professor Lin and Associate Professor Nino. Then our second presenter for this afternoon is Miss Melati Julia Rahma, and the title that she's going to present is Hulungyang Farmer Group Asset Mapping using Asset-Based Community Development Method as an S-situ elder waste flower conservation in the Bromo Tengah Semeru National Park area. Is a case study at the Waste Park, Wonokitri Village. So without any further delay, we would like to invite Ms. Melati Julia Rahma to present her paper. Yeah. Ms. Melati, can you start? Can you start your presentation, Ms. Melati? Hello? Hello, Ms. Melati? Can you start your presentation? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, Ms. Melati? Wow, I think there's some technical error for our second presenter, and never mind. We will move to third presenter, and later on we will come back to second presenter after the presentation of the third presenter this afternoon.
I'm so sorry. Can I presentation? Kasi na-merit kami ng second batch, di ba? Yung naglabas sa professorial level. Okay. Eh hanggang ngayon wala pa kaming accreditation. Tapos may bago na naman. Tapos ang sinasabi niya,
hello.
For merit.
Hello, can you start your presentation?
Can I presentation in this time?
Can you upload your slides and then start your presentation?
Okay. I will share my screen.
Okay.
Is it clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the time.
Yeah. Thank you. And please start your presentation.
Okay, thank you for the time. My name is Multi Rahma, and this is my research about asset mapping of Hulungyang Farmer Group
in sustainable management of Edelweiss Park based on ABCD method in Bromo Tengger Semeru National Park area. So, Edelweiss is one of endemic flower in Bromo Mountain, and Tengger tribe need this flower to take it on their offerings and cannot be replaced with other flower. At the ecological aspect, this flower has many functions such as insect food source, habitat for insect, and cover crop at sloping land. In addition, Edelweiss flowers are protected by law. So this flower had economic value from Tengger tribe, but the society picked this illegally and make the population was decreased. Worried about that, Department of Bromo Semeru National Park area and some indigenous people built farmer groups named Hulun Hyang or Sang Hyang Widi Servant and try to cultivate Edelweiss flower in ex situ conservation area. This new area and Hulun Hyang Farmer Group need to support and make this project sustainability. So, mapping asset of farmer group as manager for this project are important. Mapping asset of Hulun Hyang Farmer Group using ABCD method or asset-based community development. Based on this method, assets are grouping by 7 groups. There are physical asset, finance asset, environmental asset, technological asset, social asset, human resource, and spiritual assets. Based on physical assets, village land is about 7,000 meters square for Edelweiss Gardens construction, and then nursery house about 2 units for Edelweiss flower nursery up to 3 months, and then counter is about 1 unit for the purchase of entry vouchers and storage of goods belonging to the farmer group, and then gazebo is about 5 units as a facility for Edelweiss Park tourists. Irrigation is about 1 unit as irrigation channel to support Edelweiss flower conservation. Lighting, 1 unit as lighting channel to support Edelweiss flower conservation and tourism activities. And then internet access, 1 unit as communication, access and promotion to support Edelweiss flower conservation and tourism. And then this is the picture about the village land and nursery house in Wonokitri village. And then about financial asset, Hulun Hyang Group has grant fund from Bank Indonesia for the construction of facilities and infrastructure in Edelweiss Park. Entrance voucher for 10,000 rupiah per person, which can be exchanged for tea or coffee in the cafe section. And then cafe menu, food or drink option that have been provided with a price range of 5,000 until 20,000 rupiah. And then souvenirs from the cultivation of Edelweiss flower, which are managed by members of the Hulun Hyang Farmers Group, with prices ranging from 20,000 until 50,000 rupiah. And then environment asset, they have type of soil. There are typic hapludans with good drainage, condition, rough soil texture, slightly acidic, and then medium cation exchange capacity with low base saturation, landform lunar volcan with basalt andesite material, and then air temperature about 50 until 25 degrees, and then altitude of place about 1,600 until 3,600 MESL. Rainfall is about 3,712 millimeter per year, and then slope, mountainous relief with land slope more than 40%. Flower type in this area, there are Anaphalis javanica, Anaphalis longifolia, and Anaphalis viscida. So the technology asset that Hulun Hyang do to cultivate the Edelweiss flower, there are preparating of planting media, seed preparation, nursery, cultivation, plant management until harvest. For breeding, it is necessary to prepare the soil with a mixture of chicken manure in a ratio of 1:1. Edible flowers that have flowered over time will dry up and have back is seeds. The seeds are then sown, and then the seeding is done in the greenhouse to maintain the humidity of the air and water. Watering is carried out twice a day, in the morning and evening, and does not get flooded. When it has grown into a sprout, then weaning is done, where its sprout is carefully separated and transferred in polybags. So after the Edelweiss flower is 3 months, then is moved to the prepared land. The land is fertilized with the composition of 0.5 kilograms of chicken manure per plant. And then fertilization with chicken manure once a month to maintain nutrient for plants. When the Edelweiss flower are moved to the field, there are only water once a day in the dry season, and during the rainy season, they only rely on rainwater. The harvest period is 1 of years from May to August, harvesting by trimming the flower stems and drying them to 3 days in a dry room. Puddles of water will cause the rotting of flowers due to fungus. So after the flowers dry, the flower seeds are taken for the following seed material. The dried Edelweiss flower are then assembled into various forms of souvenirs. And then human resource asset of Yulun Hyang Farm Group, there are membership of 30 members, with age more than 30 years is 6 members, and then less than 30 years as 24 members. The level of education is 6 members is bachelor, and then the other is senior high school. This is a Yulun Hyang community and head of Yulun Hyang community, and the other is the farmer of Edelweiss flower in this village. So social asset that they have, there are tradition ceremonies like kasada, karo, leliwat, entas-entas, and unan-unan, and these traditional ceremonies using Edelweiss for offerings. So customary law, the Edelweiss flower or tanah layu in their bahasa are essential in several traditional ceremonies and cannot be replaced with other flower. So in another law, there are country law of the Republic of Indonesia, number 5 of 1990, concerning the conservation of biological natural resource and ecosystem in article number 33. And then for those who foliate this article, further details on the finds and impressionate are explained in article number 40. And there is traditional ceremonies and Edelweiss as their offerings. So spiritual asset that they have, there are ancestral and religious value. So there is a close relationship between environmental humans and their God in interpreting gratitude for the abundance of existing natural resources, which are maintained very well from generation to generation. There are close relationship between God, ancestors, and organism and environment. And this is a Padmasari, that grave of ancestors of theirs. So this is a Yulun Hyang Farmer Group assets. There are the priority of asset use is environmental, social, spiritual, human resource, technology, financial, and psychics. One of the essential natural resource assets from farmer group is the environment carrying capacity, which is very specific and support Edelweiss flower to grow. The management of existing natural resource needs to be supported by the existence of institutions. Institutions are collecting of value, norms, and rule in a group of people that are used to achieve specific goals. Human resource development is significant because the adoption of technology and knowledge in community is very dependent on the capacity of the management. Financial assets are significant because they are the most liquid among other assets, so that they can be directly used to exchange with other assets. And the last, physical assets are the basic infrastructure and goods needed to support livelihoods. So the conclusion is the mapping of livelihood asset determines the form of intervention that can be carried out to increase the role of Edelweiss Park as an ex situ Edelweiss flower conservation area in the livelihoods of the Hulun Hyang farmer group. Asset mapping is visualized in a pie chart to see if each asset owned is related to the other. For the Hulun Hyang farmer group, the priority of asset use is environmental, social, spiritual, human resource, technology, financial, and physical asset. Hopefully, this result can guide the Hulun Hyang farmer group to manage sustainability for Edelweiss flower ex situ conservation area. So thank you for the listening. Hong Ulun Basuki Langgeng. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Melati. The floor is open for Q&A. Can I know, is there any question from the floor? Any questions from the floor? If there is none, then I have one for Ms. Melati. Okay. So for this group asset mapping, ABCD method, asset-based community development mapping method, apart from applying in grouping the flowers in the national park, where can we apply? Where can we apply the ABCD method that you propose inside the study?
Of course, this method can apply to the other many grouping. There are like farm group or fishing group or the other, and then to manage the model that they have, and then the model can be to research and then can detailing about the program can be do in this area, and then we focus on their models like that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Melati. Thank you.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you. And now we're moving on. We proceed to our third presenter this afternoon. Our third presenter this afternoon is Mr. Omer N. Muhammad. And the title of his presentation is Field-Oriented Control of Induction Motor Best Parameters Estimation for PV System with MPPT. Mr. Omar, the floor is yours now. You can start your presentation. Thank you. Mr. Omar, are you around? Yeah, Mr. Omer, are you around? Can you start your presentation? Can you unlock your slides and start our presentation? Hello, Mr. Omer. Yeah. Yeah, we can see your screen now, and then make it full screen, and you can start your presentation, Mr. Omer. Yeah. Can you start your presentation? Yeah.
No. Okay. Vector control of induction motor based parameter estimation of for PV system with MPPT. My name Omar Nafi Mahmoud. This paper shows how the field-oriented control VOC is used to maintain operation of induction motor during the variable speed of operation with space vector pulse width modulation. The results show the effectiveness of the proposed algorithm. The boost converter maximum power point tracking MPPT by incremental conductance method inverter control, flex torque estimator, and the induction motor are the main component of the complete solar system. MATLAB Simulink is used in the implementation of the closed loop system. In this paper, VOC for MPPT control are implementation to develop the integrated closed loop control system of induction motor variable speed is used as a reference input to check the repotence of the proposed algorithm. Voltage control and DC voltage control together with the VOC of the induction motor are used in this paper. This paper about يعني solar cell and use in multi-use system. This paper and system shows the effectiveness of the proposed algorithm system.
Hello, Mr. Omer. Have you finished your presentation? Hello, Mr. Omer. Have you finished your presentation?
Not yet, not yet, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
So stop. Yes, yes, I am.
Say again, Mr. Omer. Oh, you have completed your presentation, is it?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all. Any question from the floor? Is there any question from the floor? There is none. Thank you very much, Mr. Omer. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank
you. Then, moving on, we are going to have our fourth presenter today, this afternoon. The presenter is Mr. Amar Jagal Sukrachao. Okay, the title of his paper is Exploring Drivers of Service Quality in Higher Education, Periods in the Pandemic in Mongolia. So, Mr. Amar Jagal, the floor is yours. Then you can start your presentation.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Nice to meet you all. And I have one request. If you any question after my presentation, please send me chat this Zoom because my co-authors are not here this time.
Okay, okay, it's all right. I get it. Okay.
Greeting from Mongolia. Today I'm presenting our
Professor Cook.
Loading drivers of service quality in
So, Ms. Amar Jagal,
Yes.
can you start your presentation? Yeah.
Yeah.
Greeting from Mongolia. Today I'm presenting our research named Exploring Drivers of Service Quality in Higher Education, Periods in the Pandemic in Mongolia. This research was made with the purpose to process the feedback on factors of service quality, performance level, the satisfaction.
Hello, Ms. Amar Jagal. Can you start your presentation?
I already start my presentation. It's not.
Okay, we did not hear anything.
It's not with audio?
Yeah,
okay.
There's no voice sharing.
Can you see my presentation?
We can see your slides, but there's no voice, no sound.
No sound? Okay.
Yeah.
Greeting from Mongolia.
Yeah, can you play? Can you play the video? Yeah.
Drivers of service quality in higher education. Periods in the pandemic in
Any sound,
Mongolia.
No sound.
Okay. So
we can hear it, sir, but the sound is very low, I think.
Maybe if you give a sound, maybe you can increase the volume.
Yeah.
Yeah, increase the volume and see whether we can hear it or not.
This research was made with the proposal.
Okay. Just a moment. Би одоо яг ихтлээ тавьж байна.
Maybe you can upload it and then you increase the volume so that we can listen to your presentation, can hear to your presentation.
Okay. I will try one more time.
Okay.
Share sound and okay. Greeting from Mongolia. Today
yeah, please increase your volume.
Exploring drivers of service
we can see you are presenting. Can you increase the volume so that we can hear it on the computer?
Yeah. This is 100%. My computer volume is up very high. Okay.
So, Ms. Amajagal, I think it's okay. Just upload it and then let's go through the presentation. Yeah, okay. It's okay. Just go through. Let us go through it and then go through your presentation. And we have questions, then we will send you through the chat box. Yeah.
Okay, just a moment. I upload my computer. Okay, I finished my presentation upload with audio.
Yeah, finish your presentation.
Yeah, chatbot.
Okay. Maybe you can run. Do you mind to run your presentation? Do you want to play the video of your presentation, even though the voice is very low? But it's okay, let us go through it. Yeah, please upload it and let us go through it. Is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Amar Chargal, would you like us to share the PPT?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, just give us a minute.
Maybe Miss Amar Jagal, maybe you just upload the video that you are having. Let us go through it and see through your presentation. Go through your presentation. Is it okay? Yeah, please upload it. Or what you have done previously, just upload it and let's go through it. Let us go through it. Okay, Miss Amar Jagal. Yeah.
Ms. Amar Jagal.
Yeah, so just go through it. Let us go through it. Yeah.
So, Ms. Amar Jagal, we are unable to share from our side because it is of a different format. If you could share it, then it would be.
I have uploaded chatbot, watch.This.
She has uploaded her PPT, the PowerPoint form in the chat box. Yeah.
Yes, she has, and we have downloaded it, but we are unable to display it as it is in a different format that is not supported by us.
Okay, okay. Maybe we come back to her later. We come back to her later.
Okay,
yeah,
please,
okay?
Next presentation. This time I will send by mail.
Okay, okay. Maybe you like to maybe you solve your technical problem later on. Maybe you want to present, then you just inform us lah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Miss Amar Jagal. Thank you. So moving on, we are going to have our sixth presenter this afternoon. The sixth presenter for this afternoon is Mr. Agus Paul Setiawan Kaban. The title of his presentation will be the study of waste rice hulls as a novel green corrosion inhibitor in aluminium under IMHCI solution. Mr. Agus, the floor is yours. Can you upload your presentation? And
yes, sure. Yeah, thank you, sir. So can you see my screen, sir?
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Thank you,
yeah,
sir.
You can
okay,
start
so,
it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to present my work with the title "The Study of Waste Rice Hulls as a Novel Green Corrosion Inhibitor under 1 molar hydrochloric acid solution." So this is a short introductions for my research. Basically, every metal, all right, so everywhere we turn our eyes, metal has a likelihood to corrode, and this corrosion is basically due to interactions between metal and its surrounding environment. For example, air, moisture, for example, acidic solution, and many more. However, the protections of metal become so critical, so we need to find the inexpensive solution to protect the metal. One of the inexpensive and renewable source of metal protection can be given by the introductions of corrosion inhibitor. Because the existing inorganic inhibitor in the market, it comprises toxic substance which would be when it is discharged in the environment, it would be another issue for our aquatic life. So instead of disposing rice hulls as a waste of agro industries, we can actually harness these potentials of these natural resources as an inhibitor. Why? Because in the previous literature study, I recognized that by molecule, it comprises of pi bond, and then it also inherent sum of hetero compound. For example, oxygen, sulfur, nitrogen, and another electroactive component. Now, the most striking characteristic of corrosion inhibitor, it can be absorbed on the surface of metal. So it would reduce the number of the corrosion pit in our term. It reduces the number of corrosion pit, and then it restores the integrity of metal. So this actually quite many. It has been popular for last decades for implementing the natural resources as a corrosion inhibitor. Now, the problem statement for this research is basically RHAs, which is the rice husk ash, has been used as corrosion inhibitor without fully describe what's the role of the functional group. The existing research unable to unveil what is the main or primary component which directly interact with metal, and then it would automatically protect the metal from acidic condition. And of course, it is this research gap would contribute on the multiple functional groups. It also correlated to the contributions of the heteroatomic rings, and probably some of you already recognize the highly electronegative atoms, which is oxygen, nitrogen, and sulfur. So with this condition, at this scenario, it would be able to forecast whether the inhibitor is absorbed chemically or physically. So that's actually the problem statements of this research. However, this research has not specifically calculate the thermodynamic nature for how this inhibitor absorb on the surface of metal. So in other words, I would say that this research is only like the beginning of the long journey implementations of this inhibitor. And the next slide depicts the information regarding how I conduct the research. So first and foremost, I purchased the rice husk from the local farmer in West Java, Indonesia. And then the rice husk is basically prepared through the pyrometallurgy process. So it comprises of several processes such as burning in the burning in the a big what do you call this one? A big tunnel, and then therefore we do have a condensation, and then we would have a solution. And the characterizations process that may be used in this process are linear polarization resistance. RS stands for Raman spectroscopy. AS is actually electroimpedance spectroscopy. SEM is actually scanning electron microscope, and electron EDX. Yeah. And then from this data, we may unveil what's the inhibition performance of RHA whenever we use this one as a corrosion inhibitor. And then the inhibitor preparation itself, as I said to you earlier, it comprises of several steps here. The one that I would like to highlight is basically the pyrometallurgy, because it's kind of a new reactor that we developed, which could quicken the inhibitor production whenever we confirm that this inhibitor can be massively produced to meet the demand for industry. So that's actually another innovation that we like to propose. The AS result shows that we have a impedance. So if you look at on the screen, we have on the left-hand side, we have a plot between frequency and impedance, and then we have a few examples of solution. blank is used as a standard solution. So we can actually highlight how by increasing the concentrations of inhibitor, it would dramatically inhibit the corrosion process. So it is obvious if we increase the concentrations from 0 ppm all the way to 80 ppm, the impedance is, if you are not familiar with impedance is equivalent to the resistance. So that means the solution would be able to inhibit or reduce the electrochemistry reaction whenever the metal interacts with the environment. So it is obvious that as we increase the concentration, the resistance of the solution for the inhibitor solution increases. And this result is also confirmed or in a well agreement with the one that you see on the right hand side. So the right hand side is basically the plot between impedance and imaginary impedance, where you can see that if we increase the concentration, the radius of Z on x-axis also increases. That means the solutions of inhibitor is effective to inhibit or to reduce or to minimize the effect of corrosion. So it is quite interesting to know what is the primary contributor for this inhibition process. So we examine through Raman spectroscopy, and we find out that the contributions of several functional group is actually linear to the performance of inhibitor. One thing that I would like to highlight is actually the contributions of complex structure here, which is at the Raman shift between 600 to 1200 cm-1. So the complex structure is associated to the heteroatomic ring, benzene ring, and the presence of double bond, which would actively donate its electron to 3D orbital on the surface of metal. So it would basically inhibit the dissolutions of Fe becomes Fe atom, Fe becomes Fe ion, and the number of electron that would dissolve from the surface of metal would be inhibited by the donations of electron from the inhibitor. And this result also confirmed by the result of SEM and EDX. So if you see from the first the top one, the top figure, the number of crack is actually observable. So here, before we expose the corrosion inhibitor, the situations or the crack is actually obvious here with the lower concentrations of iron here, right? So, and then once we introduce the inhibitor, there will be another layer, which is the passive layer, would be covered the crack. So that means the component of iron is regained. So this is actually indication that, oh, by additions of inhibitor, we can actually restore and we can actually protect metal from damage of corrosion. And this is actually a short comparisons between uninhibited, which is the specimen blank, and inhibited metal, which is we add 80 ppm of solution, and it is actually obvious that the number of oxygen is gradually increased from 0.5% to 30%. So that means and then it is also aligned with the lower concentrations of Cl. So that means when metal is exposed in hydrochloric acid, and then we without inhibitor, the compositions of chloride in the uninhibited specimen is actually quite high. Once we introduce inhibitor, there's like a dramatic drop concentrations of Cl when we add a highly concentrated of inhibitor. So this is actually indication that this inhibitor is actually suitable to protect metal from early corrosion. This is the conclusion. So RHA is promising inhibitor to replace the existing toxic inhibitor because it comprises of phenol, CO, and heteroatomic ring, while it also at the same time speeds up the rate of absorption. And of course, it is inevitable that iron, chlorine, and oxygen are trade-off between the uninhibited and inhibited substrate. That's all. This is actually the reference. This is actually our previous work that we already published in Science Direct. Thank you for listening my presentation.
Thank you, Agus. Thank you for your interesting presentation. Yeah. Now the floor is open for Q&A. Can I know, is there any question on the floor? No. Then maybe just to get some extra knowledge from you, Mr.
Yes,
Mr.
sure.
Agus.
Sure,
So
sure.
I know that rice husk edge can consider as one type of carbon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I think it's very good in absorption. Okay.
Right.
Can I know what is the capacity compared to the bamboo edge? What is the capacity of the rice husk edge compared to the bamboo edge or some fly edge and so on?
I haven't covered that that one, sir. Basically, this is actually only the like very beginning of the research. But however, if you are asking regarding the how much RHA that we prepare for the inhibitor, it could be, if not mistaken, around 5 kilograms, sir. So 5 kilogram for rice husk S would prepare for 2 liters of inhibitor. So the equivalency is actually for 5 kilo rice husk S, then it would produce, or it would equivalent with 2 liters of inhibitor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
and then
you
for this one, it's actually very little volume that needed to protect
it can be applied in water treatment. Yeah.
Exactly, sir. Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Agus.
Thank you, sir.
And thanks for your presentation. Thank you. So next presenter is the sixth presenter for this afternoon. We are going to have Mr. Lee Wei Xiang, and the title of his presentation is Safety Leading Indicators for Malaysian Construction Industry. So, Mr. Lee, the floor is yours. Then you can start your presentation. Thank you very much.
Right. Can you see me and hear me?
Yeah, I can see your slides. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right. Hello, good evening to everybody. So my name is Lee, and I would like to present my paper today, which is titled as Safety Leading Indicators for Malaysian Construction Industry. To start, I would like to share a short intro regarding my paper. So safety performance is defined as the quality of work regarding safety. And in order to measure the safety performance of a project or an organization, usually we will use lagging indicators. For example, the measurement of absence of safety or the number of accidents occurred in a certain amount of period. And unfortunately, lagging indicators, when we use these indicators, response can only be developed to prevent accidents after the accidents had occurred. So it fails to provide any early warnings. So leading indicators, however, is able to provide opportunities to implement rectification as soon as the weakness is found in the safety program before accidents occur. And unfortunately, in Malaysia, there is an underdevelopment of a leading indicator-based safety performance measurement in Malaysia. So this study aims to investigate and identify any potential safety leading indicators for Malaysian construction industry. And according to literature, safety leading indicators can be categorized into indicators of safety performance measurement of constructors, project, and individuals, and also indicators that identify potential incidents or accidents due to issue arising from behavior, organization management, and also project operations. And this research started with a literature review to identify any potential safety leading indicators from previous past studies. And based on these indicators, a questionnaire will be designed, and it will be pilot tested. And from there, a main questionnaire will be developed based on the review of the pilot study. And then questionnaire will be distributed to subject matter experts, and data can be collected once the respondents has submitted the questionnaires. And the results will be analyzed by using a relative important index and also mean score to select the potential leading indicators. And the questionnaire or the methodology will be checked for their validity and reliability via Albach-Cronbach and Spearman's rank correlation method. And these studies targets the contractors, clients, and consultants that are based in Klang Valley. So there are 323 total population in Klang Valley, and to identify or to calculate the number of respondents required for the questionnaire, Israel 1992 formula is used, and 176 of respondents is required. And according to literature, safety leading indicators can be categorized into indicators of safety performance measurement, which consists of 9 main groups, such as constructor safety management strategy, upper management commitment in safety and supervision, safety education and trainings, safety in contract documents and responsibility of stakeholders, workplace investigations, safety plan and equipment implementation, safety meetings, workers' health and welfare, and last but not least, housekeeping on site. And while indicators that identify potential incidents or accidents consist of 8 main groups, they are similar to the first category except for safety meetings. And these are the demographic information of the respondents. So among 176 respondents, most of them has 10 or more years of experience, and most of them works as an engineer, and most of them has a bachelor degree, and most of them are from consultation company, followed by contractors, and some from academic institution, and so on and so forth. And these are the results of the mean score and the relative importance index of the all the indicators that are being investigated. If you look at the third column, which shows the relative importance index, if the numbers are very close to 1, which means that these indicators are important and has the ability to measure safety performance of a project or an organization effectively. And based on the results, all the indicators are accepted and has the potential to measure safety performance effectively. And for the rest of the results, the first table shows the Cronbach alpha coefficient, which is used to investigate the reliability of the method or the questionnaire in this case. So if the coefficient is very close to 1, which means that the methodology used is very reliable. So for the results, it's very close to 1, 0.99 and 0.992. So it is proven that it's a very reliable method. And the second table shows the Spearman's rank correlation results. And this method investigate the validity of the results from the questionnaires. And it also studies the correlation of opinions between 2 different groups of respondents. If the numbers are close to 1, which means that the results from both two different groups of respondents are very strongly related to each other. So for these results, the numbers are very close to 1, which means that the results from 2 different groups of different respondents are closely related to each other, which also means that the results are valid. So in conclusion, I would like to reiterate that the leading indicators were investigated in 2 dimensions, which is the indicators of safety performance measurement of constructors, projects, and individuals, as well as indicators that identify potential incidental accidents. And result from mean score and also relative importance index prove that all indicators are significant and is capable to predict a safety performance of a construction projects or of an organization. And this finding is just the first step of developing a framework for leading indicators implementation in Malaysian construction industry. And further research will be conducted to identify the ways to measure the indicators, the resources required to implement the indicators, as well as the rectification required when the threshold is exceeded. yeah, that will be me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, for your interesting presentation. So this is more related to OHS, occupational safety and health. Yeah. Is there any question from the floor? If there's none, maybe Mr. Lee, can you share with us where can we apply, in which project particularly we need to apply these safety leading indicators?
Yeah. So safety leading indicators can be used at any all types of construction projects, such as high-rise buildings, facilities, shopping mall, etc., etc. It can be used on all types of construction projects. It doesn't have a limit to. It doesn't have a restriction, basically.
Okay. So at the moment, we only have these safety leading indicators, or you are still developing for it?
We have existing, but the indicators are not complete or not studied whether it has a strong correlation to safety performance. So the next research will be studied on this particular subject.
Oh, okay. It's an interesting research. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee.
Thank you.
So moving on, we are going to have our seventh presenter for this afternoon, second technical session. We are going to have Nunu Mahnun. Then the title of Nunu presentation will be the effect of a gender towards student attitude on using interactive multimedia iPad. Nunu, the floor is yours. Then you can start your presentation.
Okay, thank you, sir, for the time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Nunu.
Okay. Can you see my screen, sir?
Yeah. You can see your beautiful screen.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. My name is Nunu Mahnun. I am from Indonesia. I would like to present my article about the effect of gender towards student attitude on using interactive multimedia iPad. My co-author, Hazlina Abdullah, M. Absor, Noviani, and Sohiro. As we know, that ICT, or information communication technology, is used by student and teacher as medium in teaching and learning. This effort student or teacher to improve the effectiveness of learning and or the quality of learning. There are very much of or many of ICT or tool that or device that teacher and student use in teaching and learning as a medium, such as laptop, a smartphone. But in the pandemic, we are all of them use smartphone and laptop as a tool in teaching and learning. Not many, or there is just one maybe in my country that use iPad as a tool in learning system. They are use iPad in teaching and learning. Based on the theory, ICT or iPad is something promising and is seen as an effective medium in facilitating the learning process. improving learning outcome and student learning activities. In learning, let's use ICT or attitude is the most effective factor in determining success. But during pandemic, there are several issues that found from the article about that student attitude are abnormal towards online learning through ICT. But I think this article is about the ICT, not they are used in object-wise laptop and smartphone as an object the research. So I interest how the iPad, if this tool is used in teaching and learning. So I interested the look for the iPad in teaching and learning. The other study also say that student attitude are moderate and feel high barriers in online learning. The others to say that women are less likely to use technology and are less confident than men. Therefore, this research is deemed very necessary to determine student attitude toward online learning using the iPad and add to the study of the application of the iPad in learning. The implementation of iPad in teaching and learning, especially in Indonesia, in my country, just based on my first observation, only one school that implement iPad as a system in their system learning. So it is interesting to do the research. The gender issue, I think in Indonesia, there is still an assumption that men are more competent than women in terms of mastering technology. So it is the title of this study is about the effect of gender toward student attitude and interactive multimedia in teaching and learning. This research aims to investigate the attitude in using interactive multimedia on PAI learning. So the research question about what is student attitude in using interactive multimedia on PAI learning. The second is to investigate the influence the gender on student attitude and PAI learning toward interactive multimedia iPad by the question. Do student gender influence on student attitude and PAI learning toward interactive multimedia? And third, do student attitude and PAI learning toward interactive multimedia iPad differ by gender? This research was designed using a quantitative approach. The participants were selected from junior high school. I take to school from Indonesia, but different countries. One in province Riau and one again in Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia. The questionnaire contained a 5-point Likert scale was administered in Indonesian representing strongly agree, neutral, disagree, and strongly disagree. The population for this study was 802 junior high school students consisting of 250 grade 7 students, 270 grade 8 students, and 272 grade 9. The sampling technique used is stratified random sampling, and the total sampling is 135. Hypothesis. Hypothesis 1, there is a significant effect of student gender on student attitude, and hypothesis 2, there are difference of student attitude in learning PAI using interactive multimedia based on student gender. This is the demographic of student gender and grade. Male about 51.1% and female 48.9%. Grade 7 38.5, grade 8 40, and grade 9 to 21.5. The finding, the result of this research, one about student attitude in using interactive multimedia on PAI learning. This table shows that the score of men data about student attitude toward interactive multimedia is high. So this man score mean that student attitude toward the use of iPad in learning PAI are positive. The second, about the influence of student gender on student attitude and PAI learning toward interactive multimedia. I analyze with regressions the results of this research that can see so in the table that the T table is the study is 1.656, while the T count as can be seen in the table 1.260. This means that there is no significant effect of gender on student attitude. So the hypothesis rejected, and hypothesis no accepted. The third, student attitude and PI learning toward interactive multimedia effect differ by gender. The table above shows that SIG value of 0.210, which is greater than 0.05. Thus, the hypothesis is rejected, and then the null hypothesis is accepted, or there is no significant difference in student attitude toward the use of interactive multimedia effect. Conclusion. The application of technology in learning that is used as a medium and search of learning is necessity. It is no complement, but it is a unified component that is interrelates in achieving quality learning. The interactive multimedia effect is one of the technology whose use is still very rarely encountered in the learning system in school in big cities in Indonesia. So its application in far place need research study to find out how students accept this device alongside studies of other aspects. This research has found that student attitude toward the use of interactive multimedia are positive. The effect of gender is not significant on student attitude toward the use of interactive multimedia effect, and there is no difference in student attitude based on gender. This finding have implication for educational theory, especially in the field of learning media, as well as several other practical implications. Thus, it can be concluded that the use of interactive multimedia effect can be applied in learning, especially in learning the Islamic religious education. Implication and recommendation. The findings in this study have both theoretical and practical implications. Theoretically, this finding can enrich research related to the application of technology in learning, especially the IFED. It is especially related to several theories, such as the acceptance model theory by Pankratz or Dixon, in which there is no significant effect of gender on student attitude toward the use of interactive multimedia IFED in learning. Another practical implication so that the application of interactive multimedia technology on the IFED is addressed positively. Thus, it can be used as a basis for the government and education management leader in considering the use of tablet or best technology in their learning system, where we until now is still really found in a big city in Indonesia. Indeed, challenge of changing the direction of education in integrating the application of technology in learning is no longer something that must be avoided at this time. So this is all. That is all. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, Mr. Nunu. Now the floor is open for Q&A. Can I know, is there any question from the floor? If there is none, thank you very much, Mr. Nunu. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. So moving on, we are going to have eight presenter for this afternoon. We are going to have Suha Mahdi Saleh, and the title of Suha's presentation will be Removal of Turbidity and Total Organic Carbon from Contaminated Water by Mixing two coagulants in coagulation process. Suha, the floor is yours, then you can start your presentation.
Yes, I'm Suha.
Yeah,
now
thank you.
I will share my screen.
Thank you very much.
Share. Yes. Removal of turbidity and total organic carbon from contaminated water by mixing two coagulants in coagulation process. Abstract. Traditionally, the coagulation mechanism was set up to eliminate turbidity, which was usually linked to the presence of pathogens. Coagulation is a chemical water treatment process used to remove solid from water by multiplicating electrostatic charge of particles suspended in water. In this research, using jar and measure the limitation of turbidity and complete organic carbon, TOC, has been tested by applying coagulants, alum, and FeCl3 to the water. To begin, the speed of a flash and the slow mixing was calculated by playing with their separate speed and selecting the one that generated the least turbidity and total organic carbon. The finding indicates that FeCl3 performs better in terms of removing turbidity and total organic carbon. It is found that the best results are in speed 220 RPM. And has found that the best three slow mixing speed are 15, 16, 17 RPM, and the best results were in a slow speed 15 RPM. Considering the slow mixing speed, it was found that as much as lowering the slow mixing speed, the efficiency of removing turbidity is increasing. Finally, the best value of water pH was determined with three different values, 6, 7.22, and 8, and the best results were obtained at 7.22 pH. Description: coagulant preparation. The alum 1 gram and FeCl3 1 gram powder was weighed and dissolved in 1 liter water separately. Effect of alum coagulant on the turbidity and total organic carbon content. The various jar tests were filled with water, 102 NTU, 2.83260 OC. A coagulant such as alum was added at this concentration in each jar and mixed at 14 RPM for 1 minute. The speed was slowed down to 70 RPM in 0 minute, followed by the slowdown to 0 RPM in 1 minute. The alum was allowed to sedimentate at the bottom of the jar. Supernatant turbidity at Terb direct and TOC at multi-NC 3100 were measured. Effect of FeCl3 alum coagulant of turbidity and total organic carbon content. A similar procedure was repeated for FeCl3. However, initial speed was 220 RPM for 1 minute, followed by 15 RPM in 10 minutes. Again, supernatant turbidity and TOC were measured. Effect of FeCl3 alum coagulant of turbidity and total organic carbon content. 10 mixing of the coagulant alum and FeCl3 and made the treatment which mentioned in the above procedure. The concentration of the mixture of two coagulant, this concentration respectively, and the percentage of the mixture, we make a mixture at this percentage of concentration, A, FeCl3, B, alum, and repeated the experiment with very concentration at this percentage. Table 1, percentage of FeCl3 and alum used in this study. This table. Study the effect of pH on coagulant activity. Change pH by sensodirect measure of water from 7.25 to 6 by addition of 5 mg overall of HCl was prepared by adding 1 mg HCl to 10 ml of water. Furthermore, change the pH of water from 7/22 to 8.5 by adding 1 mg overall of NaCl. NaCl prepared by adding 0.5 mg to 10 ml of water and repeated all procedure above with water of pH 6, 7.22, 25, sorry, to 8.5 to study pH effect. These the results I obtained from my experiments. Effect of alum and FeCl3 and flash mixing. I took 3 flash mixing and I examined the speed mixing give me good results. Figure 2, effect of alum and FeCl3 at the slow mixing. I test 3 slow mixing and I determine the most determine the slow speed mixing give me good result on removal of turbidity. Figure 3, effect of pH on alum and FeCl3 coagulation. Also about pH, and I change it to determine the to determine the pH give me a good result. Figure 4, effect on turbidity and total organic carbon by mixture of alum and FeCl3 after I making a mixture to get a good result. To get a good result by mixing 2 coagulant in order to decrease the cost. Conclusion: the study can be concluded as the mixing of coagulant increasing the efficiency of removing the turbidity and TOC. Furthermore, the best condition for fast mixing coagulation were decided after a number of experiments. 3 fastest speeds are decided as below: 220, 300, and 400 RPM. It is found that the best results to get are in speed 220 RPM. It and has found that the best 3 slow mixing speed are 15, 16, 17 RPM, and the best results were in slow speed 15 RPM. Concerning the slow mixing speed, it was found that as much as lowering the slow mixing speed, the efficiency of removing turbidity is increased. Finally, the best value of water pH was determined with different values, 7.25, 8, and the best results were obtained at 7.25 pH final. From the results, we can conclude that FACL3 was found to be effectively remove turbidity and TOC as compared to alum. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Weda. Thank you, Suha. Ms. Suha. Thank you for your presentation. And I can foresee that you have mixed up the aluminum sulfate and also the ferrum chloride to treat possibly the raw water, right? I think in this case. Maybe I missed out some of the graph. Can you share with me what is the best percentage of aluminum sulfate and also alum and also the ferrum chloride to treat the raw water? What's the best composition? 50%, 50%, or 75, 25%? Can you share with us on that?
As I increased the percentage of FACL3, I found good result. It's well known that FACL3 more effective than alum, but I make this mixture in order to increase the cost, because alum is more cheap than FACL3, and FACL3 is not used widely. So I make a mixture to increase the cost.
Okay, I get it. Okay. I think that's all. Thank you very much, Ms. Suha. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Our ninth presenter for this afternoon is, let me see, Malati Achaya. So the title of Malati's presentation will be an IoT-based self-defenses wearable device for women's safety. So Ms. Malati, the floor is yours, then you can start your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah. Can you start your presentation?
Is it visible?
Yeah, I don't see any slides from you.
Is it visible?
No, I just see your face.
Okay.
I just see your photo only. I didn't see any slides.
Okay. Now.
Yeah, I can see you, but I did not see the slides.
Share screen.
Yeah, share screen.
Okay, now.
Yeah, I can see it now. Yeah, Ms. Malati, you can start your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, myself Malati Acharya. I'm a software engineer, and my topic is an IoT-based women's safety jacket using Raspberry Pi module. My guide is Dr. S.N. Prasad. Yeah, introduction. Okay. Safety is the topmost priority in this modern world under all aspects in cases of women harassment and threats. To resolve this problem, keeping in mind all safety and security, a system has been proposed and ideated to ensure a secure and safe protective system to protect oneself from the threats. The current system deals with an IoT technology implementing with on it, and safety device which is incorporated in a jacket. It mainly comprises of a wireless web camera module fitted in the GPS system to pinpoint the user location and update the data into the cloud. Meanwhile, also obtaining the live video feed of the user under threat in the form of email attached to the link. Here I will use the ThinkSpeak Cloud Server in order to aggregate the data. So use it to provide aggregation of location data from the GPS module. So this proposed system is useful solution for the working women or the elderly people. So whenever they are in danger, they need to activate the system by pressing push button or the panic voice alert. So this in turn power on a high voltage non-lethal electric shock system and sends the alert email to the caretaker along with the live streaming from the inbuilt camera. The non-lethal shock affecting an unprotected human completely overrides the central nervous system, which in turn may cause the temporary paralysis of the attacker. The continuous real-time location tracking and the health conditioning monitoring is provided using ThinkSpeak Cloud Server. Using this facility, caretaker sitting at the remote location can monitor the victim once she leaves from home or office. So this is my system wherein I have used a Raspberry Pi module for this is Neo GPS Pi module, and this is for camera Raspberry Pi camera module, and this is Pi 0W model, and this is a push button, and here is the where I can hear the voice from the victim. So this is the high voltage module where it will generate a high voltage non-lethal electric shock. This is the system diagram, flow diagram. So as I said before, this is IoT based technology. What is IoT? This is the Internet of Things, describe physical objects that are embedded with the sensor and processing ability it has, and the software, other technology that connect and exchange the data with other devices, and the system over the internet and the other communication network. Here you can see Internet of Things system wherein suppose if you are having with the jacket, it will connect to the internet and then it will provide the data to the user. So this is a platform you can see where this is the IoT platform as a middleware, and here is the application that is mobile or some other things. Here is the hardware, mobility, all those things. So how it will collect IoT? It will collect from sensor. It will send the sensor data privately to the cloud. Like that, it will collect the data. Then it will analyze over there using MATLAB, and then it will act. Act is whatever the action it has to do, it will do. So here IoT analytical challenges. What are the challenges I will face here is from the smart device, how do I collect the data? There is a ThinkSpeak Cloud Server. It will collect the data and it will send to the data, deploy the analytic to the server cloud, and then it will send to the MATLAB. Then it will run the algorithm and it will do the action. So here is the flow chart how it will how my system will work. Start when whether it will check for the whether Pi 0 Wi-Fi is connected or not. Initially it should connect it to the Wi-Fi. Then if it is not connected, it will wait for the connection. If it is connected, then it will check for the whether button is pressed or the whether voice is detected. Then if it is button is pressed, it will start live video stream or the live video location. If it is not pressed, it will wait for another time. If it is pressed, it will start the live video and live location. Then if it is valid location, it will upload to the ThinkSpeak Cloud Server. So once it is loaded to the server, the SMS will send to the user, caretaker. Then it will send the email attached to the link. Then it will do the action. So here is the email sent to the caretaker using two email link will be there in the email. One is for GPS location and one is for video. Here, if you click on the video link, it will show the live video feed. And if you click on this GPS, it will show the live location. So application, it will be used for safety of the women, elder and the physically challenged people. It will be used for child or the kids tracking during traveling to the school or colleges. It will be used in vehicle tracking and the safety system where the location of the vehicle can be traced. Use it as a legal evidence of the crime with exact location along with the video and the photo information for the identification of the criminals. Use it in security appliances. Advantages. It is safe and easy to use. It reduces man's effort in finding criminals. Quick response, built-in low cost, high accuracy in location and images, simple in design. It is more reliable. Alert messages to mobile phone to the predefined number. Mobile number can be changed at any time, can be used to prevent the incidents. Conclusion. The different modules used in the system are combined to develop women safety jacket. This system makes use of Raspberry Pi camera and the GPS module, which is used to send emergency message along with the current photos and the live video to the stored contacts. On detecting violence situation, the system may be activated by simply pressing a switch or the voice alert. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Malati. So, is there any question from the floor? If there's none, then a simple question for you. Can I know what is the estimated cost for this IoT-based self-defensive wearable device?
Estimated cost is for 20,000.
Can you repeat?
20,000.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Melati. Thank you for your interesting presentation. So we come to our 10th presenter this afternoon for the second session of the second technical session. Our 10th presenter for this technical session number 2 is Hari Lal, Mr. Hari Lal Manali. The title of his presentation will be Impact of the Recruitment and Selection Practices on Teaching Facilities Certification at Community Colleges of Nepal. So, Mr. Hari, the floor is yours. Then you can start your presentation. Thank you. Mr. Hari, are you available? Mr. Hari, are you available? So I think Mr. Hari is not available. I think it's a time for me to pass the baton to my counterpart, the next, another chairperson for this session, Dr. Patil. Can you take over from me? Thank you very much. Dr. Patil Chintan, can you take over from me? Thank you very much. Dear organizer, hello, Swanti, are you around?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Is Mr. Patil around? Dr. Patil around? Can he take over from me?
Yeah, we're just checking.
So he's in the he's online. Is he online at the moment?
Yeah, just checking, sir.
Yeah, just checking. So I will pass the baton to him.
Sorry, sir, he's not online.
He's not online.
Yes, we can move on to the next presenter.
So, is there anyone to take over from me?
Sorry, sir, can you repeat?
Is there anyone taking over from me for
Yeah,
chairing
so
this
just
session?
a minute. We're just checking with our other session judge as well. Give us a minute, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So, Dr. King, could you just let us know at which presenter have you stopped? Just for
10. We have stopped at 10, and then he will carry on with the number 11 presenter. Okay.
So we have stopped with Hari Lal, right?
Yeah, we'll stop at Hari. And Hari is not around. So the next one is Mr. Lim.
Sure.
Ji.
So
Yeah.
we have Mr. Chintan Patel taking over for you. So Mr. Patel, are you online?
Say again.
Yes, sir. So we have a session judge who is going to be taking over for you. We are just checking with him. So Mr. Patel, are you online? So Mr. Patel? So to all the presenters, we are doing a session chair change right now. So give us a few minutes as our next judge takes over.
Okay.
So our next session judge is just joining us. So Mr. Patel, are you online?
Yes, I'm online.
Okay. So Mr. Patel, you would be taking over for Dr. King right now.
Yeah, we
Sorry, I
ended
could not hear you properly.
at Hari Lai, and then the next one will be Mr. Lim Fung Ji. Yeah.
Yeah, so we are starting from Mr. Lim.
Okay.
Lim Fung Ji,
Yes, okay. Yep.
number 26, according to our agenda.
उनके एचआर हैं श्वेता खराड़ी और उनके साथ उनके एग्जीक्यूटिव एचआर है श्यामजी राठौड़ और मैंने उनको उनके टेक्निकल डायरेक्टर को भी लिखा है विनोद.
All right. So Mr. Lim has started sharing his screen, and so right now Mr. Patel is the session chair. So Dr. King, you could go on mute, and Mr. Patel will take over for now.
Okay, thank you.
So Mr. Lim is going to be presenting his paper on.
May I start now?
Yeah, next. So Lim Fung Ji is going to present
Am I
his
audible?
paper on developing a sequential data migration method for document-based database and key value database. So Mr. Lim, you are audible and you are visible. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, my topic is developing a sequential data migration method for document-based database and key value database. So data migration is referred as a one-time tool-supported procedure that transfer data, formatted data from one source structure to another source structure, where the designated structure may be different, okay, in terms of conceptually and physically. So difference from data migration between same type of database, the migration between document-based to key value-based database may not be a direct conversion of schema due to its flexible schema storage. For both of these databases, they are applying a flexi schema. Flexi schema allows different record structure to be stored within the same database or either collection. For example, for this diagram here, for this figure here, figure 1 and figure 2 here, figure 1 is an example of MongoDB document, right? And figure 2 is a sample of our Redis record. MongoDB store records in a document, in a JSON document, and Redis store data, okay, or record in a key value pair format. So as we can see on the figure 1 and figure 2, this is how the data is stored in MongoDB document on the left-hand side, and the right-hand side is how the data is stored in the Redis. So for the migration of data from MongoDB was to Redis, okay, for simple field data, for example, text, string data, for example, name, okay, permalink, integer data, we can have a direct conversion. For example, as shown in this diagram here, for example, okay, name Cisco in the MongoDB, we can directly move to the value in the Redis, which is name Cisco. But however, for the complex field type, such as nested document or nested array, for example, we show in the figure 3, this is an investment field, which is an array type. Under each item of each element of the array is an object, which is a document, So when it's going to transfer into the Redis database, okay, so how does the algorithm should work? How does the key structure of this Redis should work? How is the key group should be allocated? How is the record is going to be linked together? Because as this investment is one of the few, okay, under collection of MongoDB. So therefore, for our research objective is examine data migration algorithm between documents-based database and key value database. The second objective is to examine the data schema of key value database in storing data with different schema from document-based database. So we have proposed a method. This method is a sequential record to record migration. In order to migrate the data from document, MongoDB document, and to decide how the data is going to store, so we have proposed this sequential record to record migration, in which this method is going to access every single record, and also within a single record, the algorithm is going to access every single field to detect that whether the field is either a simple field type or a complex field type. If there is a single field type, then direct migration will be migrate. If there is a complex field type, so there will be another key groups or either separation of data should be performed. This is the diagram. The diagram in figure 4 shows the flow of our method. So the first one is to analyze the field. So analyze the field, every single field in the record will be analyzed. If there is either a single field or a complex field type, okay, so they are going to form the new key group or the new key format. But this new key group and new key format is formed according to the predetermined schema that you have already decided, okay, before the process. So after that, so when the key group has been formed, so we are going to create the key and the record and store the data into the Redis. If there is needs to separate the data, okay, into another key groups, so a link key will be created for the relationship purpose. Okay, so and this is a recursive method. So the method is recursively called, okay, throughout the process. So in order to the next slide is to show the predetermined schema in Redis. So in order to decide our key format in the Redis, so we have certain predetermined rules or schema to apply. So for simple data field, okay, simple data field are directly migrated and represented by the key with structure. With the structure, okay, collection name with the ID. For example, companies, this is the ID. So companies is referring to the collection, and then this is the ID. And for nested field or for more complex field, so the key structure will be collection name dot field name colon ID. For example, companies dot investment dot fund funding round ID. So companies, this means that, okay, companies is the collection, investment is the field, is the nested field, and then funding round is another field which is nested from the investment. And this ID shows that this record is migrated as a separated, which is belongs to the record with this ID. So for nested ID or nested field, so additional key will be created for the record linkage. For example, companies.investment : this is the ID, okay, colon funding round, means that by creating this one, we are able to access that, okay, so this company's investment, okay, that is another record linked to the funding round. So this is the predetermined schema in the Redis. So after we have run our process, sequential method process, so this is the sample. This is the sample of our outcome. So as you can see that this is the investment field in MongoDB, and this is the element, is the array of object. So when we transfer to that, okay, so in the Redis screen, Redis CLI screen, so this is the company's investment funding round, okay, company's investment funding round, because this investment field is part of the company's document. So companies.investment.funding round, okay, with the key here, because this object is the we have the index of 1, so therefore we have a -1. So and then these are the field name, raise amount, okay, raise amount, which is this is the value UI, okay, source URL and the text run, okay. So for this is the outcome we have get from our experiment process. So from the experiment process, okay, we conclude that our proposed algorithm is able to migrate data as according to the predetermined schema. However, additional keys were created to represent nested structure from MongoDB, even for keys for of a null value. So if there is a the nested level is very huge, so the longest the key will be generated. So and then with the outcome of our experiment according to the predetermined schema, the access to the related record in Redis may require more steps due to the single way of relationship as shown in the predetermined schema. For example, if I'm going to access to the funding round record, I need to access to the company's key, company investment, and later is the funding round, then I can get the data. So this is the conclusion. For our future work, okay, is the verification and validation of the migrated data. So due to the separation of key group and with the origin document, so we need to decide, okay, we need to come up with something, some algorithm is able to validate and verify the migrated data. And for another one is to expand the algorithm, okay, for the migration between other type of databases. Yep. This is my end of my presentation. Thank you.
So does the session chair have any questions, or do the participants have any questions?
No, we can proceed ahead.
Do the participants have any questions before we proceed? Okay, on that case, Mr. Lim, thank you for your presentation. You can unshare your screen.
Okay, thank you.
And next, I would like to invite Nagi Shetty Sridhar to present the paper on design of an active element-based Class J power amplifier for 5G wireless communication applications.
Good evening, ma'am. Am I audible and visible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible and visible, Sridhar.
Shall I share my screen, ma'am? No?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Is my presentation is visible now, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah, thank you. One second, ma'am. Yeah, hope my presentation is visible now and I'm audible. Shall I start, ma'am? Thank you.
Yes, you can start.
Yeah. Good evening, one and all present here. My name is Nag Seti Sridhar. I'm pursuing PhD in Faculty of Engineering, Multimedia University, Cyberjaya, Malaysia. Sorry, one second. Sorry, ma'am, there is small disturbance. Yeah. In Multimedia University, Cyberjaya, Malaysia, under the guidance of Dr. Chinnayan Sendil Parisar, and my co-supervisor is Dr. Medani Ars, and my co-author is Dr. Wang Hen Yong. Today, I'm going to present my research paper entitled Design of an Active Element Based Class A Power Amplifier for 5G Wireless Communication Applications. The contents of my presentation are as follows. The abstract of the paper, brief introduction about the 5G technology and my objective, and analysis and design methodology of the Class A mode power amplifier, simulation results of the design Class A power amplifier, the conclusion of the paper, followed by the references. So this is the abstract of my paper, which I'm going to present now. So I have started my research work with the basic question, what is the need for 5G technology? Although the existing 4G technology has served us well up to now, it has certain limitations like incompatibility with Wi-Fi technology, and it is not feasible for emerging 5G IoT applications. So to overcome those limitations and to provide the people desktop-like experiences and immersive experiences, and to support the ubiquitous connectivity and telepresence in various applications such as enhanced mobile broadband, ultra-reliable and low latency, and massive mission-type communications, which are commonly known as 5G triangle, we are in the need of 5G technology. So it is well known that the two important factors to be considered while implementing the 5G technology are there should be reduction in the energy consumption and enhancement in the bandwidth compared to the 4G technology. And it is well known that the power amplifier plays a major role in deciding the energy consumption and bandwidth of the entire wireless communication system of the 5G, 5G technology. So there are two modes of power amplifiers named linear mode power amplifier, which are less efficient, and switching mode power amplifier that can provide the good efficiency, but low linear and restricted to narrow bandwidth. Therefore, the main objective of this paper is to design a power amplifier to make it suitable for 5G wireless communication applications and to estimate its feasibility for integration purpose. So based on my literature review, I have chosen Class J mode power amplifier topology, as it can provide the solution for trade-off between the efficiency, bandwidth, and linearity, introduced by Dr. Steve Cripps. So based on the analysis, by presenting these optimum impedances, as shown here, by presenting these optimum impedances in terms of R optimum to the transistor of the power amplifier, it is observed that we can, there is a harmonic boost and phase shift in the drain voltage of the transistor, which reduces the overlap between the drain voltage and current, in turn increases the efficiency of the transistor, and it will be as linear as the Class B or AB modes. So based on this analysis, the design methodology is as follows. So the first step is to select the active device, that is the transistor. I have chosen the Siltera 130 NMOS transistor here as active device, which is biased with the drain and gate bias voltage and stability network to stabilize the transistor. So the active device size has altered to obtain the R optimum value to get the optimum impedances of the Class A mode operation. So to match these optimum impedances of the that has to be presented to the transistor with the 50 ohm source and load termination, the proper matching networks are designed. So this is the overall block diagram of the Class A mode power amplifier, which you are going to see now. So based on this block diagram, the sample schematic of the Class A mode power amplifier can be like this. Generally, the optimum, R optimum or optimum impedances of the transistor can be obtained using a load pull simulation. But in this paper, in this work, as we have used the mental graphics EDA tool, as there is no provision for the load pull simulations, I have approached two methods for obtaining the value of the R optimum, which I'm going to present now. So the next step is to determine the R optimum of the transistor. So the R optimum of the transistor can be determined using the EZ waveform calculator in the mental graphics EDA tool. First, I have taken the reference R optimum value that can be validated by the EZ wave calculator. So for that, I need to find out the threshold voltage of the transistor first. So here the threshold voltage of the transistor can be estimated in terms of its transconductance GM. So the maximum value of the derivative of the transconductance can be considered as the threshold voltage of the transistor. So with the value of the threshold voltage and the VDD and ID of the transistor as per its size altered, so the R optimum value can be calculated using the EZ waveform calculator, which will validate the theoretically chosen reference R optimum value. So other than this, the another approach to find out the R optimum value I have followed here is finding out the output impedance of the transistor from its S parameters. So for that, this is the schematic what I am showing here is used for finding out the output impedance of the transistor in terms of its S parameter at 5 GHz frequency. So finally, after finding out the R optimum value in these two methods, the matching networks corresponding to the R optimum impedances that is equal to the reference R optimum and optimum impedances equal to the Z out, that is output impedance of the transistor calculated based on the S parameters. So the matching networks were designed and the final schematic circuit is as shown here. So with this schematic circuit, the simulations were performed in the mental graphics EDA tool. So it is observed that from the simulation results of the performance parameters, you can see here. So for the schematic of class JPA, with the matching networks designed based on the reference R optimum, as shown as the saturated power of 26 dBm is obtained with a maximum power gain of around 11 dB. But when the same class A power amplifier is the matching networks are designed with an R optimum equal to the output impedance calculated from the S parameters, it is observed that the saturated power is around 27 dBm. And it is also noticed that the power at the 1 dB compression point is around 26.2 dB, which is almost equal to the saturated output power. So it exhibits the linearity of this power amplifier. And moreover, the gain has improved to, and the maximum gain obtained here is around 13.73 dB. This is the difference between the two R optimum values and based on the matching network design in the final schematic of the class A power amplifier. So after validating this power amplifier with this performance parameters, another objective I said is to estimate the feasibility of integration of this power amplifier. So initially the idea is to replace the passive inductor of the matching network of the class A power amplifier with an active inductor. Because when you implement it for integration, generally they use spiral inductors which may occupy more area. So this is the idea to reduce the chip size. So that the idea is to replace the passive inductor with the active inductor. But finally, I tried to replace all the elements in the schematic class A power amplifier with the active elements, that is nothing but the transistors. So you can see the active element based class A power amplifier schematic layout here. So this active element based class A power amplifier layout is conducted again in the mental graphics EDA tool, that is layout design is performed. And this is the core layout size you can estimate it for the class A power amplifier design here. So this is the main transistor you can observe, and remaining all the elements are replaced as basic active inductors and active elements. So the performance parameters of the simulated class JPA are compared with the recent published class A power amplifiers. So it is observed that the power gain is almost same, even if some power amplifiers, a class A power amplifier, even they are designed as a two-stage structure. With the single stage, we are able to achieve almost same gain as them. When compared with the GaN-based class A power amplifiers, the power is quite high because there are high power transistor used there. So here I have used just 130 nm library transistor. So with this, I conclude that our power amplifier design with this approach, and it shows that the saturated power of 27 dB with the power gain of 13.73 dB uptime with the quality factor chosen of 500 megahertz bandwidth. And the P1 dB reveals that it is almost equal to the saturated. It shows its good linearity. As it is well known, class A power amplifier can be linear as class B and AB. And the active element based approach of this class JPA reveals that it is feasible for integration. In future, we are planning to reduce the size of the chip by reducing the size of the transistors, even by optimizing the transistors according to the layout schematic design, and by reducing the number of transistors even, so you can make it more feasible for integration. And even though it is providing good output power and the linearity, other performance parameters like bandwidth efficiency can be further improved to make it more suitable for the emerging 5G wideband applications. So these are all the references I followed for my research work. Thank you so much for providing this opportunity to present my research work. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Hello.
Okay, so does the session chair have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. Hello. Shall I stop sharing? Oh, sorry.
Yes, you can stop sharing, Sridhar. Does the session chair have any questions? Or does the participants have any questions to ask Mr. Sridhar?
Sridhar?
Yes, sir.
Did you follow any comparative studies on various models of wireless communication?
Like comparative studies in the sense you are asking about the result comparison finally or literature, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm asking about the result comparison.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So did you go through any result comparison studies of various models like IS-95 or IS-2000?
Your meaning about, sir? I'm sorry, I'm not getting you.
Did you go through any comparative studies of various models of wireless communication?
You mean application oriented you are asking, sir?
Yes.
Actually, the plan is to, I have gone through, sir. There are so many applications for the Class A power amplifier, but I am focusing on the power amplifier to design for the smart grid base station, sir. So this is the one portion of my research work. I'm still working on that to implement in the 5G smart grid, sir.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, so could we move on to the next presenter then, if there are no other questions? Okay, next, I would like to invite Patar Soraduga Simpatupang to present the paper, Film Industry Development, a Systematic Literature Review and Future Research Direction. So Patar
Yes, thank you.
Soraduga, yes.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Let me try to share my presentation. Okay. Is it there? Can you see it?
Yes, it is visible and clear.
All right. Good evening. Very good day to everyone. I suppose that everyone is at different zone. This is my presentation. My name is Patar Sotarduga Simatupang. I'm from School of Business and Management Institute of Technology, Bandung, Indonesia. The title of my presentation is Film Industry Development, a Systematic Literature Review and Future Research Direction. The purpose of this systematic literature review is to respond to the increase of usage of OTT, over the top. I would like to explain what it means. It is the format where we can watch movies, films, aside from the theater, such as Netflix. The increase of the use of that format and any abruption caused by the pandemic COVID-19. So we would like to see what have been studied as a response to those two changes in this industry. So these are the steps of my presentations. The abstract I just introduced you in my short introduction in the beginning. So we collected related literature within film industry development on Scopus indexed sources. So we did not look any other sources for some reasons, for the effectiveness, for the efficiency of time, and usually the generalizations of film industry development topics in some other sources. So some key definitions here. I would like to emphasize this because when we search on literature in any sources, the keyword of film doesn't always mean film as the product that we see in the cinema or in the theater, but also film materials. So in the way we search for the literature, we put film, movie, motion pictures, cinema, not theater, to collect this on Scopus. So in Indonesia, there is a law what a film means. So also we include this into our consideration when we did the research. Again, before I continue on, I would like to emphasize this again. So the purpose of this is to see what have been studied as response to the increased use of OTT and any situations, abruptions post-pandemic COVID-19. So the questions in more details is which journals present research on the film industry? Who are the researchers on the film industry? What are the research topics in the film industry? So all these with different objectives, as you can see on the screen. The method is we follow general method in doing systematic literature review is planning, implementation, and reporting. So in the planning, we formulate the research questions that you just saw, develop the review procedure, assess the procedure, and then we go on to implementation, identify the relevant literature, select the primary data, extract the data, access the data, synthesize the data, and then we continue on to the reporting, report the SLR, and hopefully we can publish the paper. This is the flow of the process. The start to the digital library, very common, everyone knows, yeah. And finally, to finalize the list. The result, this is part one. We have a table, shows that the research on film industry development increased in 2018 and down decreased in 2019, 2020, and 2021. This finding is compelling because 2019 is the period of COVID-19 and might affect research on the film industry development as it is impacted the industry. Nevertheless, the 32 papers investigating the film industry presented in table here in our presentation, published in 2019, 2020, and 2021, none discussed the film industry development in the area of pandemic COVID-19. So to make it short, so we clustered all our findings into management, under management, regulation, incentives, culture, politics, economy, and law. The result come down to the journal-wise, to the 3 journals that contain the most papers about film industry development, with 2 papers followed by the other 26 journals, each having 1 paper. So the 32 papers investigating the film industry found published in 2019, 2020, 2021, none of those discuss this specific topic. Limitations of this literature, systematic literature review is the like I explained in the beginning, that we only used articles published in Scopus. So that limits the possibility to see any range of possible related topics into film development, film industry development within this context. This paper contributes to the body of research literature through qualitative analysis of publications on FID or film industry development. The lack of journal of the concept of film industry development and the existing topics are particularly discussed. It's not like it's not related more than one variables, like a film industry we see it in the market system. So from those previous slides, we have come down to this future directions, that the trend of collaboration is high in film industry development. Collaboration means collaboration with among countries, among filmmakers around the world. Locally also it is now more complex, because anyone really can do, make and produce movies as long as they have met the standards. So we see all this as the as we understand it in the market system. So any units or elements in the market systems, components, may be very good for future directions.
Mr. Patar, are you there? Your screen has frozen. Mr. Patar? Okay, we seem to have lost Mr. Patar due to a network issue. We'll just give him a minute to rejoin. Yes, I see Mr. Patar, you're back online. You're on mute.
Lost.
Yes.
Did you get all my presentation until the end of
No,
it?
I'm sorry. At the end, we were not able to get it because the network was cut. If you could just repeat it again.
Oh, okay. Let me see. I think I was there. I think I was cut off from here. The future directions part
Yes.
2. Okay. Yes. So this is actually almost the end of it. So I was saying that the market system can provide some possible ideas for supply chains models for developed and growing film industries around the world. So for competitive improvement, topics in human competency, education, and training are also needed for the industry. As conclusion, Film industry development is a complex scope as they are separated into various clusters, as we found during the study: management, regulations, incentive, culture, politics, economics, and law, aside from productions. Production is meaning filmmakers, the artistic values of the products. This complexity and the shortage of investigation in the field, specifically in its development, open up chances to conduct research for theoretical, methodological, and practical contributions. These are all gaps for researchers to take on. In conclusions, this research lays out possibilities in research topics, in enriching theories, etc. And it's very useful for regulators, educators, filmmakers, supporting businesses for film industry, finances, and the industry as a whole. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much.
So does the session chair have any questions for the presenter?
Sorry.
Mr. Patar, you could unshare your screen, please.
All right.
Session chair, do you have any questions before we proceed? Or do the participants have any questions? Okay, presenters, we'll just take a minute because our session chair is having some network issues. So just give us a minute as he sorts out his issues. All right, the session chair is informed that he has no questions and we will be proceeding to the next presenter. So I would like to invite Nurbani Mohammad Hassan to present the paper developing a sequential data migration method for document-based database and key value database. So Ms. Nurbani, go ahead.
Thank you, organizer. Let me share my screen. Can everybody see my screen? Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible, Miss. Go ahead.
Okay, let me put in a presentation mode then. All right. Okay, can I start?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to everyone. The title of my presentation today is a qualitative study on the characteristic of micro-franchise business model in Selangor, Malaysia. So basically, this is a social science research, which is pretty much different from the earlier one. I myself am the main author, which is Nurbani Mat Hassan from University Kuala Lumpur, and the co-author is Nur Ashikin Muhammad Rum from Multimedia University, as well as Ummu Fatima Al-Zahra Zulkifli. Okay, let me go to the introduction. Now, basically, micro-franchise concept is a new concept in Malaysia because, as we know, traditional franchise is pretty much expensive, and only those who have money can basically venture into this traditional franchise. So, but in terms of it is still a replicable business model, all right, but the focus is more on the poor, and also the micro businesses and also the small businesses. Now, micro franchise is a subset or duplication of franchising concept actually, in which it still have standardized product and services, but it is more on small scale. In fact, the concept has been acknowledged as one of the tools that managed to eradicate poverty whenever the poor would be able to embrace a proven, because it is a proven successful business model. So when the poor basically follow the model, basically they could become a micro entrepreneur and basically can earn income and generating their income on their own. Now, though micro franchise business concept has been gaining traction, little is known about the practice of micro franchise business in Selangor. In fact, the concept was hardly discussed and it remained unexplored and undetermined because maybe even though it was introduced in 2012 in Malaysia, but still the concept is quite new here. So this is the example, the pictures that you see here is those small businesses who basically following the business model, okay, from the franchisor. Now, the research objective, I only have one main research objective, which is to investigate the characteristic of micro franchise business model in Selangor, Malaysia. And from that, we ask question like, why do franchisees in the state of Selangor embrace the micro franchise business model? Because we wanted to see what is the reason, and from there we could anticipate, oh, maybe this is the model that the poor are following. Okay, basically literature review is, most of the literature review is saying about the concept of micro franchise, which basically trying to alleviate poverty. And some of the country has really have a very powerful or successful micro franchise program. Basically, they have it in India, in Ghana, in South Africa. So basically, it is a small scale business opportunity for the poor people so that they can own the business and manage the business on their own. Now, micro franchising is a development tool that leverages the basic concept of traditional franchising. So basically, we have traditional franchising. So that is on big scale. Now, micro franchise is more on the smaller scale, so that those who don't really have money can basically venture into a business which already have a successful model. Now, one of the most critical aspects of micro franchise business model is the opportunity that they manage to provide to the poor people. All right, so it is a model which is simple enough for people without having educational background, those who does not have any prior business experience. So with that, they can basically follow the business model. So you can see the established or successful model which has been implemented in Kenya, which is the Health Store Foundation. We have Honey Care Africa in Africa. We have Distri and Sakti Amma in India. We have Patrimonio Hoy in Mexico, we have FanMeet in Ghana, and all of these programs are successful in providing the business opportunity to the poor people, to the underprivileged group, and it's proven that they basically, this program managed to increase their status or economic status. Yeah. So by adopting the micro franchise business model, the business is able to reach its break even. Some manage to have savings, and some manage to basically scale up their operation. So it's proven, because what you need to do is to give a business that you put in the bag, and the poor can simply follow them. So that is the concept here. Now, so in the literature review also, they also discuss on the business model. Like for example, the business model of micro franchise is normally they are low in startup costs. Sometimes they have zero franchise fee. Like traditional franchise are charging a certain percentage of franchise fee for following their business model. But for micro franchise, which has been practiced outside Malaysia, it seems that they don't, sometimes they charge a minimal fee, sometimes they don't really charge fees at all. So basically, target franchisees are basically those from poor people, okay, those from low income, poor people, underprivileged group. And of course, the purpose is not solely on making profit. Okay, so it basically be providing job opportunity, and sometimes the purpose also to ensure that the poor have access to certain product or services which before this they don't have the opportunity to really use that product. And last also purpose apart from that is at least to give the business idea or business opportunity to the poor. And also some micro franchise program able to reach break even, meaning whatever revenue that they manage to cover their costs. And if they manage to sell more, meaning they can get the profit already. And also the participant able to get some profit. So meaning not because that the concept is small that they don't really enjoy profit, but they do have profit so that the business can sustain. And basically the micro franchise program in other countries basically run by intermediaries, like they are run by social enterprise, non-governmental organizations, okay, not by a fully profit organization. And the other business model is they are simple to operate. So meaning you don't have any prior education background, you don't have any prior business experience, but you just follow the model and you can have your business already. So that is the concept or literature review which has been discussed before. And basically this research is following a qualitative because I feel that the standard questionnaire will not be able to gain much info from the participants. So we use qualitative design, which is more on exploratory method, as this research attempt to explore and provide information on the characteristic and type of micro franchise business model adopted by the franchisees in the state of Selangor. Of course, focusing is first on the Selangor because Selangor is the most populous state in Malaysia. So the participant basically majority from food franchise business because that is the main franchise industry in Malaysia. Like the food and beverage industry constitute 42% of the franchise business from in Malaysia. So meaning their group is bigger. Others from services, from mostly services, okay? So education. So 10 research participants has been selected based on purposes sampling, and all the research participants were contacted via phone call. Now, basically these sometimes they are difficult to approach. So what I need to do is to basically call them a few times to build up the rapport. Then only I can set appointment to basically interview them in order to get the info. So in qualitative research, we do a lot in analyzing the data. We try to establish or use a coding process, okay, where we have our interview transcript, then we assign codes, okay, and then we group the codes according to the similar categories, then only we arrive at the teams. So that is pretty much the analysis that we use in qualitative. Now, based on the findings, it's pretty much different from the other countries, where the micro franchise were participated by the middle income group and not the poor or low income group. So basically 100% of the participants that we interview in micro franchise program are those from middle income group. And here, micro franchise program in Malaysia is anything that below 50,000. So it is more on, we can call it as affordable franchise. And also we noted that participants said it is a simple business model because they can easily follow how to prepare the menu, they can easily follow how to do the marketing. And also we also noted that majority of the participants from government officials, from those has been working before, right? So they don't have any prior experience in the business. And also they pretty much choose this micro franchise business because they said everything is being provided by the franchisor and they just follow them. And also another model, another things that they pretty much like of this concept because they don't have to pay the royalty fees. Okay, apart from only pay one-off franchise fee. And also because the brand is already established, so for them it's really easy to basically manage the business and get more customers. Though micro franchise is targeting poor and low income people like the other countries outside Malaysia, but this was not the case in the state of Selangor, as majority of the participants are not from low income, but basically from middle income group. So the simplicity of this business model was one of the most appealing concept for them. Okay, that's why they choose to participate in this or to choose to venture into this micro franchise program. It was also noteworthy to notice that all the micro franchise businesses activity are in food and beverage, as there are currently no micro franchise business in other industries. And because why? Because only a limited number of franchisors are willing to scale down the business to provide the opportunity for the poor people. So essentially, the purpose of micro-franchise businesses in Malaysia, particularly in the state of Selangor, is to provide business opportunity rather than to benefit underprivileged people. But they do provide business opportunity. But the concept is pretty much different from the one which was practiced in other countries. As the conclusion, we can say that the affordability of micro-franchise business in Selangor seems to fit the middle income group and does not serve the purpose and intention of the micro-franchise concept, which is to alleviate poverty and to reduce poverty. The concept that can create business opportunity for the poorest communities seem not to be well suited with the phenomenon in Selangor and thus receive less participation from low income and poor people. So we was like wondering why we can't see a hardcore poor people really wanted to join this program. Now we know that this program, when we say micro-franchise program, it is still expensive in terms of the amount of investment required rather than what we see in other countries which practice micro-franchise program, which requires a very minimal investment amount. So forthcoming research may focus on investigating the micro-franchise business model in other states, identify the reasons on the low participant of the business, because we wanted to know why is it the poor people are not really go into this program, and why is it the franchisor are not really keen to scale down their business for the poor. So that is my conclusion. And last but not least, what if one day every micro franchise costs nothing or just RM 10 ringgit, so that everybody can basically afford to have their own business. Thank you very much. That ends my presentation.
Thank you, Prasinda. Does the session chair have any questions, or are there any questions from the participants? The session chair, do you have any questions? Okay, on that note, we are moving on to our next presenter. So next, I would like to invite Mohammed Haris, Study RMN, to present the paper South China Sea Maritime Disputes and Malaysia International Integrative Relations as a Jihad Strategy in Balancing the World's Authoritative Powers. So Mohammed Haris, Study, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right.
I'm representing the first author because the first author have commitment with Ministry of Defense.
All right.
Otherwise, I'm represent the first author because the first author have work commitment with the Ministry of Defense Malaysia. My name is Jamalia Jamil. I'm the second author for this studies.
Okay, Ms. Jamalia, you can proceed.
So everyone see my screen?
Yes, your screen is visible.
All right, thank you very much, presenter. My name is Jamalia Jamil. My topic for today is South China Sea Maritime Dispute and Malaysia International Integrative Relation as a Jihad Strategy, Balancing the World Authoritative Powers. So this study is actually co-written by myself, Commander Muhammad Haris Sadi from Royal Malaysian Navy, and supervised by Dr. Zulhasni Abdul Rahim from University Technology Malaysia, as well as from Associate Professor Dr. Prof. Adam Leong Fokwe from University Pertahanan Nasional Malaysia. So my paper for today, I will start with the background, topic, subject, and focus of the research, method, comparison and critique, and how Malaysia reflect to integrative international relation. Last but not least, the finding, recommendation, and conclusion. And since this presentation is only 10 minutes, I will full utilize my 10 minutes time, inshallah. So please bear with me. I try to not read the slide, by the way. So I am a student, PhD candidate with University Technology Malaysia, and part-time with the LSA Academic House Kota Kinabalu as a postgraduate researcher and also a trainer for British Council and Cambridge English for students across Borneo. And I also actively involved in Pablon Academy, Certified Pablon Academy reviewer for subject related to business management and science social. So the one of things that I'm interested in to look into the other study is women empowerment and politics. So these are my picture actually last year attend the things, the women political empowerment with Penang government. So next, what we have here, this study is actually, I'm to explore the small nation country IR strategy. I only mention IR. IR is international relation. In the subtopic like foreign relation, political relation, I all is in for the purpose of this presentation, I put it under IR. So it also try to look into how the world authoritative power exercise their influence to small nation and how this nation actually shifting their foreign policy to respond the activity, the relationship activity. And hopefully this study can benefit to those individuals, journalism, organization, individual that keen to learn international relation from Muslim world perspective as well as from Western world perspective, because we need to bridging this two hemisphere actually in our study. So my topic research will focus on the red color here. I try my best to finish within 10 minutes time. So please bear with me. And in small, to make it more understand, this is the analytical framework as you can see here. So the study is like the previous presenter, is more on qualitative. So before this, we seen all those bombastic numbers, and this actually more, this presentation is very light actually. We just move with the flow. But yes, to conduct this research is still, we go through the hardest part of it by doing a holistic, pragmatic, and with the combination of descriptive and exploratory in a very systematic, qualitative method. And we select only the best of journals, publication, start from the article preparation, organization, reporting the outcomes, and reporting of the outcomes and finding as well. So whatever we have, we align according to the review of the data set, and we align it according to IR themes that we adopt throughout this study. And I would like to start by critique of our Western international relation. We read and we listen to the news, but from the academic world, this is what we discover. The Western international relation are actually failed to address the issue, especially to the Muslim nation, to the Muslim country. It has failed in Middle East, in Afghanistan, despite the massive volume of any Western international political study. All sort of ism is actually failed to restore the peace of the earth. And we see what happened to our nation, to the earth currently as well. So next, that's why to be Asian nation, and I believe there are many presenters here came from South Asian nation. We supposedly not try our best not to hedging any of these two authoritative power. If we hedging to US, the US itself, they abuse the word of democracy, the fighting terrorism, the Islamophobia as a weapon to justify their own agenda. And one thing, they are actually the reason for the chaos happen in Middle East due to this bullying relationship. And one thing I need to emphasize here, the misleading Western ideas of jihad saying combat mode, terrorist activity links to Arab world, jihadists as terrorists is actually erroneous, and it will based on faulty assumption without referring to genuine Islamic teaching. And what else? Similarly, we cannot hedging to China as well, because we know the BRI, we know the capitalism movement in terms of in the name of economic relationship, it may cost to Southeast Asian nation in the long run. The Belt Road Initiative, many of the South Asian nation is actually luring with the multiple platform that is non-ethical through bribery practice, and without further checking or without further conduct a feasibility study about the profitable of this initiative, this so-called Belt Road. In Sri Lanka and a few in Africa nation have faced the consequences of China debt trap. And one more thing, there's a reason why we cannot hedging to China as well, because the operation and open aggression in South China Sea, they are treating South China Sea as their own territory, whereby they are Philippines, they are Malaysia, they are Indonesia, they are Vietnam, and they are Taiwan as well as Japan are actually sharing the maritime border in the South China Sea. And as we can see, the previous research have mentioned there are tons of vessels, not only the naval ship, not only the whatever ship from China, but they are invading the zone economic exclusive of Southeast Asian region. And this harassment by Beijing counterpart in South China Sea is actually totally unlawful if we can refer to the UNCLOS International Tribunal. And there is one particular submerged known as Gem Shoal. It's only 50 miles nautical to Malaysia, it's 1,000 miles from China, but Beijing keeps saying that is the southern part of China, which is indicate of their greediness, insensitivity, and the bully relation, as I mentioned earlier. And their ship found invading the Malaysia, not only Malaysian, Indonesian, and Vietnam as well. Either Mr. Wong, this one of the author from University Pertahanan Nasional mentioned, either Malaysia government keep diplomatically or they are keep silent. So, and to continue with this, US again, we know that US is exercising the list of proxy warfare in Middle East. I'm not going to elaborate here. You guys can screenshot this, but please kindly refer to Craig 2016 and Craig 2018 for further information. And yes, the holistic integrative international relation is supposed to be adopted as a universal principle that based on the uphold the monotheism, justice and freedom of the nation, human right, equality, social solidarity, sustainable vicegerent custodianship on earth. So these are the value, international integrative relation. If you want to see, you want to earth prosper and no more war. However, there's a few, the skeptical over the genuine Islamic teaching prevail among the nation and among the Southeast Asian and among the world civilization itself. If they know that Islam is highly regard peace, love, mercy, and compassion in dealing with any kind of relation, we for sure, we want to learn this in the deep root about what is integrative international relation. And jihad, according to genuine Islamic teaching, is striving to protect a national sovereign from foreign invasion, struggling to avoid war because we know that war will cause extreme damage. We see the Ukraine before and we see the Ukraine nowadays. If you are the civilized people of the world, are we going to see another more Ukraine? Are we going to see another more oppression to the minorities or to whatever things that they conduct under the name of New World Order or whatsoever? And the picture here is Shirin Abu Akli. She is a Palestinian Christian. okay, and see actually do the right for Palestine for over how many decades, but world didn't see, will only see Ukrainian. Okay, I would like to stress here that Malaysia is nation fiercely opposed to any form of war. So we prefer to maintain the status quo as a non-aligned movement nation. And our defense, the National Ministry of Defense White Paper is an ideal aspiration for Malaysian because 60 and 70% of Malaysians are Muslim themselves. We stand to defend the sovereign, and we believe every human deserves to live freedom while bonded to the law of the universe. And Malaysia firmly opposed to any kind of evil act such as indiscriminate killing that's happened in Uyghur in China at the moment. Those happen towards the Rohingya in Myanmar government, and to the Palestinian, to Syria, to any part of this world. And we are against this. And of course, what else here? I would like to emphasize this, almost finished my slide. Their book of governance since 1,300 years ago already exists, and the Quran alone is the source of international relation that actually going beyond expectation. If every soul can read the book, please grab yours. I'm highly emphasizing this, not because I'm a Muslim, but because of the value, the knowledge value that beyond PhD can hold actually. So this kitab already exists 1,300 years ago. It's available via University Islamic International of Malaysia access. Is free. You can just check it out. And yes, our concept of IR, Malaysia strive for win-win any international political relation. And in fact, we emphasize this during the US-ASEAN Summit, that we're working to find permanent solution to South China Sea dispute in accord to UNCLOS prescribed law, and we want China and US, actually, we want US and China to respect the small nation, the sovereign of the nation, regardless of the nation being Muslim nation or non-Muslim nation, small nation or big nation. Please do not, no more war. We don't want war in cohesive, whatever kind of war, because we see the things happening in Ukraine. It is actually something that really hurt the population of the world. We know that we are heading to the same barzakh. Why must we have war? So we have Malaysian hold a great responsibility. Jihad here is to maintain the nation sovereign from invasion of foreign things. And if you see jihad, it's not only jihad to arm or whatever mentioned by the Western ideology, mislead ideology. Jihad in simple mean, my jihad today is waiting for my presentation from this morning until now. This is my jihad. I tell you, how is it to be stand strong from the morning and to 6 o'clock in the evening just to have your presentation done. And of course, this integrative international cycle ideal. We want peace, and we want one world, zero war, zero poverty, zero greediness. If you can break down what Elon Musk do, whatever Bill Gates do, whatever Zuckerberg do, if they can prosper this world, they are the truly hero. Do not the wealthiest people of the world. And at last, thank you very much for listening to me. So if any way I can, the researcher can improve this research, we will welcome a feedback from Flo. You can email me through this jamalia2graduate@utm.my or through my office, LSA Academic House email, or to the first presenter from Salon Negrel. I would like to acknowledge the grant provided by FRGS 1-2021 SS02 UTM 0216 for financing this people ICMDRSE-2022 Kuala Lumpur. And also I would like to, on behalf of the authors, I would like to acknowledge multiple feedback and ideas from personnel of Malaysia Armed Forces Defence College, management, student, lecturer, cohort 2021, and of course to my office mate for helping a lot in doing the proofread for this study. So these are the readings. Thank you very much. And the question is welcome on the email. So thank you for being with me. So again, if anything good, that's from our maker. The weakness is from myself. Back to presenter. Thank you.
Hello. Jamil.
Yes, I already stopped the share screen, right?
I'm the session chair, Chintan Patel here.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to give some comment or suggestion. Am I audible?
Yes, yes. I heard you very well.
Okay. So in my perspective, the presentation was more concerned about the proving the Islam religion is considered to be right. It should focus on importance of international relation, sovereignty of the nation, and peacekeeping. Every religion must be respected, and one must avoid the strong and bold hold of any religion. That's my perspective. I think you will understand the perspective of everyone.
I agree, Mr. Patel. In fact, if you see through the historical point, the Judaism, the Hinduism, the Christianity, and Islam itself, they are actually sharing the same one monotheism belief. So if you believe on monotheism, why we need a war? So yes, that's a very good feedback. Thank you. I will enclose in my study. Thank you very much.
Good luck. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question. Moving on, next, I would like to invite Mr. Varun Gupta to present the paper, A Deep Learning Framework for Auto Detection of Hate Speech on Social Media. Yes, Mr. Varun, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to share my screen actually. Just give me a second. Yeah, can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah. Yeah. Hi everyone, my name is Varun, and today my topic is Deep Learning Framework for Auto Detection of Hate Speech on Social Media. And I'm a research scholar. I'm pursuing PhD on the same topic, and my guide name is Dr. Umesh Saigal. And like as we all know that today social media is very important.
Mr. Gupta, I'm sorry, but your presentation is not yet visible.
Okay, give me a second. Is it now visible?
Yes, it is visible now.
Yeah. So everyone. So today my topic is Deep Learning Framework for Auto Detection of Hate Speech on Social Media. And my name is Varun Gupta, and my guide name is Dr. Umesh Saigal. I'm pursuing PhD on the same topic. And as we all know that today, right now, social media has a lot of impact on our lives, on everything. It is like a bread and butter for everyone right now. And like for sharing everything, for grabbing the information, for remaining self-update for the things, we always use social media like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, different type of platforms we are having right now in the world, and we are actively using everyone this social media. So today my topic is on about the social media only, that how to detect the social hate speech on social media, which is generating a lot of problem right now. So as I told you, there are a lot of users right now on the social media. For example, right now we have a 7.9 billion users population total on the world. And out of that 5.31 means 67.1 population is right now is mobile unique users. And out of that 62.5 population is actively user of the internet. And out of that 58.4 population is active social users. So it's a huge population if you will talk about the social media users. And right, as I told you, there's a lot of social media advantages, like it helps in capping the communication. It provides a good connectivity to us. It gives us the learning new methodologies, techniques. We remain updated the news and events. We remain awareness about the new what coming things about in our surroundings. We can share anything with others, and noble cause also. And there are a lot of advantages. And like in this world, everything has pros and cons. So like social media has advantages, so it also have a disadvantage. Like disadvantages, like it breaks social economical connection, because everyone is sitting on the social media and on the computer, so they don't get time to talk to their parents, to their family members. And it also weaken our thinking ability, because when we have to search anything, we just go to the Google and just type it out and find out the results. Now we don't able to think about that what we are doing into the past, then present physically, not mentally. Like we are sitting on the dining table with our family, and we are physically there, but mentally we are on the mobiles of everyone. Then cyberbullying, addiction, security, and hate speech. So these are the mainly disadvantages of social media. So what is hate speech? Actually, there is no final definition of hate speech on the world right now. Means there is no any universal hate speech definition, because there is a very thin line of the difference between hate speech and appropriate free expression. A common speech of the common definition of hate speech is communication towards a specific person or group with aggressive content based on some characteristics such as gender, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, religion, color, or nationality. So right now we have a lot of increase in a hate speech. If you can see my chart, then you can see that from 2012 to 2018, you can see the gap of the increase in hate speech. Means when there is a case of 35,000, and now like there's a cases of more than 1 lakh in that duration. There are a lot of steps are already taken by the different platforms like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. Everyone has their own platforms to stop the hate speech. Like if we are talking about the Facebook, so this is my chart which is showing that they are already taking a lot of steps to stop the hate speech. And even there's a lot of government is producing, adopting laws for the stopping hate speech. Like in India, we have some laws for this thing, for US, for Canada. Every country has adopting some laws to stop the hate speech. Right now, there are some technologies for the auto detection of hate speech already, which are developed using machine learning or deep learning languages. And IoT is also helping the same thing. But as per the research papers, or as per the research done by the different researchers, or as per the platform users, that can be only lessened by the 70 to 80%. Means the accuracy of the current available machine learning technology or deep learning technology is just 70 to 80%. And the reason behind that accuracy, no accuracy, is the language barrier. Like one language is used by some another person for a different word, and another language has the same meaning of the different word. Or means one word has the two different meanings for two different languages or two different communities. So my conclusion is that we have to need to work on the most accurate algorithm to develop a hate speech detection, so that it can be increased to the different level. So that we can catch that the hate speech, like different politicians come on the different platforms, they don't say abusive words or some illegal, unparliamentary languages, but they use some words which have a double meaning, which have the two different meanings. So one community have that hate speech recognition, and another doesn't. So we need to work on the conclusion. We need to work on that deep learning new methodology which can be developed to use this methodology to auto detect the hate speech to the more conclusive level. So this is from my side. Thank you. If anyone has some question, please ask.
Does the session chair have any questions? Do any of the participants have any questions? All right, moving on. So, Mr. Varun, you can unshare your screen. So next, I would like to invite Mallika Chikki to present the paper High Performance of the Graphene Coated Blotch Surface Based Biosensor. So Ms. Mallika Chikki, are you there on the call? All right, moving on. Next, I would like to invite Arifa Parveen to present the paper Effectiveness of Job Placement Cells for graduates of Dhaka Mohila Polytechnic Institute.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so I see Mallika Chikki is
please close the another. This is not my.
Yes. So the presenter before you is trying to present. Please let's give her the time and we will come to you, ma'am. So Ms. Mallika, are you presenting?
Yes, I am, but closing the before session.
Okay. So would you be presenting for Ms. Mallika? Yes, Ms. Arifa, go ahead.
Please closing the before session PPT. I could not open my PPT for this. Please just cross the session.
Ms. Mallika, are you going to present? Ms. Mallika, are you there on the call?
Just across the PPT, it is closed.
Yes, I'm just Ms. Mallika, I request you to stop sharing your screen. Okay, Ms. Arifa, please go ahead with your presentation. You can now share your screen.
Okay. Can you visible here?
Not yet, it is still to come up.
Please help me to share this.
You will find a share screen option on the bottom of your screen.
Okay, share screen. And then, yeah.
And then select the presentation that you want to share.
Okay, presentation. Excuse me, please give me 2 time. Could not share here. I could not. Please give me time.
So, Ms. Arifa, we will give you the time you need to sort out your technology.
Okay, okay.
We are moving on to the next session.
File or advanced basic here.
Okay. Partner, Marapeda.
Yeah, it is a PowerPoint folder, but not open the file, but not open the basic. Please help me where I give the.
Ms. Arifa, you have to open the PPT presentation on your system and then share it.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you.
We can see your presentation, ma'am.
Please share it.
Yes, we can see it. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the late. Assalamu alaikum and welcome to all. I am Arifa Parveen. I work for Dhaka Mohila Polytechnic Institute, Bangladesh. My research article name is Effectiveness of Job Placement Cell for Graduate of Dhaka Mohila Polytechnic Institute. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First of all, we discussed the abstract. The abstract gist is the effectiveness of graduate of Dhaka Mohila Polytechnic Institute who are able to how they are employed in their development in the national economic to their participation by job placement cell. Here, find out the status of data collection. We need different ways or categories for data collection. First of all, we choose the teachers of the institution. Here, 40 teachers include with us. The data collection instrument is questionnaire, and the nature of data is qualitative and quantitative. Then we choose the graduate of 5 years, 2014 to 2018. They are almost sampling by sampling. They are 306. Here I'm almost use questionnaire, and nature of data is qualitative and quantitative. And third order of, we choose the industry whose are signing MOU with DMPI or Dhaka Mahila Polytechnic Institute. They are 30% or 30 company, 30 private company. They are use their opinion by questionnaire, and the nature of data is qualitative and quantitative. And we are also choose the final year student of Dhaka Mahila Polytechnic Institute. Here we choose the data collection instrument is FGD, and the data collection size is 75. Here we choose the nature of data is structured. Then we another administration person, the principal of Dhaka Mahila Polytechnic Institute and focal person of job placement cell of Dhaka Mahila Polytechnic Institute. They are attend to my article, their submission, their opinion, and we collect data from them. Here we use KII, and the nature of data is structured. Above them, we are data analysis and findings. We found that here 3 tables are shows. The first table from here, we find out the statistics. 40% graduates are in service, 56% are unemployed. Here shows that unemployed is the bigger than the service holder women. The second table shows that the 76% are full-time job, 29% are part-time job, 4% are in seasonal job. Third table shows that 75% are in non-government service, 11% are multinational service, 10% are government service, and 4% are NGOs. Here we show the graphical representation of data analysis and findings out from their data. Here we show the statistics that 4% are known their job advertised by website, 30% are their classmates, 60% are their teachers, and 11% are job placement cell. The second graphical representation shows that 78% said that job placement cell is effective for their job placement. The third graphical representation shows that industry person knows their opportunities created by job placement cell is 80%. Another data analysis find out their representation, the 3 tables. First of all, the unemployed, in the case of unemployed, 29% graduate opinion are mismatching job with technology, 21% are higher study, 16% are no job satisfaction, 11% are unexpected salary, 5% are family crisis, and 80% are other causes. Second table shows that industry person think in the case of unemployed, 33% are limitation of wideness of job placement cell, and 67% think lack of publicity of job placement cell. Third table shows that unemployment teachers are opinion that 50% are unemployed due to communication gap and 50% are due to their less publicity of job placement cell. At last of all, conclusion and recommendation for recover the challenges of job placement cell of Dhaka Mohila Polytechnic Institute. First of all, positive realization about job placement cell should be maintained by counseling. Second opinion, employment opportunities should be increased by industrial training. Third, job environmental security should be suitable for female graduate, should be friendly. And fourth, the advertisement of job by job placement cell should play its role effectively. I would close my session and thanks to all for listening my article.
Thank you, Ms. Arifa. So does the session chair have any questions to ask? Can you please unshare your screen, Ms. Arifa?
Okay, please.
Do any of the participants have any questions? All right, moving on to the next participant, I would like to invite Haitham Al-Rawahi to present the paper Robotics for Automation of Operational Assets in Oracle Application and EAM Systems.
Thank you to all.
Assalamu alaikum. Is my screen is available?
Yes, your screen. No, not yet. Ms. Arifa, please unshare your screen.
So I need to share.
Just click on the unshare, stop share button on the top of your screen.
Should be clear.
Yeah, now your screen has been unshared. Okay, Mr. Haitham, go ahead.
I cannot still share the screen. Now I can.
Okay.
I need to present. I will give you the small. Here's the record video for my presentation. Shall I start?
Yes, please. Yes, Mr. Haitham, please share your presentation.
It's not still not visible.
No, it is not yet visible.
Now?
Yes, it is visible now. Your video is not audible, so please click on the share audio button as well before you share the screen. You can unshare and share again.
Now, you can hear it now?
No, we cannot hear you yet.
Kato, thank you for this.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
To present my presentation or the paper in your respective conference. My paper will talk about the robotic for automation of operational asset in Oracle application in EM system. Before go forward in this presentation, we can give you the small introduction regarding the automation. Automation is the software application. It can build in any existing systems without required a standalone system. It can be applicable for various utilities in the IT aspect, in the transportation, in the finance, in the engineering, and so on. And my extract is related to case study which was conducted in our organization the previous year regarding how to compare from the manual process to automation process. There was, I will highlight the main driver for this studies, which we taken in the process, which is forced us to go further for the studies. First one is the long and manual business process in the organization, which is encapsulated as it is called, and it need to be re-engineering or re-enhancement in order to more facilitate and fast proceed in the process. Second point will be the data gathering or data collection from the various sources. Each system is standalone and it need to be collected from them in order to prepare it and in order to be ready for the data integrate uploaded in the master database. And the third one is related to COVID-19 infection, which impact across the world in the previous year, and which is not let the employer to be in the workplace at the same times, and there was many instructions from the government to reduce the availability of the employer in the workplace around 30%. And many lockdowns, which cannot the people even to travel from place to place, even to get the certain information and so on. And also we have we face shorting in our employers within the department due to the employer was shifting from our department to other department, and also we cannot easy to get this educate people or competent people to cover this the gap, and the procurement process was delayed due to the COVID-19 infection. And fourth one will be the validation. We saw validation of the data and data which is loaded is not more accurate, and we need to be enhanced or to be modified in order to avoid any leaks or any breakdown of the information during the extraction within the preparation or even during the loading in the master database. Here we can see here our manual process, which we have two systems, GIS system and AM system. GIS is related, the main source is graphical information and technical information. So once the contractor is submitted, you will directly submit it to G database to load it in the master database with its technical attribute and geographical informations. So those the information we need those to be loaded in the AM system in order to programming in the maintenance systems. So once the there is extraction by change the status, there are many setups where but it is not covered all the automation the process, like integrated the asset from the GIS to AM. If the asset group is already created in the AM side, and no duplication in the serial number will successfully to be created and generate automatic asset number with the linear details. And if asset group not defined in AM, then the asset information team need to define the group for this. And also if serial number is duplicated, then the GIS team have to take further action to rectify it. And once the asset will be created, there are a lot of updates as of the Oracle update, and you have to collect or combine all those information as the Excel sheet was called Oracle template, and prepare this one manually and send it to a system admin to update it in the database. Here we can see the snapshot of those of this action. This is the action which is extracted from the GIS system, and there is the initial information and the technical information which is required to be combined and to be prepared in order to load it in AM. And in the downside, you see that different asset class which are required to restructure and rebuild for Oracle. Once they are extracted, of course, as I mentioned before, there are two reports will be generated, either the error report or either the creation report. In the error report, there are some action we need to take it from take it by GIS team or asset information team in order to correct the serial number and in order to create asset group in AM side. And once it is creation, the asset number will be generated, the unique asset number to be generated, as well as we need to prepare the sheet, Oracle template sheet as the below detail, as the below snapshot. Once it is processed, this is the templates which will be prepared, and this is the example of the template. This the template include around 38 columns, which will be manually prepared, as well as the asset description, category, warning department, connectivity, WIP account class, which will be from which account will be impact, and also asset status and area and asset association and so on, and those to be loaded at the minimum. Here you can see this compare this the diagram for how will be the automation will be work. As I mentioned, there is no need to stand the system alone for this one automation, but only will be that communicate between both together between GIS and AM, and it has to do further functions with the below details. First one will validate and technical interview determine the serial number and asset group. Create or can repropose the asset group for AM, which to be need to create an AM, and also restructure or recombine the information as being the Oracle template and forwarded for review by the concerned person and then forwarded for loading. Also, modification of the data in terms of extraction, prepared and in terms of loading, and finally it can be report purpose. And there is another feature. Feature tool can be utilized either in the analyze the information related to failure or related to maintenance, and then we will provide the statistics for the concerned department in order to take the further decisions. Here, finally, the automation can be the smart solution. It can be used in it can be used by organization and to get more benefit in terms of saving the time and the effort, fast process and procedure, and it can be run for 24 hours over the week, and it can play as the audit and help to check missing tags or missing serial number or duplicate serial number, and also able to rebuild or restructure the information as per the standard template for the loading. Thank you for your attention again. If you have any query, you can contact me through this mail. And I will also, finally, I need to thank you, the conference organization regarding this further discussion. Thank you very much. Salam alaikum.
Okay, does the session chair have any questions to ask the presenter? Or do the participants have any questions? Okay, so we'll move on to the next presenter. I would like to invite Eleanor Daniela Binti Lokman to present the paper, Web-Based GIS Application for Mapping of Management and Monitoring of Fisheries Biosecurity Activities in Malaysia.
Hi, can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can hear your voice.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Doctor. Assalamualaikum and very good evening. Well, the title of my presentation this evening is BioDovMap, a web-based GIS application for mapping of management and monitoring of fisheries biosecurity activities in Malaysia. So the topic will cover 6 main title, which covers introduction, objective, study area, methodology, results, conclusion, and recommendations. Web-based GIS based on a type of spatially distributed information. This arrangement of innovative administration is very important for a correspondence structure between the GIS server and the customer. Admittance to the spatial data, just as cutting-edge planning and spatial analysis over the web, is turning out to be normal. Thus, the function of an information system is to improve one's ability to make decisions. The server's design was to support the structure to fabricate and convey unified GIS applications and assistance to meet any assortments of requirements utilizing users' needs. Association use of ArcGIS server to circulate maps and spatial data framework GIS capabilities through web-based mapping application and services in order to work on interior work process, convey essential data, also connect with others. So this is the process, some part of this process of data integrating, which GIS is in integrating spatial and non-spatial information for multi-criteria decision analysis approach is very useful in aquaculture farmers and activities planning to create a simple database that could help identifying the distribution of on and off farm employment using GIS and statistic analysis also. Okay, so these are the objective. The study is to design, develop, produce, and place, test, and deliver together with proper assistation, user manual and training for web-based GIS application, including user acceptance testing, UAT, increasing the use of remote sensing and technology and other related technologies such as GIS and information communication, ICT, remote sensing and related technology on the management and monitoring of fisheries biosecurity activities to make it more efficient and effective. And efficient and under Department of Fisheries of Malaysia. Research methodology involve data collection, which started with issue identification, vision and objective, followed by data sources collection through primary data, which is covers field survey. Secondary data covers spatial data and involves using information that others have gathered through primary research. Number 3, data integration between spatial and non-spatial data. And then the development of biodov map system, and then followed by analysis results, which covers spatial analysis using ArcGIS 10.5 and description and cross-tabulation analysis using SPSS, and discussion and conclusions. So these are the sampling technique for the study was census, which in the study of every unit, everyone or everything in the population, which the total of respondents for the study is around for the time being is 30, which soon will be around 400 and something is expected to be collected. So for the secondary data method, different analog map were provided by the Malaysian Department of Survey, which were used to prepare the baseline GIS data for the study area, including maps which cover roads, rivers, and so on. And the questionnaire consists of constructed questionnaire questions and was divided into 2 forms, dichotomous choice and multiple categories question. The dichotomous choice question offer just 2 answer choice between yes or no, and multiple categories question have more than 2 answers or choices. So this is the framework of the system development. Started with preparing of satellite images, information gathering, and operationally based on this new and the latest one, and data collection from the inventory or field work, and other data collection, followed by development of geospatial Oracle, using Oracle and ArcGIS desktop, and then followed by this development of system, which is the application system using this ArcGIS desktop, ArcGIS server, and then here come the operational system operational at the end, which we develop the system biodov map. So biodov map, so in addition, users who wants to use the system must comply with some minimum requirements of the system. Users are advised to use internet speeds of more than 520 kbps, which is ideal. The ideal resolution for the computer for browsing the system is 1024 times 768 pixels. Whereas this study identified that the biodov map system consists of 5 modules, such as view, search, edit, measurement, and tools. Only registered users will be able to log into the system. The login authentication system is very common for any web application for security purposes. It allows registered users to access the website and members-only features. It is also helpful when we want to store information for users, such as figure 1. Followed by the first model is viewing the location of a fish farm in the system. Users are enabled to navigate to the system for gathering information from specific farms facilities. Spatial data are divided into 2 types, basic information and aquaculture farms information in the system, such as figure 2. Meanwhile, features such as zoom in, zoom out, home, my location, pen, full view, and bookmarks have been established to facilitate the user browsing system. The second module was divided into 2 categories of search, which are general search such as farm location, fish disease, such in figure 4, and specific search such as latitude and longitude coordinate, such as figure 5. Third model is an edit widget, where the administrator be able to edit the data in the system. This widget is only for users who are allowed to update farm information only. Meanwhile, fourth model is a measurement widget, where the administrator is able to measure the system of a farm or an area and may measure between a distance of 2 places. It is a simple measurement technique that is very important in mapping activities. For example, by measuring the distance between settlements with selected farm location may help in network analysis. The fifth model, the last model, is the printing widget, which one could store and print the results of the analysis in the form of tables and maps. In addition, this system also allows the user to select the desired base map gallery type for display purposes, such as figure 9. So for the discussion, the technique of collecting, saving, storing geographical information with and without a location or on the earth. The other data identified related to this information, and to get the results in the quickest way by means of analyzing them primary data through security can be managed by GIS. The two main types of data captured are primary data sources, those collected in digital format specifically for use in the GIS project, and secondary data sources are digital and analog data sets that were originally captured for another purposes. Updating GIS data and information through applications, for example, the edit widget in the system, are the best ways of updating GIS data and its related information precisely. So the discussion, there are a few methods of GIS data collection, including visualization, involves the dissipation of spatial data in an attempt to facilitate the interpretation of observational and simulated data set through which Earth surface and solid Earth processes may be understood. Location-based services, LBS, one or more application based on smartphones and the other users. The manipulator allows the device to find its location on the map, and this location is mistaken, the user can interfere and put the right location and volunteer geographically information, VGI, also known as VGI, a new application through which every single person with a smartphone can share spatial data and upgrade the information we have for any place. This happens through social media sites, for example. Since 2013, an assortment of software developed is made for tablets and smartphones in turn into a principal interest of engineers. The new instrument and software enhance on-site estimation and bureau works. So the conclusion and recommendation. The benefit of GIS web mapping include reducing lead time, improving cross collaboration, low cost barrier to entry, connecting multiple structured data sources, supporting real-time spatial analysis, accessing web maps from any device remotely and publishingly, and sharing multiple layer features and points on a single web map. This system helps officials and the top of management in the Department of Fisheries Malaysia in planning and developing facilities, and later provide services to the stakeholders in Malaysia. It also to reduce the use of human resources, especially in the management and monitoring, other than giving important data on fisheries, aquaculture, and fish disease in Malaysia. So in future time, the ArcGIS application may extend the reach of user GIS from the workplace to the site. One may help navigate maps, do data collection and reports, and perform GIS analysis using the free downloadable application from Google Play, the Apple App Store, Amazon App, and so on. The ArcGIS application is part of the ArcGIS platform and is an extraordinary method for finding and offering substance by pursuing map displays from ArcGIS online or influence administrations from client existing endeavor, GIS, edit, collect, and update spatial elements and characteristics using instruments to look, distinguish, measure, and do query, foster a custom application or brand client-owned application explicit to client business needs. So acknowledgement is for the Director General of DOF and MISA. Thank you very much.
Does the session chair have any questions to ask? Do the participants have any questions?
I think there's no question, Doctor.
Okay, so there are no questions. Moving on. So again, I would like to invite Eleanor Daniela Lockman, her paper on GIS application, ornamental fish farming and off-farm employment distribution in Perak, Malaysia.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. So here it comes again with the new title, GIS application, ornamental fish farming and off-farm employment distribution in Perak. So these are my presentation outline, started with introduction and ended with conclusion and recommendations. Principally, the Malaysian fisheries industry encompasses three main subsectors, including marine capture fisheries, inland capture fisheries, and aquaculture. The Malaysian fisheries sector plays a decisive role in its economic development and is also a source of employment, foreign exchange, and protein supply for the country's people. The fisheries sector in Malaysia is governed by the Department of Fisheries under the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industries by the Empowerment of Fisheries Act 1985. Thus, a study showed that off-farm income may also increase average income, for example, where seasonal labor demands differ across activities. So what is remote sensing? The science of obtaining information about objects or areas from a distance, typically from aircraft satellites, which remote sensors can be either passive or active. So what is GIS? GIS is a framework of for gathering, managing, and analyzing data. So in this project, we combine the remote sensing and GIS method with this off-farm employment. Off-farm employment is where the work done off one's own farm and work off pay or profit done at home, and it is separated from the current farm business. In this case, off-farm employment is referring to farmers, aquaculture farmers. They are doing other job than aquaculture activities. GIS in integrating spatial and non-spatial information for multi-criteria decision analysis approach is very useful in aquaculture farmers' activities and planning. So the objective of the studies, there are three. First, to examine the spatial characteristic variables in terms of management of aquatic animal health of 30 ornamental aquaculture farms in Perak, to determine the type of off-farm employment participated by the ornamental fish farmers, and to determine the personal demographic background of ornamental fish farmers. So the study area is in north side of Malaysia in Perak, and the methodology involves issue identification, vision and objective, data collection through primary data and secondary data, data integration for spatial and non-spatial data, inserting data into the BioDof map system, analyze and getting the results using spatial analysis in GIS and SPSS, and finally the discussion and conclusion of the study. The sampling technique for the study also, I'm doing the census, which it covers everyone or everything in the population. Study was done last year since April 9 to 11. Actually, the study is ongoing and we are still collecting data. The primary data for the study is the questionnaire consists of constructed questions, and for the secondary data, we collect the analog data, including maps, cover roads, rivers, streams, land use, and so on. So the data analysis involved in the study is a descriptive analysis, chi-square analysis, and spatial analysis, where the descriptive analysis to describe the characteristic of the variables in the terms of frequencies and the percentage of distribution. A chi-square analysis is one way to show a relationship between two categorical variables in statistics, where there are two types of variables, numerical variables and non-numerical. And the spatial analysis is the process of looking at geographical patterns in the data, and the relationship between features. The spatial analysis is also the process to turn raw data into useful information. So this is the map of Perak, Malaysia. There is about 70% of the respondents participated in off-farm employment. From the results, we can see that farmers in Perak preferred to participate in off-farm employment. Table 2 shows that 26.7% of the respondents are doing rubber plantation, especially related to agriculture activities. Table 3, from table 3, we can see that out of 30 respondents, 17 respondents were more than 40 years old, 7 respondents aged between 31 to 40 years old, and 4 respondents were aged 21 to 30 years old. Meanwhile, only 2 respondents were aged less than 20 years old. From the table, we can see that the hypothesized relationship really exists, and the pattern and frequencies is different from chance of expectation. Does this table show that there is a clear relationship there is a clear relationship between education and farmers and their participation in off-farm employment. Education has a statistical significant association with their participation in off-farm employment, with chi-square value 36.916, with 7 degrees of freedom and 0 level of significance, with the highest proportion in SPM holder and lowest among those have degrees. Therefore, the decision is to reject the null hypothesis. So these are the spatial results. As you can see that farmers who live near the off-farm location were seen involved in off-farm employment because the farmer has more time to diversifying his source of income through agriculture activities. It can be seen from this study, most respondents tend to do fisheries and agriculture job compared to non-agriculture job. Okay. These are the maps, location of this distance of home and the type of off-farm activities. This map is this analysis shows distance from home to ornamental fish farm and off-farm type, which farmers who live near to the ornamental fish farm will probably choose to do other agriculture activities because of their interest, and the distance between location do affect neither traveling time nor increased income. It's about 50% of the farmers live less than 10 kilometers away from their home to their farm and off-farm type, which involve oil palm and rubber plantation. So these are the maps. And next, the distance from home to the nearest town and the off-farm type. From the result, it can be concluded that house location and nearest town have an effect to the participation in aquaculture and off-farm employment, especially in agriculture and fisheries activities, where they have more access to transportation linkage, suppliers, and most probably it is close to the public amenities. So as we can see, about 20% of the farmers live less than 5 kilometers doing oil palm and rubber plantation. And about 23.3% of the farmers live 6 to 10 kilometers away from the home and the nearest town, and they are off-farm type, doing oil palm and rubber plantation also. So these are the maps showing that the distance from home to the nearest town and the off-farm type. So the conclusion and recommendations: off-farm employment is an alternative strategy, and it has a big potential to improve the income and well-being of the ornamental fish farmers in Malaysia. Furthermore, off-farm employment help to reduce income uncertainty in rural areas, especially during this pandemic period. In Malaysia, we are becoming to the end the pandemic. The diversification of employment, however, helps to smooth income by spreading risk across several activities. So the recommendation is, in order to increase the participation of farmers in off-farm employment, policy should be formulated by the government to increase the availability of off-farm jobs in the vicinity of farmers' communities, since there may be great diversities in the social, cultural, economic, and institutional characteristic among farmers' communities. In the end, spatial analysis helps to identify the geographic patterns and the relationship between the features in the data, so the process of identification of off-farm and off-farm employment location and other spatial characteristics become easier. So I would like to say thanks to the Director General of Fisheries Malaysia and Director General of Malaysian Space Agency, my co-authors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does the presenter have any questions? Sorry, the session chair, do you have any questions? Do the participants have any questions? Okay, Ms. Eleanor, you can unshare your screen.
Okay, thank you very much. Hold on.
So next, I would like to invite Rashetra Vamalatitan to present the paper Investigating Social Relationships and Skills of the Homeless People.
Thank you. I will share my PowerPoint now.
Yes.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, my name is Rashetra Vamalatitan, and my research topic for today is investigating social relationship and skills of the homeless people. And my co-authors are Dr. Ashikin and Dr. Almonso. All of us are from Multimedia University, Malaysia. And I'll try to finish within the 8 minutes of given time. A quick bio about myself. I'm currently pursuing Masters in Philosophy at Multimedia University. So we will begin with the abstract. As most of us are aware, homelessness has been long recognized as a worldwide problem that affects the poorest people in both developed and developing countries. And all human aspects are significantly influenced by human needs that promote well-being. However, for the homeless people, basic needs such as food, water, healthcare, education, and even shelters are often been difficult to be met. So my research aims to investigate the factors contributing to the well-being of the homelessness. For my study, I employed quantitative method using structural equation modeling, PLS-SEM, and the data was collected using purposive sampling from 102 respondents from the city of Ipoh, Perak, Malaysia. Findings indicate that the social relationship and skills have a significant influence on the well-being of the homeless people. So, thousands of people are affected by homelessness regardless of their age, group, ethnicity, education, careers, and geographical region. Who are homeless people? A frequent portrayal of homeless people are those who are begging on the streets and sleeping rough. For those who are unfamiliar with the term homeless people or homelessness, it is simply referred to the condition of being in which you do not have a place to live. According to the Social Welfare Department in 2008, there are almost 3,472 homeless people in Malaysia, and the Department of Statistics in Malaysia reported that there is an increase of homeless people each year. Malaysian authorities deals with homeless people under the Destitute Person Act 1977 because the Malaysian Welfare Department regarded homeless people as destitute person. Currently, Malaysia yet to have a definite the official definition for what constitutes a destitute person. There are many factors of homelessness, and some of the most significant factors are such as a lack of affordable housing, low income, job loss, victim of domestic abuse, and addiction. For my research, I will be focusing on two factors, which are the skills and the social relationship. First, the skill. As we all know, skills are expertise or talent needed in order to do a task or a job which benefits both social and individuals. Example of skills are soft or survival skills, computer or technology capabilities, generic employability skills, or specialized skills. Some homelessness individuals lack most of these skills because they have never acquired them or they have been forgotten them owing for a prolonged homelessness. Learning new skills or relearning old ones is an important aspect of overcoming homelessness and is also necessary for one's independent living. Next is social relationships. Social relationships are any bonds such as those between family members, friends, or strangers that participate consider to be important in some way. According to social scientists, people's health and well-being are directly influenced by social support and relationship. Homeless individual may receive greater social support from family, friends, and neighbors, which may have a greater influence on their well-being. What is well-being and why the well-being of homeless is important? Well-being is simply refers to the impact of health, joy, and prosperity. It encompasses many desirable traits such as feeling happy, healthy, sociable, and a sense of purpose that almost everyone aspires to achieve. In many aspects, homeless constitute a vulnerable position as a result of their harsh living condition, personal and financial difficulties, and also face constant prejudice and discrimination. So it is important for us to take care of their well-being as it gives value to the quality of one's existence and one active experience of one's surroundings. I have used the PLS SEM to perform the analysis. As we can see from the table, the skills have the highest mean with 3.6467, followed by the social relationship and the well-being of homeless. And next is the relationship between the variables and the dependent variables. From the table, we can see that the hypothesized path relationship between both skills and social relationship with the well-being are statistically significant as the p-value is less than 0.005. So we can support the both decision as the influence are positive in both skills and social relationship. These are some of the measurements for reference that I've used for my questionnaire that is related to the factors of social relationship and the skills factor. So for the discussion, one second. Findings reveal that the most homeless people choose to remain silent and avoid sharing their problems with their friends and family because it makes them uncomfortable and would not like to bother them with their problems. They tend to live far away from their friends and family. Most of the respondents agreed that due to the missed opportunities, no permanent address or accommodation, transportation issues, lack of motivation, communication, and skills, they are not able to engage themselves in training and activities that were organized by both governments and non-government organizations. They agreed with the proper knowledge and skills, they can improve their well-being and come out from their situation of being homeless, thus able to live an independent life without always in need of other help from others. So as for the conclusion, the findings will be crucial in achieving SDG goals for Malaysia, for example, no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, sustainable cities and communities, and partnership. It is able to provide input for government authorities, especially in handling the homeless, on the importance of knowledge and skills, and thus improving the overall well-being. And finally, the government acknowledges the necessity of providing appropriate support to vulnerable population to prevent them from becoming homeless and to allow them to stay in their existing residence, where they are likely to have built support networks and community connections. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, you can unshare your screen. So last, I would like to invite Harilal Mainali to present the paper Impact of Recruitment and Selection Practices on Teaching Faculty Satisfaction at Community Colleges of Nepal.
Okay, ma'am, I am ready.
Yeah, please go ahead. Mr. Hari, please go ahead. Mr. Hari? Mr. Hari, please go ahead with your presentation. Mr. Hari, we are waiting on you. Mr. Hari, if you could respond.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Is my slide visible or not, ma'am?
Yeah, it is visible.
Yes. But I became little confused because my turn is after this one. So I became little confused. Sorry for that. Sorry. This is not okay. I have next slide. This is not. Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I would like to say very, very sorry. Very, very warm greetings to all academic personality, including this conference organizing team. I am Harilal Mainali, PhD scholar from Assam Downtown University. Right now, I am from Nepal. The impact of recruitment and selection practices on teaching faculty satisfaction in Community College of Nepal is my issue presentation paper. The abstract I have mentioned here. The purpose of this paper is to explore the effect of recruitment and selection practices on teaching faculty satisfaction in community college. The researcher adopted mixed approach like qualitative and quantitative approach with a descriptive and cross-sectional research design. A structured questionnaire was applied for quantitative information collection from 49 respondents, and focus group discussion was also conducted to collect qualitative information from the institution head. Similarly, stratified and random sampling technique were used to select the sample from the targeted population, and the data was done using SPSS version 26. In order to reach a conclusion, ANOVA, chi-square test, and frequency statistical tools were used for data analysis. The analysis showed there was a significant impact on teacher recruitment and selection practices on satisfaction in community college of Nepal. This is the abstract of paper. Now I would like to permission to present next slide. Background of the study. First of all, I would like to clear about what is the community college, especially reference of Nepal. A community college of Nepal is a type of higher education institution that is managed, inspected, and funded by social and locally active peoples itself. And it is associated with a central university. Based on the performance indicators, the UGC gives out extremely very small grants. The central university just controls the only academic aspect of the college, like the syllabus and examination system. Despite these challenges, colleges have been providing quality higher education since their birth history. And 33% of higher education load of Nepal government is carried out by the community college. The governing body of such type of college is management committee that has supreme power to handle human resource in the college. Management committee develop and approve the overall rules and the regulation of the institution according to its funding capability. It is very happy to say that community colleges are similar in terms of affiliation system as well as whole academic system. However, it must say very bitter fact, there is also high dissimilarity in human resource policy and practices among similar types of college itself, because there is no strong body in place to ensure that community college follow similar human resource practices. The central university monitoring mechanism inadequate, that is, it is merely nominal. So this is the very pitfall factor of community college in terms of Nepal. And an enough amount of literature was reviewed in this context. What are the actual condition of community college of the Nepal to find out the reality of such types of organization? Researcher reviewed a lot of research, but it can't be possible to find research which is connected to community campus college. From the present human resource practices of the community college in Nepal, an enough amount of literature was reviewed in this context. However, there was insufficient literature on community college HR policy and procedure of Nepal. From the present human resource practices of the community college in Nepal, Bagmati province, the researcher agreed to investigate the reality of recruiting and selecting practices and their impact on teacher satisfaction. To find out the teacher satisfaction from the recruitment and selection practices of the community college of Nepal is the main goal of this paper. Similarly, based on the above mentioned goal, there are two null hypotheses has been developed. One is recruitment practices have no significant impact on the satisfaction of teaching faculty in community college. Similarly, next one, null hypothesis is selection practices have no significant impact on satisfaction of the teaching faculty in community college. Sorry. For completion this report, this research, the researcher used descriptive cross-sectional survey design with mixed method like qualitative and quantitative information. Stratified random sampling technique was used to obtain a sample from the entire population. Especially this research had selected two types of respondent. One is teaching faculties who are teaching in college, and another in administrative head who handle the human resource department as well as the other administrative department of the organization. Researcher take information with the organization head, that is qualitative information, and researcher take information by the teachers by using questionnaire, that is quantitative information. So both information are incorporated in this study. Based on above mentioned hypothesis, this paper had chosen correlation, regression, and chi-square statistical method to analyze the data received from the questionnaire. After the deep analysis of the data, analysis of the information, the proposed null hypothesis has been strictly rejected. It means there is impact of recruitment and selection practices on teaching faculty satisfaction at the community college. This is the result of hypothesis. Finally, this paper findings, the paper found that recruitment and selection practices have played the significant role in teachers' satisfaction, where the data revealed that there is high and moderate correlation between dependent and independent variables. Similarly, after the findings of this research, researchers have been concluded the recruitment and selection practices are little weak in community campuses of Nepal. There are some level of suffered from nepotism and favoritism and biasness that should be eradicated from the root. This is the main suggestion to the stakeholders and to who are concerned of this study and this organization. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions that the participants of the session chair would like to ask? So moving on, we had a presenter by the name of Amar Jargal who had issues in presenting a presentation. Would you like to present now?
Yes, ma'am. Are you talking with me or are you asking some question with me?
No, sir. I'm actually asking another presenter. You can stop sharing the screen.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
So Ms. Amar Jargal, do you want to share your presentation again now? Ms. Amar Jargal, do you want to do your presentation now? So I would like to call Amar Jargal. Do you want to do your presentation now? As we have reached our final presenters have been done. Okay, as all our presenters are done, I would like to give my gratitude and my appreciation to all the presenters for spending your time in giving us your research works. Also, I would like to apologize for the time extension that has happened. We have been heavily delayed. And on that note, I would like to, on behalf of IFERP, I would like to heartily thank all the delegates and students who have contributed to this, to the day one's success. Also, I would like to inform you that we would be having the day 2 sessions held tomorrow, and we will be having the technical sessions happening tomorrow as well. And the awards for the best paper presentation and the best presentation will be announced tomorrow at the end of the conference. On that note, let us conclude the day 1 and let us wind up for the day, and we will see you all tomorrow. May the best presenter be awarded tomorrow, and maybe gain more knowledge and share more knowledge tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.